Hi there. Hi. I enjoyed my little vacation, my little weekend. It was actually really nice. For the first time in a long time, I sat on my couch and I basically just watched Netflix. I binge watched Night Agent Season 2 and then most of Season 3. It was really nice. You know, it was very nice. But now I am back to World of Warcraft. And the reason is because I played so little this week that my vault is not full. I need two more keys on the Druid so that I can get a full vault for next week. At least need to do this and then maybe some other characters and yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Drew's getting buffed tomorrow, so I'm excited about that. Don't really care too much about push keys today. Found myself in a little 19 Pit of Sauron. Otherwise, we're just gonna hang out. Let's do it. Yo, what's up, boo? Hey, Road. Good morning, good morning. It's weird. I think it's actually healthy. I think it's good to take like 2 days off at a time. I should do that more often, no joke. I really think it's a good idea. Because I enjoyed this little weekend. I basically did not log into World of Warcraft at all. Very interesting. I effectively just didn't even log in. Very weird, very weird. Strange feeling, I tell you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Matt. How's it going? All right, let's share the little route here that we're doing. And then we will try this 19 Pit of Sauron. Check my ping real fast. Yo, wait. I did actually do one key. Good morning, hell. I did one key yesterday. My ping, no, it wasn't yesterday. It was 2 days ago. I logged in. I had a friend in a 19 Pit of Sauron, and I DC'd twice. It was Brazil. I went in once, and I was like, okay, no problem. And then I DC'd, and then I DC'd again. And I was like, okay, the internet says no today, so hopefully it's fine today. Good morning. Good morning. All right, we got to do 2 more keys. Great video, by the way, on the tanking feedback. Which one was that, X4? And also, good morning. Which one was that? Just got your first 2 mythic bosses killed. Nice. Found out something funny, was wondering why. Then found out I had your green. Yep, that would explain it. That would. Yep. Brewmaster versus the rest of us. Oh, yes, indeed. Indeed, X4. Yep. I'm excited because Guardian Druid receives a very large and noticeable buff tomorrow. And that buff is actually going to make a pretty big difference. What's up, Deco? How's the 19 Resil grind going? You get it yet? I basically haven't played in 2 days. Very strange. How Apex build will be in Raid? 3 away. Nice, nice. I think I have a 19 Nexus in my bags if you want to try it today, Deco. But my favorite build gets buffed by whatever it is, 45% next week, so I'm kind of just waiting for that. Honestly, I'll do Iokis with that build. Like this build, I'll play Apex probably, right? 19 Pit, I'll just play Apex. But I really, as you know, I prefer the no Apex build. And I am excited that that will be very viable. I think I've seen a lot of numbers going around right now, and to be honest with you, all of them seem a little off. I'm trying that build tomorrow. They just was doing 88 overall no Apex. Yep. So, Matt, it's going to be a lot, though. Muskie at DC 12. Oh, no. It won't happen like that. Don't worry. I'm fine today. That was 2 days ago. I don't know why my internet was so bad 2 days ago. My ping is pretty stable right now. We going to it should be like 110, 120. Is there no Apex build still current in Discord? Yeah. This one, I'll play Apex and I'll do big damage. Honestly, the Shadow Priest, there's a world where I should get PI. Maybe he should PI me first pull if I'm playing Apex. This is the last. Okay, pretty much, to clarify, this is almost certainly the last day I will play Apex. No, seriously. You think I'm joking, but look at the damage on first pull. Only on first pull. I'm getting this extra guy here. Ask if I'm sad about it. No, it's so weird because it depends, Jadery, right? Now, I did just take a glance. Listen, all I did, to clarify, was I took a glance. Yes, last night, was it? I took a glance at the Guardian Druid Discord, and I was like, yeah, never mind. And then I logged out. I still don't understand why there is so much hatred and so much vileness for this build. I was like, I wonder what they are thinking about it. Oh, yeah, I owe a ton of jump. It's going to be a running counters rally. And we have actually gotten so many bits in the last few streams that I will not be able to do the entire workout in one go. Like, I will have to, actually. I'm going to lead. It's going to actually require me to do it over many, many streams. So we're going to go like this. I could die on this pull. I'm not going to die on this pull, but I could. It's a big pull. You ready? First key of the day. I'm a little bit over here like this. My ping seems stable. If I die, it's just going to be on me then. My ping is pretty decent, so if I die, it's just my fault. Okay, pull this back, pull this back. Hopefully people give me a second for aggro. I kick the Icy Blast here. We go like this. We go like that. And then we do Big Boom. Big Boom, 1. Big Boom, 2. Big Boom, 3. And Big Boom, 4. It will be kind of sad, the fact that this will never happen again. You're not going to have this burst. Whatever damage I do on this pull, like, this is not going to happen anymore. But honestly, I don't even mind, because your overall is going to be very similar. But it is fun to pop off on pulls like this, especially because my first key of the day, I was actually playing very safe. I did not min-max my damage that hard there. But we still do a bunch. We still do a lot of damage. I think, so basically with no Apex, the thing about no Apex is there's a lot of differences about it, but one of them is the fact that you lose burst damage. You're not going to be able to burst damage. It's very consistent. The profile of Apex versus no Apex is just the type of damage you deal is very different, right? So this damage here, this is basically not bursty. All right, sorry, this is very bursty. Like that pull, I'm going to do massive damage. This pull, I'm going to do a little bit less damage. And that's totally fine. So we pull this, and that means that we are going to need to get a Cadaver Kick. I'm going to go get this pack, and then we drag this into one caster mob over here. This is an adaptation. We have a DK. We have a Monk for Tiger's Lust. Technically speaking, I can die here. I think I'll stay on the Cadaver with the Shadow Priest in the group, actually. I think there's absolutely a world where I'm just going to stay on the Cadaver Kicks here. Okay, I'm going to kite a little bit because actually this pack is pretty dangerous. So this one is just a good kiting opportunity. Just going to make sure I only go back in when Barkskin comes back up. My damage this key is pretty irrelevant. I'm not going to try to min-max that hard. It's like first key of the day. You ever get that, like the jitters? Like first key of the day, you're like, oh my God, like I haven't played in 2 days. On one hand, this game is, I'm very familiar with World of Warcraft. On the other hand, sometimes I swear, like when I don't play for a few days, it's actually kind of hard to get back into it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to kite out again. The Cadaver Kicks are definitely going well, so I'm not that concerned right now. There we go. Perfect. Like, I didn't do any damage to this pull because I was just saving things for next pull. And you know what? That's fine. I could have min-maxed that so much harder. But this pull, here we go. Big boom. Ready? Big boom, damn. So I don't think it's... I actually like it when tanks do far more consistent damage. I think it's better than, like, this sort of, like, bursty meta because having to pull around a big cooldown is actually harder in Mythic Plus than I think many people realize. Like, it's way friendlier if you don't have to time everything perfectly. Because that's, like, one of the benefits of Brewmaster is that you can just do whatever route without considering, like, oh, I need my Ox here, or I need this here, you know? What are the benefits of playing Apex? Okay, so... But yeah, I was about to say, don't ask in the Discord. I hate to say it. I do hate to say it. I got that Nether Burst. I want to say, oh, like, yeah, just like, let's see what the Discord's coming out with. But the truth is, they're so negative, and there's like a hatred. There's like a genuine, it's not a conversation in there, something like understanding. That's the problem I have with it, is that when you ask questions in that Discord right now, it doesn't feel like a conversation. It feels like a, like, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? What's the Guardian? So every class has a class Discord, and many of them try their best to be very helpful. I would argue that everyone in class Discords, they're not malicious. They actually do exist to try to help people. But there's a funny thing that happens with class Discords, which is that once people start getting a little taste of like, oh, hey, I'm in a position of power. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm in a position where I'm the one that people can ask help. Then they kind of get a little bit of an ego trip. And so all of a sudden, you just end up with a situation where if you do something that they don't approve of, it's GG's. Because you have to do what they're telling you to do, if that makes sense. It is really actually just like that. If you don't do the recommended whatever it is, you will get punished for it. And by punished, I mean they're going to be quite vile to you. Okay, let me pull this pack in. I'm really not doing a good job of min-maxing my damage this key, but that's fine. And that's, you know, it is what it is. Okay, hold up. Almost. Big boom one. Big boom two. Ooh, but that slash is coming in. Almost dropped my iron for there. Worst thing is that, so a lot of times I understand where it comes from because it's cool and it feels nice to be in a position where you can be somebody that other people depend on. Like, that's a nice feeling, by the way. I totally understand why people want to be in that realm, if that makes sense. Like, I understand why people feel like it's exciting to be able to offer that advice. My problem with it is just the fact that, what's up, Basil? Is the fact that there's no consideration for the fact that there are actually many ways to play World of Warcraft. And that's one of the things I don't like about it, is that there are so many ways to enjoy this game, and the truth is not everybody is trying to be rank 1 competitive. Like, that's not the purpose of World of Warcraft. It never has been. Most people, in fact, play World of Warcraft because it's a fun game that they can do after work or whatever. But the vast majority of people, although optimizing is fun, it's not the goal. Do you understand what I mean by this? I really think that people don't actually fully grasp this concept in World of Warcraft. It's just the fact that not everyone is actually trying to play the version of the game that the highest level people are playing. And so oftentimes advice trickles down from the fact, oh, well, they did this in the MDI, or Squish Vegan's doing this, or the top bear is doing that. And then they assume that because everyone wants to play the game like that... Wait, why did the Aug just use his breath there? Why did the Aug just breath... Wait a second. Okay, hopefully... I don't know. I didn't notice that. All right, it's okay. We're going to go next pull. And so this pull's a little bit hard, but we have a DK, which makes this a lot easier. So I'm going to thrash this, make sure I have good threat. I go in. We don't want that left pack if possible. We want to save that for funnel on boss because Mistweaver. And then we're going to go here. And then I'm going to pray that my DK understands the assignment here and grips. Yes, good job, DK. Nice job, DK. I'm proud of you. I just want you to know, Mr. DK, I'm proud of you. Okay, hold up. Big boom, damn. 3, 2, 1. Try to group them here like this. Number 1. Boom. Number 2. And, all right. It could have been a little better. I didn't do the big boom correctly. Never been as a scuffed. No, there's a lot of discords that really their goal is to help people, and I would still say that there's a lot of people in the Guardian Druid Discord whose goal is to help people. But we talked about this the other day. We had like Bry Bear in here. He's like a really high level bear. We had Dalgroth in here. We had a bunch of people. There was a lot of bears basically at once, and I asked them straight up, and I just thought to myself, I wanted to just have a conversation with these bears, and I said, hey, out of curiosity, why do you think they don't like me? Like, I just straight up was just like, why do you think the Guardian Druid Discord not only doesn't like me, but like, because I said this build is viable, they now have to flame the build and say that it's terrible. And the consensus, by the way, this is what I was told by everyone. They said, it's not okay to encourage suboptimal gameplay. And let me ask you a question. Basil, anyone that's listening right now, out of curiosity, do you enjoy this current season right now? Para, by the way. Para, this guy. Permafunnel. Just para him. You can just para. Monk. Yeah, I get it. You do it. You do it, Monk. I'll go grab this. It'll aggro when he does it, but it's fine. There you go. It's super helpful to do this. And then, yeah, we just para that and we go. Only if he's Frost. Only if he's Frost. He can't do it if he's Unholy. Unholy will lose all of his damage because he needs his pet. People has a passion for making things. So it's basically a disconnect between the fact that not everybody wants something that is truly complicated. And you know what? Oh my god, I was out of bear form. That double tap bug is really annoying. Holy, that was close. So not everybody wants something that is truly that complicated. A lot of people are quite satisfied, by the way. Not just satisfied, but they'll enjoy the game more if they play in a way that's more comfortable for them, but not actually the true min-max. And you know what? That's fine. Like, I just don't understand the whole argument of, like, you can't ever do the thing this way. And I'm just like, but that's not true. And one of the arguments, by the way, so in that previous conversation that I was having about Guardian Druid was, hey, you can't and you shouldn't ever teach people. Oh, what's up, Kig? Yo, speaking of playing a little off meta, hi, Kig. How's your season going? Are you still playing Prez? I feel like I've seen you on every now and again. Hey, what's up, dude? I'm super excited. My favorite Guardian Druid build is getting Omega buffed next week. There are so many ways that tanks carry. I got my first 21 pit. Nice. Congratulations. Nice, nice, nice. That's awesome. Kig, by the way, if you guys don't know, that is one of the best preservation evokers in the world. That is there's an off-meta guy right there. Right now, his questions is reroll Monk. So I actually did feel like, you know, it's not a bad idea to reroll Monk. I'm going to be real with you. It actually is probably a good idea. Like, if you're really serious about your progression, I don't actually think that that's a bad idea to reroll Monk. There's probably a world where that is actually the right choice. That being said, oh my god, I got hit by that. I'm being lazy. My bad, my bad. Drag him over. Please tell me I'm right about this. It should be the left forge. This side one here is a little awkward sometimes. It's okay. Lucky for us, we have perma funnel on this, and so the Mistweaver is going to be able to heal no problem. One of the advantages of getting perma funnel on this fight is that it makes it so easy for Mistweaver. Like, this is the easiest way for this fight to go for Mistweaver, actually. It's very, 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 very good for Mistweaver here, though. Remember when I played Guardian with crit, and I was like, yeah, so it's just, you can have conversations about what you should do, but it should always be a conversation and not a lecture. Because the problem is that there are just so many ways to play World of Warcraft, and all of them are correct. Like, that's the thing that we're having a discourse about, basically, is the fact that, actually speaking, there are so many different ways to play WoW, and they're all pretty valid. I'm going to be-res this. 1 second. Got him. Safe spot right here. And so one of the examples that was given was, if you're going to teach people how to ride a bike, you should not teach people how to ride a tricycle first. Have you heard this before? You ever heard this example? Where if you're going to teach people how to ride a bike, don't start them with a tricycle, because it will give them bad habits. I actually understand that logic, by the way. That logic makes a certain level of sense to me. But, and here's the problem with this, what if you just want to go cycling with your friends? Do you know what I mean by, like, think about that. What if you just kind of want to go cycling with your friends and you're not really caring about whether you're going to be a BMX racer? They're going out and you want to contribute and you want to play. This UI is nuts. What's wrong with my UI? And so it's just like, that bothers me when people say, but you can't do this. I'm like, but you can. Because if you just want to contribute with your friends, like, there's nothing wrong, in fact, with doing this. In fact, you'll probably have a great... Oh my god, I'm going to die. Ooh. I'm being so lazy right now. It's crazy. I'm actually being so lazy this key. I should probably lock in slightly, though. God, you break that point, the logic is plus 10s? Well, sometimes people... So a lot of times, and this is one of the reasons that I'm frustrated for what it is worth, by the way. One of the reasons I'm frustrated with the class Discord is because there's no context ever given. X-Foreign, so many times people actually just go, well, hey, can I play this in a +2? And they're like, no. And I'm like, but they're asking for a +2. Of course you can. You know what I mean? But, like, seriously, there's such a disconnect. There's, like, a massive disconnect, actually, where it's like, can I play this in my, you know what I mean? Like, in my +2? And it's like, yeah, of course. But actually speaking, so many people would be like, no, it's not optimal. But it's like, but you're not, but it's a +2. You don't need to be optimal in that key level. Do you know what I mean? And that's what gets me. That's kind of what just goes, huh, why are we giving this advice when we don't even ask the context of what people are actually after? Because I think that so many more people play the game in that sort of, hey, I'm just trying to basically do good for my friends type way. And so many less, and there's not as many people who actually play the game in the, hold up, make sure that blast doesn't go off, in the I need to be the top ranked player. And so I think that that is where the disconnect actually happens. Okay, hold up, I gotta make sure I live this real quick though. I'm just gonna make sure I live this real fast though. I feel like you gotta lock in. Well, it just depends. There's no wrong way to play World of Warcraft. And that's the thing that bothers me, and that's the thing that I want to basically have a conversation about the community with, is because so much of the toxicity in WoW comes from the fact that we actually assume, why is there a Necrolite? Oh, it's this guy, okay. I was going to say, wait a second. There's a small, I chained too fast. So the point was, isn't this a prime example of, there's many examples, but unfortunately, and here's why I have an issue, okay? Maybe zealous. Here's why. There are so many new players who go to class discords. Like the vast majority, there's actually a very big understanding where if you are like, I've never played Guardian before, and you want to learn about Guardian, there's like dozens and dozens of people every day who go in there with no knowledge, and they say, hey, how do I do this? The vast majority of people asking questions are not performing, like doing crazy competitive content. The vast majority of people asking questions are actually just chilling. Like really, they are actually specifically there to just chill. Well, I hope that I can offer a perspective. Like there's a reason I'm playing Apex in this key. Right now, I am deciding to play Apex. It's not my favorite build, by the way. I'm playing it because I'm playing it because I want IO. To be fair, and the honest reason is that I'm playing Apex because this is IO for me, and I would like to time this key. And it is a little bit more damage, and I know I can live this key. So I figure, why not play Apex? That was my decision. Next week, however, if my build is anywhere near competitive, which it will be, I will not play this, because I don't like it. Oh, I just hit SI. And that's my choice. And guess what? My choice is very valid. But then people will tell me, but you're a bad tank. And I'm like, how does me deciding to play what I want to play make me a bad tank? Like, I don't really get it. That doesn't actually make a lot of sense to me. Whoops. Was that a death bolt that went off? Okay, I'll go kick the death bolt. I got him. We have a res, luckily. And we're going to be fine. That was our last battle res, though, and this key is going to start getting a little bit tight, so we should be fine. Whoa, 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 the tab target on the gargoyle. Okay, we have a monk, so this should be fine. I don't know who tab targeted this gargoyle in here, but just make sure we Tiger's Lust this immediately. That's okay. Technically speaking, it's fine. We just, let's make sure we kill that gargoyle, because actually our timer is okay right now. I think we have time. It'll be like a little bit tight, maybe. But we should have time. Wait, whoa, what's this? What's up, Nico? I remember your name. People doing plus 10s are... Yeah, but the thing is, it happens in a plus 2. It's not just plus 10, by the way. It happens in a plus 2. It actually happens at... It happens in key levels that it should not happen. And many, many, many people are playing the game in a way where optimization should be the last priority for them, and yet it tends to be the first. And it actually takes away from their enjoyments of the game. Who was it in my Discord yesterday that said, I am loving tanking, but when does the toxicity stop? And I was like, oh man, like, that's a good question. When does the toxicity stop? It's hard for me to answer that question. I'm going to make sure I go kick that. Okay, we got that kick there. Nice. Good. Whoa, no. There's no more B-res. Timer's going to get a little bit tight here. Timer's going to start getting really tight. I don't know how that death happened. I don't think that was a cast. I think that was okay. Being a tank requires being a masochist? I don't know if you have to be a masochist to be a tank, but you certainly have to have thick skin. Okay, what's our timer at right now? You need like at least 8 minutes after this boss. I would say at least 8 minutes here. Unfortunately, yeah, because like they asked me a good question. They said, hey, when does the toxicity stop? And I was like, oh boy, never. If you're like a tank or a healer, like, unfortunately, never. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have the timer here because we have an AUG, remember? So losing a DPS is rough. That'd be okay. I wonder if they'll finish this, though, because I do need 2 vault keys today. And if I don't get them, then that's okay. I can do 10s real fast, though. It's a huge pull and they don't wait at all. That's also true. I mean, 100%, that's a fair point. However, let me dispel this one. there's a lot of misunderstandings about WoW, and it's hard sometimes to actually clarify for people because this game is not intuitive. One of the things about WoW to understand is that this is not an intuitive game. Whoops, I think that last death bolt went off. All right, that would be a GG there. You play Resto on this, Druid? I mean, I play everything. I don't mind. I could even play Pharaoh, believe it or not. Dealing with toxicity? Yeah. Let me ask him. You want to finish? Question mark. If they say no, that's very fair because I did join at 19. But I can do it next week. I'm not that fussed about it. I don't even think that WoW is intuitive to play. Not really. All right, cool. We died. I don't even think that WoW is that intuitive to play, to be honest. I think that there are so many things that we take for granted in World of Warcraft, it's not even close. It's like, I don't think, if you've been playing this game for a very long time, wait, Puddle, what's up, Nico? Cryo Stomp. Oh, there was just an extra, no defensive there, okay. This one, that was the Death Bolt, yeah. And then this one was just, okay. All good, all good. Yeah, I think I'm just doing Volt. I just need Volt, but all good. We can do some 10s instead. X4, wait a second, X4 and gifting sub. 50 gifted sub, again? Again? What? Bro. What? Wait. What? Again? Keep with the content. Thank you, X4 and I appreciate that. That's a hell of a way to start stream today. Bet. Wow. We're going to have a good month. That's X4's second time that you've done that. That's the second time. You have gifted a total of 100 subs in this channel. That is wild. Thank you, X4. X4, if I were to just ask you a general question, what do you enjoy most about WoW? And I was obviously a little distracted. We can just do some 10s for Vault. All good. All good. We can just do some 10s and stuff, though. I want to play Feral Druid, but you think I'll stop? It depends on what level, Nico. I do think that Feral Druid has, unfortunately, a bad reputation, but absolutely, you can play Feral if you want. Feral's actually not bad right now. It's just underrepresented. No worries. Yo, heal the bear doing a +12. He's Iron for 0 times. Holy. Easy key. People need to chill. And that wasn't even an issue? Like, you still was fine? But so shouldn't you Mistweaver and Guardian? So what's the no Apex build? The no Apex build, we could play it in a little bit there. I don't mind. Playing with your friends. How long have you known your friends in this game, X4N? How long have you known your friends here? Since Lich King. And did you make those friends online? Like, did you make your friends by actually playing World of Warcraft? Because that, right there, see that X4, that's what keeps this game alive. That's the thing. And that's what I think that people don't understand. Genuinely, and I really mean this, the thing that people don't understand about World of Warcraft is that what actually makes this game so amazing and what really keeps this game alive is the fact that you get to play with other people. And anything they can do to make it more accessible to play the game with other people, that's the thing. I coughed in the middle of that, and that's actually a really good clip. And I think that that's like the best way I can explain it, okay? But yeah, let me ask you a question, guys. How long, if you have friends in World of Warcraft, where did you meet them, and how long have you had them? Because the general player base doesn't understand that what makes World of Warcraft the best game is the fact that we get to play it with other people. The combat is great, the systems are great, yeah. But that isn't why World of Warcraft is magical. The reason that WoW is magical is because you get to form real connection, real relationships over this game, and many people have had those relationships for like 10 years. That is phenomenal, and anything that Blizzard can do to make that more accessible will be the best possible thing they can do for World of Warcraft. By far. Does that make sense? I really believe that. So, for example, this season being easier is good. In bed at night? Yo, what's up, Zalcrid? I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry you're sick. That sucks. Yo, Gabby, you said this, okay? Hello. My wife? Yeah, what's up? First of all, it's cool that your wife plays well. Your wife just started tanking as a Guardian Druid. Do you have any tips for her? Absolutely. She tanks relatively easy. What build is she using, Gabby? Gabby, I think I might have a great suggestion, especially starting next week. Good morning from the Netherlands. Love your content. Very good for a new tank. You're welcome. Dealt with some toxicity, but also helping players. And that's the beauty of WoW. People being willing to help. Yes. Yes. Zodiacs. That feeling, that real form of connection that we get, she's using no Apex. Okay. Make sure that she doesn't have swipe on her bars. Number 1, no swipe. Number 2, something that will probably help her is this is a general recommendation. I would say something that will probably help her is if she takes swipe off her bars and she makes sure she doesn't press maul either. No maul, no swipe. And I also think if she takes mangle off her bars, she'll probably have a better experience. But in general, because that means that she can focus on the main ability, especially next week, which will be even more important, that Thrash and Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam on cooldown, Thrash on cooldown. It will help her, I think. What kind of damage I get on your Prot Warrior tomorrow? Yeah, that'll be nice too, though. Yes, I will, Sarge. 100%. Yes, 1000%. What build isn't a loon? Just Biss as of tomorrow. I still think you'll see people play Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw is a very different playstyle, and many people just love it. Like, honestly, many people just really, really like Druid of the Claw. And yeah, I'm down for whatever. You guys want to do some vault keys? We don't need to do big keys. Oh, here, for example. Who's this? I don't... This guy's on my friends list. I don't know. I just need vault. Or J-Lights. I'm fine with this as well. Either one works. Whoever invites me first. Let's find out. 3, 2, 1. I'm down for whatever. All right, 12. Let's do it. But yeah, I'll be going no Apex for sure because that's my preference. It's how I enjoy the game. I think that it will actually be really good for now. I just tanked to 12 AA, and the healer was blaming me the whole run. He finished with 20k HPS? Bro, that's not good. That is Rin. Yeah, that's too low. Still wasn't an issue. I was on a Dispree, so shields definitely helped, but even with that, it was bad. All right. So, for what it is worth, 20k is really low. But, do you guys understand why people, I don't know how, 20k is amazingly low. I'm reading the YouTube comment here. That's a level of low. I don't know. I think that Dispriest must have been wearing some apple bottom jeans and maybe his name's Shoddy. I'm not sure. That's not quite right. What's up, Miffler? Has anyone ever told you that you look like the Deep from The Boys? Actually, every day since Season 5 has come out. Since Season 5 started airing, I think people remember what the Deep looks like, and then I get that comment every day, especially if I'm wearing one of my green shirts. If I'm wearing the red shirt, it doesn't happen as much. But if I'm wearing the green shirt, absolutely. Yeah, it does happen a lot. Yeah, I don't really see it, to be fair. Like, I don't really see it, to be honest with you. It is true. I do like takoyaki. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I do actually like takoyaki. So, I'm not sure I would have coitus with the takoyaki, but it's nice, it's yummy, it's a nice food. You know, takoyaki is like the octopus balls. It's really good. It's really good, yeah. It's like delicious if you've never had it before. Prot Warriors could use a durability buff. I think so. Prot Warrior is in a weird spot where I don't think it's that bad right now. It's just underrepresented for what it is worth. And I think that Prot Warrior, I need to play mine some more. The major problem with it is that there are some things this season which is just not fantastic for Prot Warrior, but you can deal with it. There are ways. I think that Prot Warrior is playable. I don't know how it feels at 20 though. Playing your Novex, my tank has improved, so don't feel squished anymore. Nice. I'm glad that you like that Iron Fur Bear. Also, I'd like to point out that you have, literally speaking, the actual best name for the no Apex build that I could possibly come up with. I couldn't have named you better myself. Iron Fur Bear, what a great name. Do you miss playing with weak auras? No. No. I miss playing with a better Omni cooldown. I like tracking people's defenses and stuff. Wait, why is everybody leaving? What did we miss? They switching. Oh, okay. So I don't miss weak auras. I do think that I'm upset about the add-ons. I don't like what they've done with the add-ons. I actually think that I would have to ask people for what I have mini CC, but it's not as good. I would say this. Instead of from my perspective, if you are a new player currently, like if you're kind of newer or you're a returning player to Midnight, how do you feel about the add-ons? I can't tell if the game is better or if the game is worse because of what they did with add-ons. It's actually hard for me to figure out the right answer there. I genuinely can't tell. I think it's worse for what it is worth. I think it's harder for a new player to identify what it is that they need. Because I actually think that when weak auras used to be able, you just install, like basically the easiest suggestion for people was, yo, go to Quasi's website. You remember, that was really sad, by the way. You remember Quasi? That was really sad. So the easiest suggestion for new players, if they wanted a UI, was the easiest thing. You said, go to Quasi's website, download his thing, done. That's it. Like if you just get that, that's a really good start. You'll have everything you need. I have no clue what they did to add-on stuff, a bunch of them that help, but yeah, never use weak auras even before. Too soon? I know. I bet he just plays low-key on a new account. I don't know. I mean, people did the math. Like, it was his job. It was his whole life. I feel like that's tough. Go toe cheddars and learn your rotations. What does cheddars mean? We go other talents tomorrow on Bear. Akathos, there's going to be a lot of choices that you have. You don't have to play either way. I think that it will be very close. If I'll play Apex, for example, in this key, I'll go to. Gotcha. That was the point. For those that use weak auras, it's going to feel worse. And you think it does feel better, though? Do you think it feels better for people who never used weak auras? That's what I was wondering. They exist now, but they're way harder to use. That's what I feel like, Ryan Dale. There are so many things about add-ons that are just hard to keep up with. Somebody started Classic in January. Okay, Rin, that's perfect. That's exactly the right person. Hiokin, thank you for responding. So you basically came back to retail with Midnight pre-patch. It feels really annoying having to find a different add-on for everything and then figure out how to set them up. I agree. I wish, so there used to be, when weak auras existed, there were so many distinct, weak auras that people didn't know about that were very helpful, but ultimately you could just download one pack. And I think that was important. If I was new, I would hate to learn. I need a bunch of add-ons. I agree with that. I like that they made the base UI better. Like, keep in mind, I'm using base party frames. We didn't even have this before. Base party frames are much better. I don't have any sort of like danders or anything. I miss Cell. But I don't like what they've done with add-ons. It's not for me. I also just think Season 1 of Midnight, overall, I'm incredibly happy with. I think that they've made a lot of great choices for the game this season. However, I also wish that they worked on balancing a little bit harder. Those are my main issue is the fact that there are some clear balancing errors, let's call it. Go to trackers and get mini CD. Mini CC isn't as good, and the reason it isn't as good is I can't put specific spells. So, for example, I have mini CC. I can see my Shaman's Ascendance, and I can see his Astral Shift, but I cannot see his Earth Ellie. I cannot see, for example, his Health Potion or his Hellstone. I cannot see his offensive cooldown. So Jay, I can see his Avatar and his Spell Reflection, but I can't actually see some of the other things, like if he's playing Die by the Sword, or I can't see... There's a lot of things that I would like to see that I can't. So it's not as good. Also, it doesn't factor in cooldown reduction. So whereas Omni cooldown could actually read the data, Mini CC doesn't. So if I have this here, and this, for example, is affected, my Incarn, as an example, is affected by, what's it called? Cooldown reduction, I won't see it reflected. But it's still good. It's still nice to have for sure. You think raiding is better? I'd see that. That makes sense. Because you don't have to download a weak aura pack just to kill a boss anymore. Fair enough. Yeah. I have personally scaled back to almost base UI. I think that, personally speaking, right now in Mythic Plus, there is only one add-on that you actually need. And this is, like, not really optional, to be honest with you. There's only one thing that you, like, definitely need, and that is Platinator or Plater. If you are a new player and you do not have this, I cannot recommend enough. Get a nameplate add-on. Because this is the one thing that is not done well in base UI, and you will be playing at a disadvantage straight up. Like, actually speaking, it's just a straight disadvantage to not have Platinator. It is massively impactful. Rating is not better. So I couldn't say because I just don't know the answer to that question. I haven't rated this tier. And also, there are so many good things about Midnight Season 1. As an example, by the way, one of the best things about Midnight Season 1 is the fact that I don't have to raid. That is a massive W. Holy. I am ecstatic about the fact that I do not have to raid this season. That is probably the coolest thing. Because I will actually be able to get pretty much everything I want without being able to raid. Also, no one clip this. You guys think this is fair? The fact that I can do this? Look at the damage meters. Look at the DPS meters right now. I know this is a 12, but still. I know it's a 12, but also still. That is the same rotation and a plus 20. Except I have to play a little bit safer in a 20, but still. The overall... Oh, not the DC. No, 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 no. I'm back. I'm back. Holy, wait a second. Ping spike, ping spike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is stream still here? Are we here? Am I live? Did my whole internet go out or just the game? Because I don't know. My game is, oh boy. Are we alive? I love 12s. You guys saw that, right? That wasn't just me. Everybody saw that, right? I'm alive. Okay, so just the game. All right, that's good. That's good. Y'all saw that, right? That's what happens sometimes. I don't know. Yeah, I always play with high ping, but that was a nice little rubber band effect there. Holy. Ha. Okay. That was shocking. Yo, what's up, Nid? How's it going? How are you? I am good. I'll tell you why I'm good. I made a decision approximately 4 days ago, and I was just really happy about that choice. I realized that I was stressing myself out, thinking, man, I've really been enjoying making content, and to be honest with you, I started to feel a little bit of pressure that I had to start doing things really, really well. Like, I was like, but I have to perform well this season because I'm starting to make content and I want people to know that I can do this and that and this. You know what? I completely forgot the fact that it doesn't really matter. Like, I'll get adequate score this season, but sometimes pushing for those highest keys, especially in a season where you might be playing an off-meta tank, is actually not a fun experience. And I think that we, collectively as a community, need to remember that isn't the goal. Your score cannot be the only thing that motivates you playing WoW, because that's what creates so much of the toxicity in this game. Unbelievably so. And yes, I'm from Thailand. Not from here. I live in Thailand, so I always play with like 200 ping, like 250 ping. This is very normal for me. But whatever that was not normal. That was not a normal like 250 ping. That was ow. X-Foreign, I'm glad that you have the friends to play with. I want to develop those friends. Do I play with the Aussies? You know, in general, yes. Yes. I prefer playing OCE. It's a little bit better for my ping, but also it's about the same either way. So to be honest with you, both of them work. Like whether I play NA or OCE, it doesn't seem to matter that much. My ping is high either way. You just get used to it. There are just some mechanics you learn to like pre-move or pre-dodge or anything like that. It's something that you get used to over time. Let's just push that guy away. And then we're going to see if we can get a vortex because I think that might hit the boss. Don't wipe. Don't wipe. Don't wipe. Holy, good job. How did you end up in Thailand? Oh, yeah, I'll happily tell you the story. You want to hear the Thailand story? Okay. I will tell you the Thailand story, and then we'll get back to why there is toxicity in World of Warcraft. Both good things. Don't they have Chinese servers? They do. However, I made my accounts on NA, and they don't let you transfer account data. So basically, no. I'm not allowed to play there because I would have to restart my entire account. Do you think they know I'm chaining this in, or do you think that they're about to send their full set of cooldowns? Right. That checks out, honestly. You know, that does check out. That checks out. I thought that was pretty funny. I genuinely thought that was really funny. 0% of the funnel made it to this poll. What's up, Soap? Holy, wait a second. That says 20 months? That says 20 months? Can't wait for the No Apex. Dude, I am so excited. I am really excited. I think that a lot of people are still down bad on the Apex, and Zbaz, I don't really understand why. I think it's a lot of people really enjoy that playstyle, and there's nothing wrong with it. It is lower damage, and I'm just really excited for the fact that I think I'll be able to compete with people playing the full Apex. I have a feeling that my Guardian Druid is going to be setting some good parses next week. But people haven't really spent the time or investments to learn how to play the No Apex build properly. Oh, wait, we pulled like a pack. Oh, okay. No problem. We have like a pack in here. I did not realize that. My bad. You know, I probably shouldn't just be trying any sort of weird pulls. I'm kind of like mindlessly in a 12 right now for making the Apex. So here's the thing. They want people to play Apex. The fact that the Apex is strong is not a problem. What is a problem, and like a genuine problem, by the way, is the fact that the Guardian Druid Apex gives them, technically speaking, the highest AoE burst nearly in the entire game. And they're never going to be able to balance that. It's never going to happen. Technically, it gives you a little bit of tankiness. But most tank Apexes are like that. The Warrior Apex, if you want to play full damage on a Warrior, like a Prot Warrior, you're going to play Apex X4. And if you don't care about your damage, you won't play Apex. So it's not just one thing that does that. It's actually, in general, I think we have to probably pull this guy. Can I pull him into the Rift Warden? What happened to the Thailand story? Oh, I got distracted. That's what happened to the Thailand story. I'm going to imagine this is going to be fine. But if we wipe, it's probably my fault. It's just that I have my Apex window, and I kind of want to do big damn, so I'm just going to trust my healer. The Thailand story. First of all, let me go over the Apex. Poison, are you playing Midnight Season 1? First question. The Apex talents were a defining system that they added to Midnight. They were basically like, we're not going to do borrowed power, but now instead of just hero talents, we're going to give every single spec Apex talents. And they were like massively hyped up. Like your Apex talents are going to be crazy strong. And some classes got some sweet Apex talents. And some people got some not so sweet Apex talents. So it's been like a mixed feedback. Got back to the game. Okay, so your Vengeance Demon Hunter, your Apex is the Metamorphosis Reset. No, this one. This right here. These are the Apex. This is hero talent. That's Apex. And the Guardian Druid Apex gives me that damage. So right now, if you take a look at my damage, this is the Apex for Guardian Druid. 35%, 11%, everything you see here is the Apex, just to clarify, okay? It does a redunculous amount of damage for Guardian Druid. But it also encourages a very specific playstyle. Many Guardian Druids love that playstyle, and many do not. And I am actually one of the ones who I don't like this playstyle. I want to play it without the Apex build because I find that to be more fun. However, the difference is a lot of damage. The no Apex has always worked. You can time your keys with it, no problem. I actually saw a log. A friend of mine was healing a Guardian Druid in a 19 Algathar Academy a few days ago, and they were using my no Apex. You can time keys with it, but your damage contribution as a tank will be lower. But a big conversation to have, Poison, is does it really matter whether you're Vengeance? Let me ask you a question. You've just come back to the game. You're rolling Vengeance Demon Hunter. You have good gear now. If you do, and this is a genuine question for you, Poison. If you did at the end of a key right now, you walk into a key. If you did 80,000 DPS versus 90,000 DPS versus 70,000 DPS versus 100,000 DPS, would any of your keys be timed or not be timed because of that? That's my question to you. That's what I want to know. And the answer is realistically no. All of your keys are going to be just fine regardless. Your tank damage is cool. It's fun to do good tank damage, and it does contribute to your key. But in general, there are so many ways to min-max tank versus just thinking about your damage. Your damage as a tank is actually the last thing that you want to optimize in general as you are learning how to tank. If you don't die and you don't wipe, you will probably time your keys. It is fun to top the DPS meters, but I seriously think that people over-prioritize tank DPS to the degree where they die. And if you die as a tank, it's GG's. First and foremost, you have to live. Survive first, optimize for damage second. 100%. That's the right way to do it. That is the best way to think about that. It is fun. Like, if you take a look at this key right now, this is a 12. I don't want to stress my healer, but I'm just doing big damage, and it's fun to do big damage. I actually think that if I let my DPS die and I did some greedy pulls, I could probably top the damage by the end of this key. Influence Brewmaster. It's a very light tap on the wrist. Like, it's still a Brewmaster season for sure, Hauntels. And I'll tell you the Thailand story in a second, because that was actually a good question. Brewmaster got, like, it's going to translate to a few percent max. It's very little. Of all the ways they could have done it, like, they were basically like, hey, guys, we know we should do something, but this is nothing. How much no, Guardian Druid got buffed, Nid. Opposite. How good will no Apex be? Very good. Very, extremely good. Karambuan, I think that a lot of people don't really know about the numbers right now because many people playing the no Apex haven't optimized for it, and I'll show you next week. Next week, I'll show you tomorrow. Literally, tune into stream tomorrow, and I will just show you. We don't even have to theorize. Just come to stream tomorrow, and I'll be playing no Apex all day, and we'll find out. How about that? The proof is in the pudding. Yes, as they say. The proof is in the pudding. And every time I say that quote, I want pudding. Because although soup is one of the worst foods to have ever been invented by humankind, pudding and custard are amazing foods that were invented by humankind. And so I like pudding and I like custard. You can't really go... I mean, pudding is amazing. Even just saying the word, it makes you remember your youth just by saying the word pudding. So now I want pudding. I actually want creme brulee. And while we're on the topic of food, I would also say that one of the most underrated food combinations of all time is definitely creme brulee steak. People have no idea how good that is. Unbelievably good. You might be starting to realize the fact, my takes on World of Warcraft, I want to say that a lot of people, like, I think it's so important to have conversations about this game and we can all join in. But I'm not going to lie, my culinary takes, probably not. I accept the fact that because I have 17 Michelin stars, a lot of people can't appreciate my thoughts on, proper culinary thing. Yeah, creme brulee steak. It is unbelievably good. Here's what you do. You take like a Wagyu tenderloin, like a really premium piece of steak. Like this is like, you're taking like a high quality piece of steak, okay? And then you grill it perfectly. Just plain, like not too much seasoning, no garlic, just effectively like a little salt, little pepper, little this. And then what you do is you get creme brulee, just like a regular creme brulee. And then you take the creme brulee and you put that on the steak. It's amazing. And then you eat it together. That's exactly what it is. It is unbelievably good. Genuinely. Yeah. No, I can't. So, like, I only figured this out because I found, like, a 5-star buffet in Thailand that you can go to for $40. It's crazy. Like, it's basically a $40 maximum all-you-can-eat buffet, but it's at a 5-star hotel. And it's, like, really, 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 like, high quality. Like, I normally, I wouldn't be caught dead in a place like that traditionally. Because I'm kind of, like, not cheap. I wear this tank top and my sandals everywhere I go. So I'm showing up to like this very, very, very classy place in my tank top and etc. So anyways, you go and I just literally order like 20 things of, yeah. I don't like spending money. I actually did spend money yesterday, though. I bought some AirPods. I needed new headphones, so I actually did decide to spend some money yesterday. I was proud of myself. Actually, it's so funny. Kitty gets so proud of me whenever I make a purchase. I don't know if you guys are like this or if you guys have ever had like a relationship where if you actually buy something for yourself, your partner goes, "Oh my God, good job. I'm so proud of you." I don't really buy things for myself. I buy things for other people. But I don't really do that. Yeah. I was just like, it was just like, cause I was like, you know, like I bought myself a few new pairs of underwear and I was like, ugh, it's like $5. I was like, I don't know if this is the right purchase. I really like it. I don't like spending money on things. I don't. Yeah, I was like, I probably need a few new shirts and stuff too, but I don't know. Like, do I? That's the thing. Like, do I? I don't really think so. I feel like I don't. I mean, it's not like a need. It's probably just a want. You have like 3 good shirts, like, do you really need more than that? You know what I mean? Yeah. This guy's logic. Hey, I'm gonna meat for 4. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think of it because I buy meat by the kilos. Like, when I'm gonna order steak for myself, I order it based on the kilo. I buy like basically like anywhere between 5 and I would even buy 15 kilos at a time if I could store it all in my freezer. Having asked, I play on a private server. Want to know if I still get tips about classes that you play some on. What can you clarify for me, WM? When you say private server, what does that mean? And yes, my logic. Thank you for noticing, fishing. My logic is very good. Thank you for noticing. Especially when it comes to food. It's my 17 Michelin stars that I've received, you know. Walk-in freezer. He not play on. So what is that? But is it retail or is it what server though? Like a retail or classic server? I actually would if we could. X4N. Sky Gaming just subscribed. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub, Sky. And X4N, thank you again for supporting stream. I do appreciate it. All good. All good. We chilling. I am a DPS in this key. I am DPS. Ready, set, go. So if you're playing Raze, you still mangle on cooldown. Yes, if you're playing Apex. So the Apex guide, Zalcred, the Apex versus other things, it has a fundamental different playstyle. But it's also one of the reasons why people aren't playing the no Apex as best that they could. A lot of the conversation, I glanced, like I said earlier. I did take a look last night. I was curious, so I went into the Guardian Druid Discord and I just took a gander. I was just like, I wonder what people are saying. Like, I wonder if they've done the math and if they've kind of figured out what I figured out, that no Apex might be really good next week. And then I go in there and like the very first thing I see is, nope, you're still trolling. I can't believe people are still bringing up the Awu build. Fucking terrible, blah, 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 blah. Like, holy. I don't know why there's so much hatred for that still. And then I basically saw that and I was like, I don't really care about reading too much more than this. So I logged out. Someone made a server, WoW, but it's not retail. I don't know if you can get class tips because I don't know if the private server is going to have the same. I don't know if it'll be the same as not the retail server. WM, I'm not actually sure how to answer your question. I can't answer your question because I've never played on a private server before. So I don't know how they work. I would imagine it can't be, and I'm going to imagine it's not exactly the same, right? Yeah. Back to the Thailand story. Yeah. Over the next 5 hours, I'll tell you this 5-minute story. It's no problem. What about playing Raze without Apex? No, it's not worth it. Raze doesn't hit that hard at all. Like, I'll even show you this key. This is an example of a key where I am greeting my damage because I'm in a 12 and it doesn't really matter, right? So I don't need to, like, maintain iron for really. I think I'm still maintaining a few, but realistically, like, I'm just hitting Raze a bunch. Let me show you my damage breakdown for this key. Raze does some damage, but look how much the Apex is doing. It's actually, even though I'm overpressing in this key, it doesn't actually do that much damage. Now, this is with all the Apex buffs plus Killing Blow. If you do something other than they do, I agree with you, Secret. I do know why they take it personally, though, and I could tell you and I could explain to you why this level of optimization exists in World of Warcraft. I actually wouldn't mind having that conversation. So yes, I just started tanking on my Guardian. I'm a noob and like watching your builds. Oh, congratulations. I hope you enjoy Mother Goose. I hope you enjoy your Guardian. I just want people to have a good time playing WoW. Do you think removing Ironfur was a mistake? You mean Thorns of Iron Flixia? Yes, I do actually. I do think that removing it was a mistake. There's a lot of people... Applesauce on pork. I actually agree with you, Dakota. That would be good. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's possible. Actually, if I play Apex on this boss, I could do it. How excited are we for tomorrow? Very excited, Pontus. I'm actually so excited to just log in and game all day. Strawberry jam on steak. Okay, Bran. I accept. See, the thing is, Bran, look, hold up, wait a second. I'm sorry I missed your comment earlier. Branwell McClory, strawberry jam on steak. Deal. I can see how that works. And it makes sense because people always talk about these these advanced gastronomical thingies, like the fact that you need a reduction of the this and the that, and you have to balance the umami with the acidity. That's all you're doing. You have something, for example, you have a delicious thing. No. Strawberry jam is acidic and it adds a little bit of sweetness to cut through the umami of a good steak. This is think about it. You just got to, if I use the professional terms, doesn't that make sense? No, I'm just saying, listen, here's the thing. You got to think about it. It makes sense. It's gastronomy. That's all it is. Pepper jam on steak. So it's just, the jam is, because, you know what I mean? You just pour a bunch of water over your steak on the table and get, that's soup, Zalcred. And I'm not a soup enjoyer. See, that what you're referring to right now, that's called soup. And I'm not a huge fan of it. Zalcred says, have I ever just poured a bunch of hot water all over my steak and the table? What you're describing is soup. And no, I haven't. Are you a professional cook by trade? I am being as sarcastic as I can possibly. Thankfully, no. No, I'm being hard sarcastic right now. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I want to point out, I have literally no clue what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, I have no idea. I eat the same thing every day, all the time. I'm being very sarcastic if you haven't picked up. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I am in fact not a professional chef by trade. I'm really good at making the things that I've learned how to make my entire life. Yeah. I'm extremely good at doing what I know how to do, and that's it. That's a big ding against it. No, soup, I stand by it. I don't think you have to be a you just have to be a human being to realize that soup ain't where it's at. You don't have to be a professional chef for that. You just have to be a human being. The only reason there's flavor in the house is because I stock this. But to be fair, I have actually been using spice recently in my food, and it's really good. I figured out the power very recently of a really good... No, I will say, chipotle pepper is like really good. Just like straight up chipotle pepper. Very, very delicious. Yeah, that is probably my favorite thing right now. It doesn't sound like you know what umami means. I watch Shokugeki no Soma. I know what umami means, Mochi. Umami is the thing. It's like the secret tech for food. That's what umami is. Flex, I promise you I will mention the Thailand story shortly. So, umami is... Let me put it this way, all right? It's not my mom, it's yours. Does that make sense? That's the definition of umami. It's not mine, but it's yours. So maybe I don't actually know what the taste of umami is, now that I think about it. Because, right, like you see what happened there? I could hear her laughing downstairs, Aurelian. I figured I could literally hear her cracking up downstairs. She's 3 flights of stairs below me, and I could hear her laughing right now. Oh. Oh. I like the fact, I think it's good to be in a relationship with somebody who thinks you're funny, because I can't help myself. I would say I have poor impulse control when it comes to jokes and filtering. So I'm so glad she thinks I'm funny, because like, because I don't know what else to do if she didn't. I need 1 more vault on the Druid. Your daddy's an acquired taste. We're gonna stop there, but I hear what you're saying, Myro. All right, so what do we want to do here? Just another vault key real quick, or should we look for IO? I'm actually just excited to push less, though. Add Ancho Chili to your cabinet? Unfamiliar. Do you work out when not playing WoW? Yeah, Zodiacs, I'm really into fitness, but the thing is, when I play... When I play WoW, I don't tend to do this. Dry need come back. Do you work out? So, how do you feel about Dream of Cenarius? Here's the thing. Dream of Cenarius as a Resto Druid, it's definitely not as simple as a Mistweaver. You have to game around it. If you're going to play Resto Druid and you want to play Dream of Cenarius, I think it works much better on lower keys, but you actually have to be very clever with it, because you can only really trust it to fully top an AoE during the 15 seconds of your Call of the Elder Druid, if that makes sense, right? And so you have to be aware of the fact that without that, you need to ramp. So you need to be planning properly for those 15-second bursts and set them up correctly. It's actually not so easy to play. I do enjoy playing it, and you can do big damage, but yeah. Like if I go into a... Here, we could play like Resto Druid, and I'll show you like big Resto Druid damage in like an Algathar Academy 11 to 12. But if it was an Algathar Academy very, very high key, then all of a sudden you could have a problem with it. So we could go into this key or whatever key. I don't really mind. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, so it can be problematic. It's basically dried poblano. I actually don't know what that is, to be fair with you. I am very unknowledgeable when it comes to food, because I am very okay with eating the same thing every day of my life. Like I'm super, super okay with that. I know a lot of people like variety with their food, but I'm not. Okay. Today, I want to explore, because I know what video I would like to post tonight. I want to post a video tonight talking about how... I want to post a video tonight talking about this number. I think that this is something I really want to explore today. At some point in stream, I am going to go on a rant about why this number matters so much to the WoW player base. And I think I want to make a video tonight that's going to be a very spicy video. Because I think that this single thing right here has done irreparable damage to World of Warcraft. And I want to make a video explaining my thoughts about it. But we'll do that later. Yeah. Yeah. I think that is... Yeah, I think I want to explore that more later. I had talked about it before, and I really liked what I had thought about then, and I want to do it again. Because I forgot to go back and clip it. Then I should probably allow it. There's a reason for that, though, Captain, and I want to talk about it, though. 4 days a week during off time. You know, it's... I made wrestling commented Tangy last week and found your guides. Awesome, Zodiacs. First of all, I wish that more gamers actually understood that you can be healthy. And also... By the way, you can be healthy and also play WoW. Like, you don't have to have those things be mutually exclusive. Think about, look how many bits I've done. Apex? Yes, I do, Flixa. I do, absolutely. I 100% think they do. Because you can't give tanks the highest burst potential in the game. It just becomes degenerate. At the very least, one way they could rework it, by the way, is that you could actually make it so you can't hold the Apex. That would be one thing you could do. But it shouldn't be 50% of your damage. 50% is way too much. They should take the power, and like they're doing next week, I think it'll feel better for everyone. Because Mythic Plus, if you're a god for one pull, but you die on the next, Nobody cares. Literally no one cares if you top damage on the first pull but die on the second pull. Because people, what they actually want out of a tank is consistency. And if you're not consistent, then people are going to have a bad time playing with you regardless. So that is something I think they should look at, yeah. And the consistency of tanks, basically, if you give tanks high burst, godlike power, and then nothing, it's actually very hard to play around that. Because your DPS don't have that expectation. That's in every single game, though. Yes. And one of the things that we'll get into when it comes to talking about that for what it is worth, right, is this. I just think that World of Warcraft should not become World of Leaguecraft. League of Legends exists. A lot of people like that game. But we all know that part of League of Legends is being as creative as you can with your insults. If you have basic level insults, like with respect, if you are a vanilla bitch and you try to play League of Legends, somebody is going to say something to you that you can't process, and you're not going to have a good comeback. That's like 50% of playing League of Legends is figuring out more creative ways to insult people. That's part of the game. Everybody knows that. I don't want WoW to become like that. If World of Warcraft goes more in that direction, that's what we're going to get. We're already seeing it, and I don't like it. I don't think it's good for WoW. It's not why people play WoW. I just don't think it's actually the driving force behind why people enjoy this. Does that make sense? I'm serious, though. Like, as funny as it sounds, I'm also being 100% legit with this. It is not why people play this game. And I think they need to prioritize that. I think they've already done a good job. Midnight Season 1 is, on average, way easier than... It is a people problem, but it's also a game design problem, because game design allows this to occur or not occur. You can design the game, and here's a great example. This season is much easier. The success rate of plus 10s are very high, which is good. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. WoW had those issues in Classic, but there was a difference of mentality. I don't think WoW had the same issues in Classic, to be fair. There's always been trolls in World of Warcraft, but there hasn't been this level of toxicity. Yes, I do, Sarge. I definitely think... I like the fact that they put 3.4. 3.4 is the actual season chase goal, and 3K is something that will make people feel good. It just transfers the dopamine a little bit, but keeps people engaged and playing, and I think that's great. All right, I'm playing Resto Druid for this. I'll show you how much damage you can do as a Resto Druid if you play around this build, and it does work, but at the same time, you have to actually think about it a little bit. I mean, this is a 10. This is a 12, so it's not going to be a problem, but still. Doo-doo-doo-doo. How'd I get mad at me for beating his rank 1 Parson Warrior and said I doctored your logs? It's not that it never has happened, but it's something's different. What I can tell you for a fact is that something is different about World of Warcraft. And I want to explore what is so different about it. Okay, this DK did not get any amounts of snap threat there, literally whatsoever. So, let's be a good healer. Oh, he dead already. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, he's like literally just dead. Okay. That is... What? What does he want me to cleanse? What? Oh, we're still going. It's not, we're not, whoa, wait, hold up, wait, sorry, it's not, we're still going, my bad, all right. Okay. All right, it's not, oh my god, he's just chaining the whole pull. This is not going to go well, guys. I don't know what the plan is here. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We could still time this, 100%. What's a tight spot? Yeah. Well, I can do my absolute best to heal him. Nope, he dead. I would say that that is less than ideal, indeed. All right. No problem. It be like that sometimes. Okay. All right, no problem. Nice try. No problem. It do be like that sometimes. Yes, sometimes you do not need to. All right, I think that's the GG's there. And here we go, no problem. What's up, Alpha? was wondering which of the tanks have the most impactful defensive cooldowns. Wait, why are they still going? No. No. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. No. No. I can't leave because it would be rude. Oh, no. No. Not like this. Not like this. Help. Okay. No, he's being smart this time. Oh, he's still gonna die. I'm gonna try to cool down him right now, and then I can convoke for him as well. I'll do every... Oh, he's just dead. I just can't heal him. He doesn't... Okay, now we're gonna throw up an abandoned vote, right? Okay. What is his gear? Alright. It's actually not that hard to do that pull on DK. But that's okay. I would... He was missing some buttons. He was missing some buttons, let's say. Think. Alright. Okay. That's okay. No problem. No problem. If you need your 10s, let me heal. I'll take the heat. You could, I'm just doing a Volkey. I was just actually... I was thinking I would walk into an Algathar and show you some Resto Druid play, but that's fine. We'll go back to Guardian. Okay. That pull hurts. The bleed is tough if you don't know how to deal with it. And that's another example of why did they have to even make the bleed? I don't even think that was a good idea. I think that you could have just left the bleed out of that pull. Also, X4, you gifted 50 subs earlier, which means that I actually make money on today's stream. And because I actually make money on today's stream, I tell you what, I'm gonna get a milkshake. Is that a good deal? I am excited about this. I'm gonna get a milkshake. I'm gonna order my milkshake literally right now. Thank you. I like this plan. Yeah. I'm going to get chocolate or vanilla today. Let's see. Chocolate or vanilla? What do you think? If mastery is shit, why isn't it on Pro Warrior tier pieces? I'm spending money. That's true. My rule is that I only buy myself a milkshake is if I actually make money on stream. Strawberry? I can't do strawberry because strawberry actually has strawberry in it, and I'm not allowed to have fiber. Chocolate has the smallest amount of fiber, and that one is acceptable. Can I get some in, please? Kitty is going away for 3 days, so y'all have to keep me company. I will be home alone for like 3 days. So it's time to have debauchery. I don't know what I'm just going to basically hang out with the cats. Kitty has a work thing for a little bit. Why you know fiber? I have a genetic condition, so I basically don't eat fiber. Fiber isn't that essential? No, I can't have... Yeah, I haven't had fiber. Like, I haven't had a fruit or a vegetable in about 3 years. I guess has it been 3 years now? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I have not had a single fruit, vegetable, grain, anything in like many years of my life now. It's the weirdest thing, I know. It's the opposite, actually. But yeah, it's really strange. But my stomach has... I have this thing called gastroparesis. So for what it is worth, right? Any bad side effects to no fiber? It has made me feel the healthiest that I have ever been by far, bar none. It's amazing. The difference in how I feel is astronomical. I used to be super sick in the hospital, getting water balloons shoved up my rectum all the time, trying to figure out what was going wrong, and I don't have to do that anymore. So I feel amazing, and I will never go back to it. You think they should make field accolades warbound? I actually don't know what field accolades are because I don't participate in world content for World of Warcraft. I think it's the currency of the new event, right? Lack of gastric peristalsis. Correct. Basically, it's like my intestines don't move properly just because of a genetic condition I have, Captain, a shaman. So they had to do a bunch of tests to eventually diagnose me when I was 23. And yeah, so effectively, Right. I know, I don't actually... I love the game, but I don't really do open world content. As funny as that sounds. Repair? I am repairing, don't worry. I got this, I got this. Alright, we go in big pulls here. Did the reset change in mind? No, I'll just play a regular Apex build because this is a 10 and we're going to smash it. It's my favorite snack, milkshake. Did we get the Thailand story? No. Flixla, are you still here? Sec. Hold up. I'll tell them. Sec. Ordering milkshake. Right, here we go. We have Burger King in Thailand, and I'm just going to get a Burger King milkshake. Technically, this has the smallest amount. We're going to get to the story. Once a month or so and regret it every time. I love milkshakes. I thought it was cheesecake. If I can have cheesecake, sure, but only if Kitty makes it for me. And the last time that Kitty made me cheesecake, I realized something, which is that I ate literally like 3 kilos of her homemade cheesecake in like a week. And then I felt really bad. So I told her she can no longer make me cheesecake because I don't have the required self-discipline to handle it. It was too good, basically. Her cheesecake was so delicious that I couldn't have it in my kitchen because I actually just ended up eating it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I just ate. I went through like kilos of it. It was way too much. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't have a lot of discipline. I have fear. A lot of people misunderstand. The reason that I eat healthy food is because I'm afraid of what happens when I don't. That's it. It's not actually discipline. No, I've never had proper diet control. I just get sick or I don't get sick. So if I eat something and I feel literally so bad that I'm like in the hospital, then I just get very afraid of that. I would not describe myself as having great discipline for what it is worth. I don't have that when it comes to food. I just have the fear of I know how bad I'll feel because my body works a little differently than your body. And I don't want that bad feeling. So I just eat the right stuff for me. What does my diet consist of? Butter, milk, steak, chicken, eggs, fish, any sort of meat whatsoever. It's not quite a carnivore diet because I also really like sugar. I have no problem with carbs, and I have electrolytes here, which has sugar in it. So some sugar. No veggies. I'm not allowed to have veggies. No fruit, no vegetables, no grain, no legumes, no seeds, no nuts, nothing. My stomach doesn't process them very well. Yeah, it's been like that for many years, actually. It literally solved my condition. Yeah, actually, that by itself, just... Oh, my pre-Apex! Pre-Apex. Rest in peace, pre-Apex. I'm not even going to do big damage. There was no timer. Do. I know exactly what you're talking about. Only have because exactly. So there's actually, and I think that that's fine to consider. I also think that there's no problem in admitting that. I think a lot of people, for some reason, are almost scared to admit that, but it's an absolute factor. Cheesecake, if it's homemade, is okay because it's not made with the fillers that most like actual. So when you buy things at the store, that thing is not just what it is. It has to be preserved so it can be shelf stable. The fuck? Did I just lag out? Or did I just drop iron for her? Oh, I might have lagged out. Oh. I lagged. I don't think I pressed any buttons in those few windows. That was weird. Wait. What happened? Wait, just reset real quick. Or was that just not having... Sorry. Okay. Whoops. Is this Brazil? Wait. What happened? All right, we'll do a normal poll. What about flan? Technically, I can have flan. Yeah, I'm not against sugar. I'm not against... There's no macronutrient that scares me. It's just I feel extremely bad when I don't eat the way that my body needs me to eat. It's that simple. You were talking about cheese? Yeah, actually look up what's in most of the cheese that you eat, especially if you're in America. It's pretty wild. Look up, for example, not to sound very conspiratorial about any of this, because I don't want to sound conspiratorial. There's plenty of good reasons here. Oh my god, this cold key is going to be... Sometimes 10s, I swear, are harder than not 10s. A lot of sugar. Oh, yeah, well, when it comes to aesthetics in today's world, it is ridiculous how backwards everything actually is. It's so weird and borderline scary, to be honest with you, just how different people see themselves. Like that's a freaky thing, to be honest with you. It is really scary, in my opinion. Why am I focusing so hard in a 10? I don't understand. What's in the cheese? So mostly there's a lot of rules in the FDA about how they're allowed to label ingredients. So as an example, the FDA is allowed to be wrong about 25% grace on most products with calories. Just as a general example, right? So no. It's not about that it makes you fat. Fat is no, hold up. I am weirdly focused in this key right now, and I have no idea why. Why do I feel this is requiring a lot of focus? It's a 10. No, guys. If you're going to make a claim, you have to make sure that that claim is somewhat backed up. You can't just actually say wild stuff, because there has to be some level of logic, and you have to be careful because there are so many camps in America. And the problem is that every camp basically argues against the other camp, and it becomes a tribal warfare rather than an actual information warfare thingy. And so one of the problems, okay, is that if you look up right now, should I go carnivore or should I go vegan? Depending on what the algorithm determines you will buy, it will tell you vegan is the best possible diet you can have. Like there's plenty of evidence for this. Here are many papers. Here are many doctors. Here's this professional looking guy. And he's going to tell you, God, meat is really bad for you. And it causes, here's the thing, it causes colon cancer. It causes this. It causes bowel problems and this. And here's why it's bad. And it elevates this and cholesterol and blah, blah, blah. All these things, right? Okay. So they're going to get all of these papers and all of these very well-established things. I mean, this is just a fact. You can't even argue with it. It's just how it is. Okay, so here's the thing. If the algorithm determines that you will not buy supplements for vegan products, if the algorithm determines that you will not be buying a lot of this type of thing, it might actually tell you that carnivore is the best diet for you, because carnivore, as you know, look, all plants have natural defense mechanisms. When you eat them, they're basically poisoning you because they're not actually designed to be eaten. They can't run away, and so they have these inbuilt, effectively, plant poisons. And you have the problem with lecithins. You have the problem with these phytonutrients, and the body isn't actually meant to digest this. And if you look at the fact that our molars evolved about 7,000 years ago, and how our teeth changed when the agricultural revolution came around, and you'll have different doctors saying, well, actually, when you look at this versus that, and you'll have all these arguments that are being made for this. And then the ancestral way of eating, for example, we definitely survived here, and then we all have this. And you'll find many doctors who seem very trustworthy. You'll hear things from Mr. Anthony Chafee and from Ken Berry and from, you have to actually do your research, Sean Baker and blah, blah, blah. And depending on whose video you watch, you might be convinced. I have met people, and there's Ansel Keys, and there's the whole study with how that happens and how cholesterol was linked to heart disease. But actually speaking, it might not be cholesterol. It might be sugar, because 3 out of the 8 researchers in the study that basically proved cholesterol was bad for you received very large payoffs from sugar companies back in the day to alter the study. And therefore, how can we trust anything that's being said? Because clearly there was money involved, and that's the Ansel Keys story. You can also look back and say in the 70s in the US, the cigarette companies realized that people were no longer going to be buying their products. So the cigarette companies realized, hey, how are we going to still survive? And they bought, in one of the largest Wall Street deals in history, they bought 3 out of the 4 major suppliers of food in the US. So most of the food companies in America were actually owned by the cigarette companies after they realized that cigarettes were no longer going to be sold as much as they wanted to, because there were starting to be regulations on them. So you have all this history. Therefore, there's going to be a camp that argues, because of all this, this is exactly what we should do. That right there is the problem. If you actually do the research and if you actually look into things, how could you trust anything? Skepticism is healthy, but there's a world where you become too cynical. Western medicine has saved more lives than it has taken. You can't say all doctors are bad because most doctors are not, although some are. You can't say, for example, that one food group like sugar is the demon and it's bad for you, because there are millions and millions and billions of people who are perfectly healthy and have a reasonable amount of sugar in their diet. And likewise, there are people who eat no sugar and are unhealthy. The factor that isn't being considered is a lot of times just straight up genetics. Your body is different than my body. So here's the thing. Like, when you think about health stuff, you have to realize that, first of all, we don't know. The only real answer, and the only proper answer, by the way, is that we don't know. That is the best answer that I could give you. Should you do this? We don't know. But I can give you my best available data. That is what I can give you. I can give you my perspective, which is based off of being able to work in health and fitness for a long time, right? There's a really good talk between Dr. K and Dr. Mike about scientific evidence versus anecdotal in terms of Ayurvedic and Western science. Well, when it comes to science, here's the thing. Are you ready for this? This is where it gets real fun. Do you guys believe, in general, that money corrupts data? We can have a conversation about this. Oh, Flixlaw, you were asking about the Thailand story. That's a great story. I would say yes. In general, I would say that profit is a larger driving force of innovation and research than actual human desire for empathy and helping people. So here's the thing. Yeah, basically, Gleno, you're not alone in that. You're just a human being, for what it is worth, okay? Because, and the Hellraiser, and the reason that the studies that have shown that as an example are related to nicotinic acid, right? It's related to basically niacin, which is a form of a vitamin. Like, you can also just take niacin or niacinamide. And there's a whole group of people who believe that niacinamide will flush you out and will detox your body, and it's so helpful. There's also a group of people who think that that's really bad for you and you should never take it. And also, not only is it bad for you, but you should also, for example, you should do vitamin C, because there's the root cause protocol who believes that actually it's a mineral deficiency. And then there's also a group of people who believe that it's actually all about vitamin D. But then you have to think to yourself, what form of vitamin D? Because when you get blood work done, they measure vitamin D25. Look at the blood work that you get done. So you mentioned vitamin B25, vitamin D25, sorry. Well, there's vitamin D3, but what they're measuring is the inactive form. It's the same way that many people don't understand. Your body regulates everything so well. It's not random why your body decides to do whatever it's going to do. Your body has crazy amounts. Yeah, but why? But X-Foreign, the only thing I will tell you is why. Because if you're willing to be skeptical about the fact that maybe food companies are lying to us, or maybe, for example, here, then you also have to be skeptical about the products they're selling. Because most vitamin D, you don't know you're deficient in it, because actually speaking, the only way to know you're deficient is with a bone biopsy. Because to measure how your body is actually using vitamin D and to see whether you're deficient in it, you need to see the ratio of the active versus inactive form. And I believe the ratio is supposed to be 3-to-1. Just measuring the inactive form would be like measuring ferritin for iron levels. Your body has storage mechanisms and a bunch of other things that it does to regulate itself. And you have to be aware of the fact of these things. If you, for example, were to take copper because you follow this particular doctor's protocol, then you have to be aware of the fact that you need to supplement with zinc, because copper will deplete zinc. Or if you take zinc, it's the other way around. Or if you take magnesium, you have to be aware of the fact that it might affect your copper. And if your copper is off balance, then that has been linked to anxiety and depression. And so minerals are really important, but minerals are affected by electrolytes. It's an endless loop. That's the problem. And to say that we understand exactly how that's going to work for you is ridiculous. Let me tell you this about supplements. And this is a really easy way to understand this, okay? Think about this. If you buy a copper supplement, right? Let's say what's a supplement that you take, X4? Just give me something. What's a pretty popular one? Iron? Okay, let's say you're supplementing with iron as an example, yeah? Okay, you take vitamin Z. Okay, sure. Hold up, I was forgetting what I was about to say about this. Oh, right. The pill that you take, give or take X4 what's your age range? You don't have to tell me exactly what your age is, but just in general, what's your age? Because what's interesting is that you might realize this. The vitamin D3 supplement, you're 45, okay. So you take the same vitamin D supplement as my grandmother takes. She's 89. Does that seem right to you? Which, by the way, is the same exact supplement that a 19-year-old will take. Are you sure that you all need the same exact amount? Supplements are supposed to be dosed. But how are you supposed to dose them? The companies that sell them to you, it's like, that doesn't make sense. If you're going to take a medication or a thing that actually has a powerful effect in the body, you should probably figure out how much you need. And that's always been a red flag for me with supplements. Body will excrete extra. Vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, not a water-soluble vitamin. If you have too much vitamin B, like you drink a Monster Energy or whatever, that is a water-soluble vitamin, and in fact, you will just excrete it. So that's why your pee turns yellow or whatever else is in the Monster Energy drink. I don't actually know if that's specifically vitamin B, by the way. But the idea is, I meant iron. So here's the thing. There are certain fat-soluble vitamins. One of the problems with people who just blindly follow the advice of carnivores without actually doing any research is there's a lot of people who have toxic levels of vitamin A because vitamin A is a fat-soluble vitamin. And if you are eating things like organ meats every single day of your life, that isn't ancestral at all. No one ate that. It was a thing that was shared across the village. Ancestrally speaking, if you believe in that, then if you had organ meats, they're incredibly nutrient dense and they're filled with a bunch of really, really great stuff for the body. You know? Oh yeah, no, this is my life's work. This is my entire life's work because this is my job, is to help people. My literal job description is think outside the box. How can I solve your health problems? You come to me with a health problem. I want to find out how I can help you. So I need to be understanding of these things. There are some people who will benefit like crazy, okay, from eliminating certain things from their diet. There are other people who will have a very negative response to that. There are some people who are going to have a fantastic, by the way, like response to fasting. Like some people go, oh my God, dude, if you just do intermittent fasting, you will lose so much weight and you're going to have such a good time with it. And then they don't realize that the person they're talking to has any form of blood pressure issue, of, you know, any form of circulation problem. And all of a sudden they pass out in the morning and they're like, are you sure this fasting thing is good? Like, yeah. I have high creatinine. Creatinine? What do? You're showing signs of renal failure. First of all, I am not a doctor. For what it is worth. I am not a medical doctor. I am just a dude across the internet. So we can have a conversation, but I can't tell you what to do about your medical information. I do so with my clients. And even then, I still have to clarify, I am not an MD. I did not go to med school. I do not have a traditional background. It allows me to think outside the box. One of the things with creatinine is that there is a reference range to tell you when you are out of that reference range. But the way that most independent clinics work, and I don't know where you get your blood work done, but the way that most independent clinics work is that they test the first 2,000 people to walk in, and that becomes their reference range. So depending on where you live in the world and where you are getting your blood drawn, the reference range can actually be different. For example, they will tell you that if you, because they don't actually, their job is to read you the results, not to interpret the results. They don't, for example, say, I wonder why your creatinine is high. They just say number above reference range, flag here, send here, right? And so, yeah, there isn't a one size fits all. Now, doctors, what they're going to do is give you, statistically speaking, the most likely treatment, which is good. That's what they should do. Ideally, if they customize everything, but that's unrealistic, and it wouldn't be a system that works whatsoever. So that can't happen, but ideally they would do this. What they actually do is here, okay? Right. So exactly. Now here's the thing to understand. How else are they supposed to do it? Because if they give you a one-size-fits-all approach, there's let's call it an 80% chance that they're right, which means that they're going to help 80% of people, and that's good. But there's also going to be 20% of people who fall through the cracks. And what I wish in the modern medical system is that the people who don't get helped by the one-size-fits-all approach had more availability to information that would actually help them. That's what I wish. I wish that if a doctor could identify better, hey, this approach is not going to work for you. Here's what we're going to do. That's the conversation I wish happened. And that's the conversation that doesn't happen. Because they just go, well, let's keep hitting you across the head. Because one of these things will work. You go to this specialist in this section of the hospital. They're the gastroenterologist. They're the this person. They're the this person. Oh, it's a hormone thing. Let's go here. Oh, it's a this thing. Let's go there. And that's the problem. Because it's so segmented that no one actually takes a look at your general thing. And we coin terms. A lot of the medical diagnoses that we have are basically doctors telling you that they don't know what's happening. And so it was supposed to, but the problem with the specialization system is that your shoulder hurts because your left toe is wrong. Your body is connected. It doesn't work your liver doesn't work, completely separate from your kidney. And your heart doesn't work completely separate from everything. It works together, right? And it's crazy though. The harsh choice of doctor is scary. And that's, it does happen a lot, which is sad. And without a revamp of how this all works, it wouldn't change. You have to understand though that if you're of the camp, if you're a person, right? You're exactly X4, but they have to treat you like a statistic, because then you start to realize that even if a doctor cares enough to suggest something that's a little bit unorthodox, then they can get fired and lose their entire job and not be able to support their family because they're crushed by med school debt. So it's not their fault. Very, 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 very few doctors are malicious. It maybe 1% of doctors are actually maybe just not good people. The vast majority of them want to help you. It's just that they are crushed. They don't sleep. They have zero stress management. They're absolutely crushed by medical debt. And then eventually they might stabilize. And by that point, they've been doing it for 10 years and they're kind of jaded. But you see the problem? At no point is this anyone's fault. It's just a combination of factors that create this system. Doctors definitely don't know a whole lot. They know a lot about what they know, and they know very little about what they don't know, because there's a certain philosophy that says doctors know best. Oftentimes they don't, but they're not willing to say that, and they're not willing to admit it, and that's because they can lose their job. If you walked into a doctor's office and they said, I don't know, then by the way, they can get fired. Or if you walk into a doctor's office and they say, I really think that this form of treatment would be so helpful for you, but it's not actually something that's recommended in their medical book, congratulations, sued for malpractice, fired, lost their job, lost their livelihood. You have to understand that they're under so much pressure and so much can go wrong with them. Do you see what I mean? It's they want to believe in the good of people, but one mistake on their part and they've lost everything. So oftentimes if I was in that situation, I would say, look, I'm kind of going to slip you a paper, maybe you can go see this person. But I might not want to give you advice that I think could really help you, because it could get me fired. It's the same thing, by the way, when you realize how much money gets spent on orthopedic surgeons. Most people are getting knee replacements, shoulder replacements, joint replacements way earlier than most people don't actually need replacements. It helps a lot of people who do need it. Most people don't need the surgery. The thing is, an orthopedic surgeon, on average, makes oh, what's up, Shady? Yo, 1,000. All right, we add to the counter. Let's do it.
Okay? No, here's the reason they push replacements. Do you know how much money, on average, an orthopedic surgeon makes? I already ordered a milkshake today, Shady, but I appreciate you funding it regardless. Okay? That's another shake. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I was going to do 1 shake today. 2 seems like a lot. So orthopedic surgeons, on average, by the way, it can be anywhere between like $7,000 and $10,000 for a single joint replacement. So to clarify, if you are going to be like, oh, I could either make $10,000 right now, or I could make none, you probably want to make $10,000. Okay, Druid Vault done. Jeez. I don't know why that key felt weird. It scares me with doctors say they let you know what your problem is, and they instantly say, I know what this is. They're trained to say that. But the reason that they're trained to say that is they say, here are your symptoms. You give them your symptoms. And then they, for example, exactly, Hellraiser, I would agree with you there. They operate on a script. It's like code. You enter the code, and AI says, this is what it is. Because it's statistically, there's an 80% chance it's this, and they say that's what it is. So they treat you for this thing. And if it doesn't work, you come back and they say, oh, then it's the second thing. There's a 10% chance it's the second thing, so they're probably right. But 10% of people, it's actually neither of those things. But they can't look at the whole picture. And so people fall through the cracks of the medical system. But that doesn't mean that the medical system is bad. Like, you have to be so careful, because I don't want to say, well, I hate the medical. No, I don't. Because there are people who can walk today because hip replacements are a thing. What spec they playing? The traditional, like most bears, Sunisi, they're just going to get a relative net neutral. Slightly less single target, slightly more AoE, better snap threat. So overall, it's going to be like a relative net neutral. Few percent here, a few percent there. My build, however, is getting like a 45% buff. So that is insane. How do you build in nutrition without fruits and veggies? You do not need fruits and veggies to be happy and healthy. As crazy as that sounds, there are ways to get what you need because the body works like that. As a bear, what dungeons do we target? I would say Nexus is a good option because the rings from Nexus, you basically want everything from Nexus. As a bear, like I'm going to spend my bonus rolls here in Nexus because chest, hands, feet, and rings, all of this is good. However, if you are a fresh bear, Shady, I would consider Seat of the Trombrate because it has every tier slot. So this will guarantee that you get, and this neck piece is fine, Haste First is fine. So I would say Nexus is actually a pretty good choice. See you tomorrow. Yo, thank you for engaging. I like these conversations too, by the way, because I like to think that I've done enough research to have good opinions on this. Because for a long time, I thought that I knew what was up. And I operated like that. And I would tell people, because I don't want to have clients, I was like, yeah, you need to do this. And I'm so careful about that now. Like, I'm actually so careful. You need to do... Why? There are millions and millions of people, tens of millions of people who drink a damn Red Bull in the morning, eat a donut for lunch, and drink beer at night. And they have less health problems somehow than people who do everything perfect. It doesn't make sense, but it exists. The vast majority of people know nothing about their health and yet have very little health problems, depending on where you are in the world. And this is the thing. If you're only in the US, a lot of it is genetic. Oh, full vault. Full vault. Thank you, though. Aura. I mean, a little bit. But the major thing is, honestly, I have found that people who don't give a shit tend to actually feel better. Why? I made it to 95. Built was do different. I have 2 sets of grandparents. My dad's parents did not have very healthy lifestyles. Her favorite quote was, "It's never enough butter." And yeah, her food was amazing. But you have people who have technical bad habits. I think that the biggest thing is that our nervous system is controlled for what it is worth by our brain. The way that the body works is actually we're a system of signals, and our brain is the thing that regulates those signals. If our brain is doing weird shit, then the signals get altered. And you would be shocked when you actually learn how many conditions are a result of that signal misfiring. And the corrections that we do are purely physical, and they don't always address this. Everyone at Old Age at some point gets some sort of... Is that like all in your places as well? Not so much in Thailand. So moving to Asia gave me a whole bunch of perspective on health that I did not have before. It was so cool, the fact that I get to live here now. I think nurses are the unsung heroes of the medical field. I agree. And there's so much to dive into here. But I would agree with you, Garbage. I think that the thing that isn't talked about is stress. And the reason for what it is worth, okay? Most of my life I had a heart attack 5 months ago. I'm glad you're okay, Shady. I'm glad that you're all right today. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's really good. Let's do a few more vault keys on some alts, and then we'll chill. I'm so excited for tomorrow, actually. Nurses are the best. Chronically overworked, chronically overstressed, and not paid enough. Sorry if asked before. How close will no Apex be? Ha ha ha. Good, Talon. Very, very close. I did a little above 60k as a bear tank 281 doing the full Apex build, Quitter, or the no Apex build, just to clarify. It's going to be good, Talon. I'll play it. Tune in tomorrow. Come say hi tomorrow, and I'll be doing a lot of damage, though. Is it like this just here? If so, why? Is it just weird? Good questions, Cal. Great questions. Those are good questions, though. And you should ask those questions. So, it is a natural thing. At what point... It's like it's almost like a philosophical conversation, to be honest with you. All right, I did Evoker already. Let's play Blood DK for a key. Let's do Blood DK. I don't know what my item level is. I've never sent any bonus rolls here, but let's just figure out what's going on the DK today. Flixla. Are you still here? You asked me about an hour ago. You said, why did you move to Thailand? And then I began to answer this question. And then what happened? Hear me out. And then what happened is that I didn't answer it because I got distracted. And then I went on this rant over here. And that's on me. So if you're still here, I will answer the question. If not, I guess I'll try to catch you tomorrow. I think I have missed my opportunity. The fruit vendor story is coming. That's a good one. I like that story. Someone else distract him quick? No. I have a question regarding bear trinkets. Yeah, what's up? Tell me your question, masterpiece. All right, I'm 250. What do I have here? What about your damage? So your damage is low. Quinner, your damage is definitely low. You should be doing way more than that. Most likely, you could send me your breakdown if you want in Discord, if you so desire. Here, forgot to have this pin today. Are successful? That's a good question, Sandro. I don't know the statistic on that. I know the statistic on 10s. I don't know the statistic on 15s. Why are your runs failing? In general, though, why are your runs failing? It's diabolical now. Listeners to remove title, because I hate that stupid arbitrary number. Oh, yeah, dude, 100% though. Yeah. Tanks go die. Soap. You're doing high keys, and you didn't even message me? I'm, like, partially offended. I thought we were closer. I saw 20 months of a subscription, and I've never even got this, you know? This is very layman's terms. True. And it is difficult to talk about those things, Captain and Shaman, just because there's a lot of back and forth. And it's also very true, Poons, that is a huge factor to it, though. Soap. How could you do this? I have all the following trinkets. Which two should I be using? Solar Flare Prism, Hero Heart of the Wind, Void Stalker's Contract, Jelly Replicator, Latch Clicker. Okay. What build are you playing, Masterpiece? No Apex or Apex? I would use, out of those, I would use Hero Heart of the Wind and probably the Emberwing Feather on Mythic, if it's max upgraded, because primary stat is more important than anything else. Yep. Statistics are heavily inflated because of that. All right, what key do I have? Wait, did I not do a vault key last week? Do I not have a key? Oh, shit. All right, let me go get one. Yep, that is true, Callie. I don't think I did a key last week on my DK. It's kind of weird. I don't feel like I need to be doing a lot of vault keys anymore. How do I send the breakdown? Just take like a screenshot of it, I guess. You could take a screenshot perhaps and then just like send it to me. I have an 11 Pit of Sauron. Do you want your monk's key? I'm not that fussed. Not that fussed. Pit of Sauron 11. We have to be careful about any of these claims because I'll tell you a personal story, okay? Best thing I can do, I'll tell you a personal story. If you want to come to 13 Pit of Sauron, by the way, just let me know. I had a client a few years ago. I have to be careful of not mentioning personal information. I had a client a few years ago. He had pretty significant lung cancer. It had not yet metastasized, which means it hadn't spread throughout his body. So he had lung cancer, and they were trying to avoid significant surgery. At first, they were trying to avoid chemotherapy. And so what they did was they had a lot of money. So they hired a team of specialists and doctors around the world. They had doctors from America, doctors from the UK, doctors from Australia. Everybody was consulting on this man's case. But he was losing a lot of weight. And so he was becoming a little bit too frail. He was in his 60s. And I was hired to help him maintain as much muscle mass as possible, because one of the big things about cancer treatment is that if you do not have enough muscle, your body will have a harder time fighting off and basically countering the cancer. So I was hired to basically help him start working out. Now that means that I had to go into a situation where he's feeling really bad. He's not feeling well at all. He's sick. His life is turning upside down. And I needed to get him to do weightlifting. And he's in his 60s. He had the strictest protocol I think I've ever seen. Because again, very high-level doctors around the world. Suddy, can you list this actually? If you want to do me a favor and list it? Hey, Suddy. What's up, Walks? How's it going, Walks? I'm telling a story about this. Let me just swap heels. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, essential muscle. Yes, actually, tactics, it does. Yes. Yes. Having substantial muscle mass does a lot of things for the body, which we'll talk about later. What's up, Walks? I'm actually very down. If you want to, like, starting next week, I'd be super down because I want to play no Apex Bear. I think that I hopefully will impress you guys if you want to see it. All-cause mortality, correct. One of the greatest predictors of longevity is how much muscle you have. We know that now. Very, very true. Because, and you just do the little bit of it's not that hard to understand why. One of the biggest predictors of longevity or all-cause mortality is how strong your quads are. Because one of the things that contributes to all-cause mortality the most past the age of 70 is falls. And because eventually your body, like you've seen older people, if they're really frail and they're having a hard time moving, they still have to sit down on the toilet. And so one of the greatest things that happens is stairs and bathrooms are the two reasons that people fall the most. Stairs and bathrooms, because you simply don't have enough muscle or strength so that when you try to stand up or sit down, you fall. And when you fall past that point, if you fall at past the age of 70 in America, the statistics from America, there is a 70% chance that you will die within that year because of all the complications that come with fracturing a bone, with everything that happens. So it is a massive deal, by the way, to have enough mobility and strength, muscle mass, to just literally counter that. You are far less likely to have that happen if you have enough muscle mass. And the statistics are pretty clear. Women past the age of 40 without resistance training will lose, I think it's 0.5% bone density and muscle mass every year without resistance training. And men will start, I think it's around past the age of 50. I need to update my numbers on this. We'll start losing bone density and muscle mass. This relates to the Thailand story, right? Oh, I didn't tell that story. I forgot. I forgot Poison. Hey, Walks. Fell and couldn't get up. So, tactics. It's unfortunately a very common thing, not talked about enough. That can be heavily mitigated by just doing resistance training or workout, fitness in general. And not just cardiovascular health, but also fitness, like just actually having enough muscle mass. What random side quests have I stumbled upon here? Great question, Water Dog. I don't even remember how we got onto this conversation, but my stream is a reflection of my own mind. I don't filter very well. And so basically whatever the thoughts go, this is how it works. There's a conveyor belt. And it goes like this. My brain, the thought appears here, and then it just goes whoop, 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 like this. It just goes whoop, like this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Like just nonstop. There's no pause between the thought that happens here. So sometimes I don't know why we're talking about what we're talking about, but if I'm passionate about it, I'm probably going to yap. You know what I mean? So it's just like whoop, like this. Yeah. I actually am, to be fair. What's really weird is outside, if I'm in a group of people, Calic, I'm very quiet. It's so strange. You would never imagine this because, like, this is me in my room. Like, I'm at home. There's no one else here. Just my cats downstairs. I actually am a very quiet person. Like, if I'm in a group of people, I don't talk that much. If I'm one-on-one, I'll talk. What do you think secondary priorities will be with no Apex? If you're actually playing no Apex, this is interesting. Good luck. Thank you, Mystics. Passion drives us. Also, thanks to the rate. Oh, you're welcome, Gold. Hope you're doing well. What are the rough efficacy numbers for building muscle cardio versus... Oh, wildly different. By the way, wildly different. Oh, that's awesome, Tactics. That's super cool. But then you also know that anything taken too far, people glorify the aesthetics of bodybuilding without realizing that, you know, when you're prepping for a show and your body fat is adequately low, you don't feel so good. Like, prioritizing aesthetics over function has with it its own downsides. And, you know, certain things may not rise in the morning. If you actually drop down to a lean enough body fat percentage. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, what's up, Water? Thank you for the Prime sub. All right, we doing this key. I don't know what talents I'm in. I don't know what gear I have. This is I'm 250. It should be fine. Not worried about it. Let's go. Yeah. I'm diagnosed ADHD. Welcome to the life. You know, I like what I've found here. Hi, Water. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it because I don't know how else to be. It's cool. It's all fun and games until you realize that I'm actually like this, even at like family dinners. So that's the problem, I think. It's all fun and games until you realize unfortunately, this is just me all the time, nonstop. Sometimes it lands me into trouble because sometimes you are supposed to filter the thoughts. I'm just not always the best at doing that. I'm not the worst at it either, though, to be fair. I actually like Blood DK. Yeah, I didn't work this... Oh, somebody's going to pull this. I didn't work so hard in my life to become who I am today and be anybody other than me. Do you know what I mean by that? I worked so hard to be the person that I am today, and I take a lot of pride in who I have become. I will always be myself, no matter what. I'm very proud of who I am. Because I know how hard it was to get here. Y'all don't see it. Everybody always sees the end result. Exactly, Tactics. If you have achieved things with aesthetics, when I was fitness modeling, people saw what my body looked like. And they were like, damn, you must be so healthy. And I was like, I am so sick right now. Like, I am taking a ridiculous amount. Like, I'm chronically addicted to hardcore pain medication just to get through my day because I am in so much pain all the time. I had genetic conditions that weren't diagnosed at that point. And I am like, I can't eat, barely. So I eventually got too small and lost all my muscle because I had stomach problems. And, like, I was not in a good way. But people were like, wow, looking good, healthy, huh? And I was like, I'm not healthy, I'm starving. And it's like, I can't function. Like, I'm not doing well, but everybody was like, nice job. And I was like, no, not nice job. Like, this is bad. But everybody was like, but your abs though, right? And I was like, so weird how we prioritize that without the understanding of what it actually all means. You know what I mean? But they were like, but your abs. And I was like, yeah, but my organs, like I'm on, like, I have stage 2 kidney disease right now. Like, it's not looking good for me. Yeah, exactly. The people who still think that abs showing, like, visible abs are the only metric of fitness is a very almost ironically funny thing. Where are the calves at? They, you know, some things are just genetic. You know, so there were, I'm only human, right, Hellraiser? The calves, they're trying my best. I actually did for, like, I think for 6 months, I remember I thought to myself, I'm going to get calves. Like, I really was like, I'm going to do them 3 days a week. I'm going to train calves first thing when I go to the gym. Like, properly, I'm going to really work hard to grow my calves. It didn't go well. I would love to tell you it did. It didn't. It was one of those things where some people are, in fact, just blessed. And some of us are dealt a hand where our calves, they're not bad, but they'll never be great. With the calves? Wait, which story? That told you about the calves again? The girl that told you about the calves. Oh, that was the fact. Yeah, so the reason I did that is actually was Kitty. We live together now. But the thing is, so here's the thing, right? Because Kitty looked at me and I asked her, I was like, hey, Kitty, if I could improve anything about my body, what would it be? And she was like, your calves. And I was like, say no more. And that's why I started working them for so long, and it didn't work. That's because I asked her an honest question. She responded honestly, and I appreciated her honesty. Now we live together, so clearly it worked, right? Like, I would say it all worked out, but yeah, I was like, what should I improve? Do you want calves wear high heels? So I have worn heels before, and I am already a fall risk vicious. Here's the thing to understand. I have terrible balance. You don't want me to wear heels. Like, for as much muscle and fitness as I have, heels are very hard to walk in. Okay? Like, I don't think that a lot of men understand, because you just see women who have heels all the time, and you're just like, oh, it's not that bad. It is. It's really difficult to walk in heels. It's not easy at all. They're like magicians, okay? They're magicians. Like, it's very difficult. It's really hard. It's not easy. I am not a ballet dancer. Like, I don't know how. Do you know how hard ballet is? Seriously, a lot of men might be triggered by this, but I don't care, because you have to understand that ballet is ridiculously hard. This is not an easy thing whatsoever. It's like really, really hard to do all this. Yeah, exactly. I had to train what's called proprioception. Poons is something we're going to talk about a lot. And so you asked me a question earlier, and I do think it is important to mention. We figured out years ago, this is not new information, by the way, that fitness is a huge predictor of all-cause mortality. Like, you need to be fit, otherwise you're going to have some health problems and your body will suffer, etc. So that's not new information. I think everybody knows to a certain extent that fitness is a critical part of maintaining good health. I would say this is relatively understood. The problem is that for decades, we assumed that fitness meant cardiovascular health. As in, if you just walk more or you start doing cardio, that you're going to feel much better. We know today that that is one part of it. There was so much focus on VO2 max and cardiovascular health and stuff for the sake of maintaining fitness and longevity. We know today that possibly an even bigger factor, or at least a combined factor with that, is muscle mass. Resistance training prevents sarcopenia, it prevents osteoporosis, it prevents a lot of problems that are very real health problems, whereas just going for walks, although critical to the human condition, does not. Does that make sense? So you asked me the difference between resistance training and cardio. Resistance training is paramount. You need to find a way to actually stimulate muscle growth. And in terms of the efficacy of cardiovascular training for muscle growth, it's not that it doesn't build any, but it is not comparable. Resistance training. Resistance training doesn't have to mean dumbbells, by the way. It doesn't have to mean weightlifting, although that is an easy way to do it, and it's pretty hard to mess it up. Resistance training means that you need to stimulate hypertrophy. And that can be done with bands, it can be done with body weight, it can be done with anything. It can be done with a chair, it can be done with a kitchen counter. There are many, many ways to do it, but it is something that you basically, I would say, is a non-negotiable. I would say that for anyone who is serious about health in any way, shape, or form, you should find a way, especially women over the age of 40. The amount of research and evidence for just how much of a difference it will make in bone density, in preventing fractures long term, in everything is ridiculous. It's actually insane just how much of a difference it can make by simply lifting weights 3 times a week. You will feel unbelievably better. Now, you don't have to do an hour of weightlifting. You don't have to go to the gym even. Just 20 minutes 3 times a week. 10 minutes 3 times a week. Like that's one of the things that people heavily misunderstand is like, you don't have to work out 6 days a week to get these results. If you're trying to be a bodybuilder or competitive and you want a certain aesthetic, sure. But like, that's not the necessary part. The necessary part is actually just getting your body to do what it's designed to do. And that is something that it should not be negotiable. I think it unfortunately is negotiable for many people. Does that make sense? Hopefully that answers the question. So if you have underlying health conditions, right? I'm not going to call you out specifically, but if you have any sort of health condition that prevents you from moving well, or from saying, well, I can't lift weights because XYZ, then you need to find a way to overcome that, or either solve the health condition or figure out a plan. Does that make sense? Like it's not like you should just accept the fact that this isn't going to happen. It's just a little bit too much research about the fact that we kind of need this to happen. So if it's something that isn't going your way, find a way to do it anyways. If that makes sense. What's up, Nacho? It's a good joke every time you say it. Also, I forgot to mention, I am re-sponsored by Opera GX, which is a gaming browser. It's actually pretty cool. If you have never used it before, I make $3. If you want to click on that link, it is very free to download. That's an official link. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you are a PC user and you would like to support stream, you can do so very freely by just clicking on that link and downloading it. Try it out. You do not have to keep using it if you don't like it. But I actually, when they first sponsored me, I was like, yo, this is kind of amazing. And I just kept using it because I actually liked it. There's a lot of things that I like about it compared to other browsers, but it is an easy way to support stream if you feel so inclined. It's the only one I use. I actually like it a lot, and I for what it is worth, I really like it though. Are they buffing Blood DK? No, Blood DK actually feels good. I don't really know if Blood DK needs a buff. I would say it's hard to play. But I also think that people overcomplicate Blood DK like crazy. Like, there's so many people who think you need to do some complicated stuff with Blood DK. You really don't. Like, actually, it's kind of a relative. Well, I was using Microsoft Edge before Opera. So technically speaking, anything would have been an upgrade because I was using Microsoft Edge before. Well, no, I would not say I don't think I'm a success. I just get angry if I ever try. I've tried. I'm willing to try anything once. So Gremlins, I hear what you're saying, and for what it is worth, yeah, 2 Bostos Gremlins. Listen, I tried it like a few times. I was like, maybe this is a new thing, and I was like, I'm just angry now. Like I'm angry and I'm in pain, and I don't like this. For what it is worth, I wasn't a huge fan. I feel like it's massively overhyped. I don't get it. It wasn't for me. Yeah, I was just sitting there and I was like, okay, I think I'm just mad now. Like, I don't feel good about this at all. I appreciate it. It's an easy way. Sponsors, for what it is worth, there are only really 2 ways that you can make money with streaming. Blood DK struggles a bit with pulling aggro. It can... Yeah, the damage is actually fine. I think that at higher keys, it always has the problem of you might just have to adjust certain pulls, and if you miss a single global. But to be honest with you, that's exactly how I feel playing Apex Bear. Apex Bear is exactly the same. I have certain setup globals. In order for me to maximize my performance, I have a problem with Snap Threat because I'm trying to do a sequence of events to maximize my own performance. And on that sequence, I'm weaker on Gather, so I have to set up the pull. Once I'm in the pull, I'm okay. If I miss a single global in 19 Algathar Academy on the battle axis, I'm just dead. Like, And so I actually weirdly feel like my bear recently has felt almost equivalent to how a Blood DK would feel. I swear if I was playing Blood DK in a season, I would feel just very similar. And there's a reason I don't play Blood DK because it's a tough tank. Dakota Valis, are you still there? I should probably make a little video about that soon. About the stat optimization for the no Apex build for Guardian coming up next week. Monk is scrolling Instagram Reels on TikTok. I mean, kinda, yeah. Like, no joke. Like, if I can't sleep and it's like 3 a.m. and I log in to play WoW and I think to myself, okay, should I do a 19 on my Guardian Druid? But I'm like, my like one eye is closed. I'm like kind of like this. I'm like kind of falling asleep. I'm like, I don't feel so good. I don't know. I'm gonna die. But I'll just say, oh, let me just play my Brewmaster instead. And I can literally be like, I could tank like that and I would be just fine. Like, I would be so immortal on the Brewmaster, it's insane. Kind of crazy that that's true. Yeah, that's why I like it right now. I like tanks that are that chill. Oh, man, it feels so good to be a Blood DK. Look, I'm just going to actually grip this. I have the power to make sure that this pull actually goes well. Amazing. I tanked an 11 on some buddies. They didn't lose first pull. Took us 220 to kill, and I hit 2 million stacker at one point. Brewmaster, there are certain polls that you have to work very hard on. Waterdog, if you're playing Brewmaster this season, are you having a good time with it? That would be one of the questions. You can constantly take Life Bloom off. It's pretty cool. Hopefully, if you ever healed, by the way, if you ever healed my bear, I hope that you feel the same way, especially next week. I don't think my bear will need a lot of healing next week. There's still a risk of getting one-tapped. If I was to, for example, try a 21 next week, like that would be, I'd have to learn. I might die in 21, but I feel very confident playing bear starting next week with no Apex build. It's just so chill. No Apex is the only thing that kind of reminds me of how Brewmaster feels right now. The no Apex version of Guardian feels very similar to how Brewmaster feels, which I like. My chocolate milkshake is here. Yay. So, I hope, for what it is worth, I don't know how long I ranted about this stuff. I do hope that people have enjoyed the conversation. I feel a little awkward at times, I will say. It is my stream, and I'll continue to do it. But I'll also tell you, honestly, I feel kind of awkward a little bit sometimes when I just end up ranting about health stuff or fitness stuff or whatever it is, because I know that it's like a World of Warcraft stream, but also I think that I've been streaming for long enough that I'm very comfortable with it now. And the part of me being comfortable with it is like, this is just a place for me to hang out and talk to people. And this is how I talk to people. So we're kind of, you get what you get. I don't have a plan. I never actually think about it. I've never once before stream been like, this is what I'm going to talk about today. I just hit go live and then I just figure it out on the way. What's up, Lacus? How's it going? Yeah, I don't know. I find this stuff to be very interesting. It's also helped me a lot. It's made a difference in my life to understand how this health stuff is all intertwined and how it works. I used to take so many supplements thinking that they were helping me, and then realizing that when I stopped taking them, nothing happened. And I was like, oh, I've saved some money. I used to do just so many things about this, though. Nah, it's downstairs. I gotta go get it. And we Prot Warriors cry in the corner. I wonder how Prot will feel at higher key levels. I don't have mine geared. Like, I'm going to do a weekly on my Prot Warrior right after this. I like Prot Warrior, but I don't know how it feels in higher keys. One of the issues with Prot is that it's immortal until it's not, because eventually you get to a key level where your Ignore Pain can't refresh itself fast enough. It's your comfort place. It is my comfort place, Waterdog. My stream is an extension of me. Like, it's just my mind is here. I'll do a key on Prot Pally and Prot Warrior. Oh, thank you. You think so, Demos? I appreciate that. I feel like I'm still new at streaming. It's been a year and a half now since I started streaming, and it's been like a year and 4 months since I started the YouTube channel. I didn't know what I was doing with it. I'm still learning. You know, I didn't actually make a single thumbnail for my YouTube until, was it August of this last year? No, it was like, yeah, it was around then where I was like, oh, maybe I should make like maybe I should do a thumbnail. It's good for Prot Pally. You won't notice it too much. It's nice. 10% armor, to clarify, is a 3% physical armor mitigation. It works out dangling to about 3%. Not bad. You'll take it, right? Like 3% is still 3% less melee damage and a few less hits that are physical. But it's not like the most amazing thing. You know what I mean? It's a relative difference. It's always a gamble, even with all. Yeah, I know. VDH being the RNG tank is weird right now. Yeah, I think Paladin is fun, but it's certainly a weird time to be a Paladin tank right now. Whoops. Do you think Pug tier list has changed from last time? Ooh, good question, Tiny. That's a good question. What key level? Like, you're talking about what is the best tank to carry, like, a plus 12? I still think that Paladin is the best tank to carry a plus 12. Like 3K, Paladin, still. Paladin can still be the best. I think that you just need to overgear the content for me to really be confident on that. Paladin still. Paladin has problems at higher keys, but for what it is worth, I still think it is the best Pug tank. Like, if I could choose any tank and my only goal was to help my friends get 3K, I would choose Paladin. Still. Paladin, Bear, not Brewmaster. I think Bear is not a bad idea, but, you know. Oh, I already have that ring. Rough. How many hours? 3 p.m. So 7 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours right now. It is 6 hours. How does Blood DK feel? Blood DK is not an easy tank to pick up. Yeah. Blood DK, I would not call it a very easy tank to pick up. However, I would say it feels pretty good. The pruning they did to Blood DK feels better, feels a lot more accessible. You don't have nearly as many setup globals. So actually, it feels decent. Like that key, I mean, I'm only 250. I can't talk about higher keys. I don't know how exactly it feels in higher keys, but it is surprisingly decent, but it is very brain on. It's not brain off. You cannot turn your brain off playing Blood DK. You will die. You have to be very on top of it. Yeah, VDH is zoomy tank. You're like zooming around, darting around though. My life right now is just gym, WoW, and some work. And that's why I like your streams. I appreciate it though. Demontes, for me, my life is work, the gym as well, and stream. That's actually, you know, now that I think about it, well, I have a partner and I've got cats. And I post the cats on social media. Aside from that, that's my whole life. I don't go outside. I was invited out to a friend's birthday party like a week ago, and I went, and it was a nightclub. I was there for 30 minutes, and I was like, and I'm good for the next 6 months. Like, I don't really go outside that much anymore. Thank you, Sebastian. I try to tank 13. Sebastian, what build are you playing on Guardian? Because next week, I might have a suggestion for you. All right, Blood DK done. I'm going to go on. Gonna do Pally next. Prot Pally next. Let's do it. Prot Pally or Prot Warrior next. 1 Vault Key done. I struggle so bad on single target with getting that runic power. You just don't have to over Death Strike on single target if you are dropping runic power. Yeah, we could do Prot Pally now. He's not very geared. He's just using a 10 to 12. Let me go grab my milkshake from downstairs. I'll be right back super fast. And then we are good to go. Okay, 1 second. Update for the no Apex. It's going to be the same talents. You're just going to feel much better with it. The important thing with no Apex Ebaz, let me tell you when I get back. 1 second. Whoosh. I got to do some jumping jacks too. We got to get that counter up. roll. I'm now very happy. I have a milkshake. Nice. That's good. That's good. Okay. So no Apex Guardian Druid stats. Do I think that swapping? Okay. Here's what I would say about this. Right now, every single thing I could say about potential for swapping stats would be completely theory. I don't technically know. I have a feeling that you only want X amount of haste. I have a feeling that the amount of haste you want is not as high. And the reason is because of how those globals are alternating. The breakpoint's 20%. I have a feeling it might be 15%. I have a feeling it might be slightly lower than that. Either way, it's somewhere around 20, maybe like 17 to 22, something like that. Now, I think that I would go crit verse, because technically speaking, that's the highest amount of damage I can get. But I think that if you wanted to be the tankiest version of that build, you would go verse mastery. Mastery gives AP, but as far as I know, it's about 20% less value per percentage increase for offensive gain in that build. But I'm not sure, because maybe the thrash buffs actually have a weird calculation with it. As far as I know, crit verse would still be the higher damage stats, but we're talking about like a 1% difference at most, Matt. I have a 10 Seed of the Triumvirate. My pally is 255 item level. He is surprisingly not geared, so I'm kind of down for whatever. I don't mind. You tell me what we're doing, and we'll do it. Does that make sense? I'm not sure. I have to play around with it. You play Drew the Claw? Sebastian, are you still there? I missed your comment a second ago. I went to get my milkshake. Sebastian, I have a big suggestion for you. If you want to try your Guardian Druid again, I might actually suggest. Do I have a max rank? I crafted a weapon early on and eventually replaced it with a max rank item. 10 Vaulty is a search. Oh, we're just doing a 10? Okay. Is that not too behind? Yeah. I am a big anime enjoyer. Growing up, I was super socially awkward, and I used to bite the other children. So they didn't really let me around the other children, and therefore, I never had friends growing up. So what I did was all of my role models came from anime. Yeah, I could not be around anyone, basically, as a child. So, all of my role models just came from the shows that I watched. So Star Wars, Star Trek, everything. That's how I learned how to live. I realized, it's actually going to be awesome, Maverick. I learned to communicate with people through anime, which is why it was super weird, because other people, in like PE class, they would be like, all right, we're going to run some laps. And I would be like, you got to run. And then everybody would be like, what? And I would be like, oh, my bad. But anyways, I learned how to communicate through media, and all of the role models and all of my friends were from media. So anime was a big motivating factor in my life. Anime was a huge part of my life for a very long time. Still is, but now I have more real world connection. If that makes sense. All right, quick vault key on the pally. We're keeping them updated at the very least. I need to figure out a way to get it, Matt. I'm going to have to start pugging. Honestly, I'm going to have to start pugging Mythic Chimeras on my Druid. That's a good question. We have so many bonus rolls right now. I feel like it. Oh, no, I mean, I was water. 100%. I was just really bad at running because my lungs didn't work properly. So I wasn't very good at it, but I absolutely was just full on arms behind me. Yep, I did everything. I could actually do the entire... I could do all of the hand jutsus as well. I'm not going to do them on Twitch because I have a feeling they would be interpreted as gang signs, and you're not allowed to do gang signs on Twitch. Also, hold up. Shady donated 1,000 bits earlier. You know what that means? We have, by the way, 100 more to this counter. So now we're at 3,130. I should probably get to it. My wife and I started Attack on Titan yesterday. Dude, it is... So, there are some anime, Poons, let me tell you. There are some anime that are overhyped. Okay? There are. And I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to be real with you. And you guys can tell me what you think. Jujutsu Kaisen, overhyped. There are some anime that are just like... It's flashy, but there's not really substance. Attack on Titan is not one of them. Attack on Titan is a damn good show. Amazing show. No one say anything about it because he just started. That means he doesn't know anything. You know nothing. You know nothing. You cannot predict where that show is going. It's actually like the writing on Attack on Titan is sublime. It's very good, okay? Watching anime, we're upset with WoW plugin. So, I would say, here's the thing. Attack on Titan, how would I say? How do I say this? It's hard for me to talk about the show without spoiling it, so I'm not going to spoil it for you, first of all. There are some people who watch shows passively. And then there are people like me who is really interested in diving into the show. Like, I want to feel things. Like, I want this show to make me think. Okay? So, yeah. Vati, it's almost worth it to just read. If you're not going to watch it, it's almost worth reading about it. Because the story evolves in a way that just really makes you question things. And I think that that's healthy. I think it's good. That's why I like it so much. Is that it actually really checks your thought process about the world, about many things. So I think it's a great show. We're going to go to Seat of the Triumvirate. Other things like that, like anime that actually make you think about things, are good. Yeah. Thinking hurts. For some people, it does. And honestly, you know what? Zealous, there's nothing wrong with wanting to just not think for a little bit. That's fine. I'm never going to fault anyone for saying, I just want to watch a show that's like chill to watch. Malden Brewski. What's up, Malden? Malden, do you like anime? Are you an anime person? There's actually nothing wrong with just saying, look, for most of my day and at this point in my life, because now maybe you're an adult like me and you have to actually learn how to like be a functioning human being. So here's the thing. Yeah. Most of the day, your brain is like, ah. And if you can find a way for like 45 minutes for your brain to go, ah, that's great. That's excellent. Like, no one should ever fault you for that. That's the thing. Like, at no point should anyone ever make you feel bad for just wanting to tune off for a little bit. Love My Hero Academia. I haven't seen Vigilantes, but I will tell you that My Hero Academia is one of the shows that I wish kids grew up with today. It's something that I really wish I wish that kids grew up watching things like Naruto. Because if you actually watch Naruto from start to finish, you will learn about life. If you so desire. You don't have to treat it that way, but if you want to, you will learn a lot about life. No, I did not, because I don't actually watch Vigilantes. I finished My Hero, and I've been rewatching it with Kitty recently. It has been a wonderful journey, by the way. All right. Did you say that we're going to go big pulls here or small pulls? What was the thought process? Oh my god, I died through kings! Reset real fast. Reset. Let it reset. Let it reset. It's okay. Just I can't. Bro, I died through kings. I had my shield up and everything. Bro, how did I die through kings? Okay, to be fair, a geared prop valley will carry really, really well.
How did that happen? How did this happen? I mean, probably. I thought I had kings up. I was supposed to die through kings. Yeah, maybe I'm spoiled by Bear. I definitely got hit in the back there. No, I absolutely did. I just kind of thought that I would be fine with kings up. Well, I got humbled real quick. That was very fast humbling there. I'm not gonna lie. That's my bad. I kind of thought that I would be safe for go to kings. No, I mean I could play Pally. Listen, I actually have main Pally before. I'm actually pretty good at Pally. My plan, I had a plan. Okay, watch. Listen. I had a plan. It was a good plan too. Like the plan was definitely gonna work. It's just that I underestimated. I thought I had an extra 5 seconds, which I did not. You just have to rotate really well on Prop Pally. Like I proc the cheat here, and then I go Ardent, and then I go Kings. Probably should have Kings before that. I just thought that Kings would be enough, and in fact it was not. Whoops. Look, I mean, I can play this with one hand. I can literally play Pally with one hand. I'm drinking a milkshake with this hand. It's just that first pull. Also, that first pull, I hate that first pull. You like this? That's fine, by the way, in real life for fun. There's nothing wrong with wanting just that little chill, flashy show to watch. I think that and a show that does this extremely well, that basically is actually just kind of a flashy show where the story is irrelevant. Story doesn't really matter that much, is something like Demon Slayer. You know, the story of Demon Slayer is kind of whatever. But the show itself is amazing. Holy, fantastic show. Really, really, I mean, Demon Slayer is fantastic. But it kind of weaves in just enough emotion. Because it's not that it has no emotion. It has a lot. And it's really good, too. It makes you feel. But it does so with soundtrack, not so much with story. The story of Demon Slayer is kind of like, you know, demons bad, this people good, demon have story, Tanjiro cool. It's not exactly the story. But the thing is, it actually does capture real, raw emotion. And by the end of it, you feel inspired. I think it's actually hard to watch something like Demon Slayer and then not feel inspired to do something with your life. To either be a little bit kinder, to maybe do a little bit more in the gym, to something. Like, I think that the experience, basically, of Demon Slayer is actually good for that. Does that make sense? And I feel like My Hero is the same, where if you grow up watching My Hero Academia, good luck not wanting to be healthy. Like, it's really, really difficult to watch a show like My Hero and then be like, yeah, I'm not going to do anything for my health. Like, good luck. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, I find, and that's the same thing with when I watched Naruto growing up, because he was such a role model for me. It was so inspirational for me. I was really thinking to myself, there's no way that I wouldn't try to be kinder. That I wouldn't try because, like, he inspired me. Because I, in my childhood, felt a lot more like Gaara and a lot less like Naruto. And all I ever wanted was to be empathetic and kind. I wanted to learn how to talk to people. I didn't care that I was good at math or that this. All I ever wanted to do was learn how to talk to people. It's one of the reasons why I'm happy that I stream. Every time I stream and people say, hey, I really like your stream, I go, oh, really? Like, thank you. Like, that means that I've accomplished a certain level of my goal, because one of my biggest goals in life was just to learn how to talk to people. I was really, really bad at it for a very long time. It's actually an amazing feeling that I'm good at it now. And I felt like if I didn't have Naruto as a role model, I would have just ended up more like Gaara, just upset, angry, cynical. I would have just been dark my entire life. It's something that I'm actually very proud of for what it is worth. Yeah, like my talk no jutsu is a skill. I had to work on that, you know?
Like, here's the thing. I actually had to work on my talk no jutsu. It's not something I take for granted at all. This is something I worked extremely hard for. Thank you, Sunday. Thank you. I think that a lot of people don't fully understand exactly what that means to me. It's a large part of why I want to keep doing this. Like a massive inspiration for me, a massive motivation for me of streaming is the fact that I get to be the person that I want to be. And that's like a huge deal. I took the bleed. Oh, just kings. Like it's actually a much bigger deal, I think, than people realize, because you see me today, and what you don't see is the fact that growing up, I really just felt I struggled so heavily with the fact that I was really severely autistic. I struggled severely with the fact that I had these mental health conditions. My anxiety was all over the place. I panicked over everything. I was so sensory aware that bright lights, bright noises, sudden things, like they couldn't take me outside past a certain age because I would just freak out. Complete blackout rage, and I would throw things and I would break things, and we were not allowed in our favorite places because of me as a kid. Every restaurant we ever went to, we were eventually just banned from. Straight up. Like, it just was a thing because it went well until it didn't. And I was volatile and I didn't know how to regulate myself. And so the fact that I can do that today is an unbelievable W. And it's just that people couldn't appreciate that because you don't see that that's how I grew up. You see me today. And I'm happy that you think I didn't struggle with those things, because that means that I've gotten to the other side of recovery. But it's a big deal for me that I can be who I am today. Like, that's actually something that's very important for me. You know? Thank you, Kixler. I try my best to do that because I live right now in a foreign country, actually. I don't know if you know that. I live in Thailand, but I'm not Thai. It is very difficult to explain that it can be hard because you want to be part of the conversation. When I speak with Thai people who are not native English speakers, I change my words and I change the pacing of my sentence. Sometimes I'm actually not good at doing that when I'm streaming. But for anyone who is a native English speaker, it's a really important skill if you are talking to someone who is not fluent in the language. It is actually something that I think about a lot. Wait, we've pulled a pack that's not supposed to be in here. This is not good. So I try my best. When people are speaking Thai to me, if they go, "Oh, you can speak Thai," and then they start speaking Thai like this, where they go, "Oh my God, I'm so excited. You can speak Thai? That's so cool. I didn't know you could speak Thai." And I go, "I didn't hear a single word you just said. Please slow down, enunciate, or in more colloquial terms, sometimes you just go, 'Say what?'" That's a better one too. Because like, you really can't understand, like, you know, Thai, yes. Thai is very hard. Thai is hard because it's a tonal language. Because because Thai was the words like this. So ma 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 ma. Those are 5 different words, and they're not similar at all. They're not even close. It would be one thing if you're like, well, one of them is like, you know what I mean? Like, one of them is like, hello. One of them is like, how are you? One of them, so you could get it wrong, it still makes... No. They are completely different words. Ma, 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 ma. One of those means horse. One of those means mother. One of those means dog. One of those means come here. One of them means like bro, come on, man. And so when you speak Thai, if you grew up speaking Thai, it's no problem. It makes perfect sense. No one ever gets it wrong. You just say whatever. But here's the thing, right? Here's the problem. Some of the things, like to say I'm sorry, like if you are outside and you bump into someone, you say, "Oh, excuse me." In English, we say "sorry" or "excuse me" when this happens, right? In Thai, you say the same thing, except for the fact that it sounds like this. Ready? "Kha thot kap." And one of them is that, and one of them is "Kha thot kap." To clarify, one of those is "excuse me, I'm sorry," and I'm being polite. And the other one is "can I please fart?" So I've stopped saying "I'm sorry." I've just become a rude person. Instead of trying to be polite, I don't even try anymore. Because I don't want to accidentally say the wrong thing. It happens a lot. It's really, they're not clever. Like they're not similar. That's the thing. I used to, in America, I had this habit. I told myself that I would compliment anyone if I saw them with something I liked. So if I saw somebody with really cool hair, I would just walk up to them and I would say, "I like your hair," and then I would walk away before they had a chance to respond. It was a skill. I learned how to do it. Oh, is it raining again? Oh yeah, it's like thunderstorming here. Uh-oh. But so Kitty knows this about me. Anyone who actually knows me in real life knows this is a real thing. I wanted to learn how to talk to people. It rained a lot last night, Kitty, but you were passed out. You were super asleep. You were dead asleep last night. But it did rain a lot last night. We had a heavy thunderstorm last night. Okay, let's pull. Can we all get through in the center? Let's see if this works in a 10. Don't pull a side pack. All right, good. What time is it in Thailand? It is 3:30 p.m. So afternoon. It's at night. Nope, 3:30 p.m. here. Time differences are wild. Kixler, where are you from? I'm completely lost. Where are you from? Spain, you mentioned earlier. Yeah. What time is it in Spain right now? Why did I move to Thailand, St. Crits? Great question. 10:30 a.m. here. Okay, the Thailand story. If we don't get distracted, I'll tell you the story. We'll see how distracted we might end up getting. Because somebody asked me that question earlier, and I was like, "Oh, great question. I would love to tell you the story." And then I got completely distracted, and that was 2 hours ago. So you never know. Let me do my best to stay on topic. You know, it really is a thing. It's so hard, man. Do you play any Blood DK? I just played Blood DK right before this. I think that people overcomplicate it. I think that at most key levels, Blood DK is going to feel really good. I definitely think that it will still have the challenges of being a Blood DK if you were trying to push keys. Can it be done? Absolutely. You might have to work incredibly hard, though, for what it is worth, though. You might have to work very hard and like a plus 20. If you were really trying to push on a Blood DK, there are going to be many moments where you proc your purg or you die just because things synced on you and you got an unlucky parry. If that makes sense, though. Tonal languages are hard if you aren't used to it. Correct. Yep. Albion has affected you with scatterbrain. All right. I moved to Thailand. I didn't plan to move here at all. The reason that it's a cool story is because, actually, I didn't plan to move to Thailand. There are a lot of people who do. They hear about it. They're like, "Oh, I should totally go there." No, that wasn't me. It was like 8.5 years ago. Okay. Long time at this point. I have actually lived in Thailand longer than I've lived anywhere else in my life. So, 8.5 years ago, my business had just. I'll give you the whole story. You guys got like 5 or 10 minutes. You want the abridged version in 30 seconds, or you want the full version? You tell me. I will oblige. You tell me. Full version, like we're not in a rush. The full version, I bet. Here we go. The full version is actually like this. All right, here we go. To understand my life, I moved around a lot as a kid. I had a lot of health problems when I was younger. And so when I was 8, we're going way back. Like I told you, full version. This is some context you got to understand. All right. Basically, here's what you got to know. When I was like 8 years old, I dropped out of 3rd grade. Because my health problems were really, really bad, both physically and emotionally, and basically they kicked me out of elementary school, Right, the prequel. So here's what happened, though. I'll answer all WoW-related questions later. I got you. Mother Goose. It's actually just for Boomkin form. You don't actually Starfire as Guardian. But no, I'm going to answer that after. Okay. So when I was 8, my health problems got really bad. I was kicked out. It was just starting 3rd grade, and I dropped out of 3rd grade. From that point, I was homeschooled for a little bit, and then I was originally sent to one hospital program in LA, and then I was sent to a different hospital program in LA, and then I was sent to a 3rd hospital program, and I was kind of back and forth for like a few years. And then basically, though, at 11, they tried to get me into a specialized program that was going to basically save my life when I was 11. But it took a while for me to get accepted. It was like a very high value thing. It was very hard to get into that program. So the wait list was a while. So I couldn't actually get in until I was much older. And it was basically 11. So right before I turned 11 years old, I was sent to a place in Colorado for 3 years. And then I lived on top of a mountain in that program for like 3 years. And that program did save my life. That's where the story, instead of going this way, started going this way, by the way. Like, my life actually magically transformed because that program was the coolest place I've ever heard of in terms of mental health treatment. So for 3 years, I was there. And then I was sent to a different program, like a step-down program, where we didn't have bars on our window. When I was 14, I was sent to a different place. I was there for a year. And then they deemed me worthy to come back to home. So then I went back to LA to do high school. I started high school a year late. But by that point, I had already become a very different person. I didn't get to grow up around everyone else. It's one of the reasons that I think differently, is because I didn't get to grow up around the other kids, and I didn't get to go to school like everyone else. Like Santa Monica, right next to Santa Monica. So I came back to start high school, and at that point, I was already very different than everyone else. The main reason I was different was this. I was so excited that I got to go to high school and that I had survived, that I came to high school and I was like, guys, isn't this the coolest thing? We're alive. Like, oh my God, like, look, I'm here. I'm so excited that we're here. And then the people I was talking to were like, my boyfriend just broke up with me. And I was like, I know, like, that sucks, but isn't it so cool we're alive? And they were like, I feel like dying. And I was like, but it's so cool. Like, we were alive. Like, you can just walk outside. Like, how cool is that? You don't even have to ask anyone to use the bathroom. And they're like, but my boyfriend just broke up with me. And I was like, okay, so I'm having a very hard time relating to people. Okay? Because my life was just very different than other people, and I was just ecstatic to be alive, and I was like, dude, I won. Like, everyone that I grew up around, all we ever wanted was to go to high school and be normal, and I finally got that chance, and I was so excited. I was ecstatic. I cannot express to you how excited I was. So that happened. I didn't like high school, though. I was excited at first, but it very quickly, high school sucked. Whoop-de-doo. So that's not a surprise to anyone. And I basically wanted to skip high school. So I graduated a year early. I only worked. I didn't really have a lot of friends in high school. I basically just worked. I was the vice president of a youth leadership organization for a while. I did all like community service, odd jobs. At 16, I started working I was originally like a bag boy at a grocery store, and I did this and I did that, and I was tutoring and I did all sorts of other things. But you have to understand the background of like why this was also important to me and why the difference was there. So, 18, I was like, all right, I finished high school, graduated a year early. I was valedictorian in my high school. I worked very hard. And then I was like, I'm going to start my own company. And so I started my own company with a few other people, and I was 18. I moved to Ohio for 2 years to start this company. Then, here's where the story starts. So I moved to Ohio and I was like, sweet, now I'm here and we're starting the company. But then I got really sick right before the whole thing was about to pay off. I had finally booked my first real event. They were going to fly me out to Canada to MC like a 4-day conference. And that was like a huge moment in my career. And everything was going really well. And then one of my eyes swelled up. This was about April to May of this year. So April to May, my eye completely swelled up. I couldn't see out of this eye. And I was like, okay, I'm a fighter. Like, I can do this event with one eye. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not ideal, but I can totally do this whole event with one eye. But then a week later, the infection spread to the other eye, and I was effectively blind for like a while, for like a few days. And I fucking panicked. Like, I lost my shit because I had finally booked this event, and everything fell apart. Because a week before I was supposed to fly out, I had to cancel. And a last minute cancellation for events like this is like a black mark on your career. Like, it's like you're done because nobody will ever book you again. And so I was really, really upset. Yeah, it was just, I don't know if it was unlucky. I think back to that and I wonder how much of that was unlucky, by the way, Kixler. I wonder how much of that was my brain predicting something. So, point is, I couldn't go to the event, and then I fell apart. My mental health tanked. I was in a relationship. That relationship ended. Things went really bad. My mom was like, I'm on the next flight. She flew out to see me. She basically fed me tubs of ice cream, and she was there for a week. And then basically she was like, I think you need to move back home. And I was just about to turn 20. So I was 20 at this point. So anyways, the point is, I moved back home after that. So everything failed. And then I went back to LA to move back in with my parents for a few months. So that was like June, July. I went back in around July or August. Okay. Then I was there in LA. I had no job. I was a high performer and a high achiever who had just failed. And that was the first time in my life that I had really failed since I had gotten out of all the treatment centers. And so I was really, my psychology was having a very hard time processing the fact that my life was like, everything was always just better. I just went. And then all of a sudden I failed. And I failed so colossally too. Like, I just completely fell apart. And I just didn't know how to process that. Moved back in with the parents, and I was like, I don't know what to do. So I was lost. And that's the important thing to understand, is that I had nothing. I did not invest in friendships, so I had no friends. I did not invest in relationships, so I had no one to talk to. Like, I didn't do anything at that point in my life. So when all that happens, I went back to LA and I was like, I got to just reinvent myself. I got to remake myself. I was working odd jobs. I worked as like a brand ambassador. I sold things that, if you ever go to like Costco or Walmart and you see the people selling stuff, like I just worked jobs like that, or different events or whatever I could find. And I was living with my mom for a few months. And then my best friend at the time, basically I was going through that. My best friend at the time was like, yo, I've got these round trip tickets to Asia, really cheap. Found a round trip flight, $450. Do you want to go? And I was like, if there was ever going to be a time, it might as well be now. So sure, I'll go. Why not? That's what brought. I'd never been to Asia before. I've always wanted to go, and I was like, sure, let's do it. So we landed in Singapore. Basically, I didn't have anything to lose. I had no job. I had no friends. I had nothing. I'd been living in LA for a while, for like 4 months, basically, right? Yeah. So for 4 months, I was living in LA. During that time, the only connection I had to LA was that I was like, this is a little awkward, but I can tell you because it's not illegal. I was 19 at the time, right? Was I 19 or 20? I think it was 19. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I was 19 and I was dating a mom who was like 36 and had 2 kids for like 4 months, which was an experience for sure. There was a slight bit of an age difference. But I've always been kind of into older people. Thank you, Aloha. So, anyways, I was 19. I was dating his mom. And I remember our relationship was funny because for Halloween, she wanted to go out. It was like Halloween, October. She was like, I want to go out and party. And I was like, okay, I'll watch your kids, no problem. And she was like, this is amazing. Like, I don't even have to hire a babysitter. And I was like, yeah. I would so much rather stay home with your children and like watch the Lego movie or whatever it was at the time. And you go out and party with your friends. Like, I don't want to do that. So it worked out. Anyways, it was cool learning how to be like a little bit of like a parent for a little bit. It was a cool experience. I taught her son how to swim. It was really cute. There were photos. And then like I let her daughter paint my nails and stuff. It was cute. Anyways, that was the only connection I had to LA, and my family was there. But so the trip to Asia We land in Singapore. I was there for 3 days. Immediately shocked. Do you guys know what Singapore looks like? For the people listening, do you know what Asia looks like? Because I grew up in the US, and although I grew up all over, I was told for a very long time that Asia was a third world country. And then I got here, and I was like, what is third world about this? I was like, I was lied to. Kicksler, let me show you. I can VHO, but give me a second because we're on story time right now. So I will gladly tell you after story time, deal. Let me just quickly show you, okay? Singapore was at the time the highest tech city I have ever been to in my life. Okay? It is incredibly nice. All right? It's ridiculously nice. It's a really well-established city. It's a beautiful city, okay? Right. Here's the thing. The architecture of Singapore was unreal. And I was just like, what is going on? So anyways, and it's amazingly clean. They have very strict laws. But I'd never been. So this is Singapore, to clarify. You can see here, this is Singapore City. It's beautiful. Okay, I was there for 3 days. And then I went to Cambodia. I'm sorry, the story was there, and then I think we went to Laos before Cambodia. And then I went to Laos. And Laos was exactly what I thought Asia was like. So there are some cities, like this city, in Laos. This one is what people think Asia is like. With respect, I think that most people think Asia is kind of like this. Like a flat city, no skyscrapers, kind of like a village. This is like a village. And this was my experience. I was like, okay, this is pretty much what I thought Asia was going to be like. And then I went to Cambodia, which was a mix in between. We went to Siem Reap. And then I came to Thailand. Bruh. Thailand is the best city I have ever lived in, I have ever been to in my life. It has a subway system and a SkyTrain system. It has the best public transportation out of any city I've ever been to. It has everything you possibly want. It's built on a grid, so it's actually understandable. You can know where everything is, even though you don't. It's incredible. You have the tradition and the heritage of the fact that parts of the city are still very authentic and genuine, but you also have the massive metropolitan skyline that literally goes as far as you could possibly see. If you go to a rooftop bar and you look, you can't see the end of the city. It's a massive city. You could drive for hours and hours and hours, and you will not actually reach the end of the city. It's crazy. But I didn't know that. So when I got here, first of all, I was immediately shocked and surprised because this is a fantastic city. You see the sky in the middle here? You see this here? Yeah, it's basically like the best US city. It's like that, but way bigger and way better. So this train right here, that's the SkyTrain system. It actually runs across the city, and I've never owned a car, and I don't have to drive living here because I can get around the city however much I need to. No matter where I need to go, I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, first of all, that was a massive thing, like just learning other countries. What's up, Zampe? I was telling people about Thailand. So that was crazy, okay? But here's the crazier part. The people have something here that I had never seen anywhere else. I was shocked. I remember this was just a 2-month round trip. Like I had a return flight, and I just was really surprised because the people in Thailand, I couldn't explain it, but they seemed happy. And I was just like, I don't understand, because where I'm from, everyone is stressed all the time. There's never enough. I've met millionaires, they just want to be ultra millionaires. You make $1 million in LA, you got to make 2. You make $2 million in LA, got to make 5. You make 5 million, got to make 10. There's never enough. There's no sense of contentment in America. And what I found here was that people had a certain level of peace and acceptance and contentment that I could not explain. And I was fascinated by it. I wanted to learn more about it. So after a week in Thailand, I had this crazy idea, and I thought to myself, what if I stayed? What if this was where I reinvented myself? Instead of LA, where everything is so stressful and hard and I don't know what I'm going to do, what if I just figured it out here? And that's what you have to understand. The whole backstory was to understand I didn't have anything to lose. And so I didn't. I made the choice. I was just like, I'm going to figure it out. It was December. I decided to cancel my return flight. I asked around here. I said, could I find a visa? Can I figure it out? Can I learn how to live here? Can I find work? And they were like, yeah, no problem. And I was like, sweet, I'm going to do it. So I didn't know anyone here. I had never been here before. I didn't know anyone in Asia. I had no contact. I didn't speak any Thai. And I was just like, I'm going to do it. And I did. I canceled my return flight, and that was 8.5 years ago. It's a good story. This was an in-depth version of it, Bill. You missed the first part. Mm-hmm. That's how I came to live here. Yo, hi. Hi. Yeah, there's a lot of new lore here, though. That would be tough. It is tough. I'm not a spontaneous person. Yeah, sorry. Arcadius, you were saying, actually tied it in. It should help you a lot to understand. We are? Oh. I had no idea. I don't know what this guild is. Somebody messaged the guild here. I don't know. Arcadius, you were asking me, what's the best and fastest way to farm hero crests? I have no idea. If that makes sense, Tyrant. It kind of does. Tyrant, I hear you on that. Yeah, you don't... Monk tank is kind of a cheat code right now, but you do deserve it. If you're tanking, Tyrna, if you're tanking and you get it, that's on you. Absolutely deserve it. That actually matters. What's the fastest way to farm hero crest? I think it's the ritual site and delves, right? I don't think it's keys. I have a feeling it's not keys. It must be delves, I'm pretty sure. All right, one quick key on the warrior. I'm 248. What do I got? I got a 10 nexus point. Okay. 10 nexus. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like delves and stuff. Rituals is great, but not for hero crests. I'm hearing you on the background. Thank you, Kixler, for saying hi. I genuinely appreciate it. Even Sunday earlier. Sunday XOXO. People who stop by and just say one nice thing. I appreciate it. I moved from South Africa to the US on your own. Been here almost 3 years and I've really enjoyed it. It was a big adjustment at first, doing everything solo, but it helped me grow a lot and become more independent. I agree with that. I miss home because my family is home. And that's the thing for me is my family is at home. My family is not here. And it really clicked home because if I need help, I don't have anyone in Thailand. And I actually love my family. I had a tough childhood. My family was not the reason why. I was very, very, very blessed to have the family that I grew up with. They're amazing. Both my parents, very interesting people. I was super lucky about that. There's a lot of people have to contend with that. I did not. Both my parents are wonderfully interesting people and a huge reason why I am alive and healthy today. So, power to them. I talk to both of them every day. Literally, like I think I call my dad or my mom every day, pretty much all the time, because I really enjoy talking to them. They're cool people. Pushing for Resil 20. What are you missing, Bell? Next week, my Guardian Druid build, the one that I like to play, gets buffed at about 45% value. So I'm excited to push next week. Seat and Nexus. Ooh, Seat seems like it would be hard. Nexus, is Nexus a timer problem or what do you live that though? Don't you hate having to play with high ping? Yes. To be fair, yes. Has a free chocolate happy... Wait, what? Wait, hold up. Remember how I said I wasn't going to visit you? Wait a second. Have you made friends or created a support system for yourself? First of all, MILF and cookies. Those are two of my favorite things. Second of all, over time, yes. I thought that I did. And then I realized that actually my way of doing this, dude, that happened to me. By the way, Bell, in my 19, I was doing 19, not 20, but 19 Nexus, we lost it because somebody kicked the wrong thing. Yeah, that actually happened to me on the 19 too. And I was sitting there and I was just like,
Come on, like, there's no way that's how you lose a high Nexus key. It was the second intermission and somebody just kicked and we died. And I was like, that was pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that was sad. So wait, do I call you Cookies or do I just call you MILF? I feel like it's a little weird if I keep saying the first part of that. So can I call you Cookies? All right. Cookies. In Thailand, I guess the way I do things, I'm not a person who really prioritizes people as much for what it's worth though. Aladdin, sorry, did I miss it? Aladdin, I was distracted. I have a milkshake next to me. I blame that. Hi Aladdin. Thank you for the Prime sub. And I am not, and I genuinely do appreciate it. Should come, it's free, maybe. If there's a free chocolate happy hour, I'll consider it. Prioritize this person? No. So Kitty does. Kitty is actually teaching me that perhaps I had invested in some friendships or some people that weren't the right thing for me to invest in. Because Kitty is helping me learn that actually a relationship where two people really can lean on each other and support each other is maybe not something I've truly had before. So I was married. It's going to be so weird. I'm just going to pronounce the first part of your name. So, no, it still feels weird for me to just be saying MILF all the time on the stream. We're going to go with Cookies. All right, Cookies. Most people call me Scarlet. I'll go with Scarlet. Because it makes people laugh, and Killers give me the hatch, obviously because the name is funny. I know it's fair. It's a good name. There's nothing wrong with the name. Like I said, they're two of my favorite things. I'm right there with you. I'm agreeing with you 100% though. Yeah, Shade. I think that's something that I learned. I think I only learned it after the fact. I was confused when I got divorced. So I was married for 5 years, and the majority of my time in Thailand, I was married. And then about, a year and a half ago now, I was divorced. The divorce came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. It was something that happens randomly, like a Wednesday night. I was just getting ready for work, and she came home and was just like, I think I want a divorce. And I was like, what? And I didn't know how to process that. But I think what it taught me was maybe what I thought a relationship was, I didn't have the right information. Because that divorce, our relationship was not abusive. It was not, I appreciate that, but I'm really happy I got divorced now because look at my life today. It took me a while to get there, but look where I am today. I have this wonderful life. I'm sitting here being able to talk to you guys. I'm the healthiest I've ever been. I have such a good relationship with Kitty now. I'm learning how to be a cat dad. I would never have gotten any of that. It's funny how life works out. On one hand, I thought my life was over because my whole goal early on in my life was just to get to a place where one day I could find, love and be like that. And so it's interesting how life works out. That's what I can tell you. Originally, it was the worst thing that could happen to me. And then I realized, maybe this isn't so bad. Okay, so we proc cheat death here, and then I'm going to have to get rid of the null sunders. And so all we're going to do is rotate to a shield wall probably here. And then it'll be fine. Dude, I do love wrestling with that cat. I think that annoying him is one of my favorite pastimes, to be honest with you. Genuinely, I always enjoy annoying that. He's such a good cat to annoy. I really do. I would love to tell you that it's like that's not true, and it's like I definitely he likes it because he gets attention, and it's a great, you know what I mean? I do love that cat. He's so cute. It's still, I want a dog. I'm still a dog person. I think in my heart of hearts, I'm definitely still a dog person. So eventually I'll get a dog. In my marriage, I received a lot because I helped take care of her.
And that allowed me to feel confident as a human being, as a man. I could feel confident and supported because I was able to support someone else. But I think that when I came down to it, it wasn't mutual, although she tried, because she was not a bad person. She had her own issues. And I think that instead of the issues being something that we came together to work on, at the end of the day, it actually felt a little bit more like a me versus you problem, because when she had those issues, the way that I wanted to help her with them was not the way that she needed. Because when we got divorced, something that really confused and hurt me was that she told me that I wasn't there for her. And I was like, but I don't understand. I was only ever there for you. And I realized, for what it's worth, I wasn't there for her in the way that she needed me to be, because we had fundamentally different communication styles. And it's something that took me a while to really realize is like, what I want to do when problems come up is I want to talk about them directly. I want to have a conversation about them. I want to not ignore them. And I think what she needed oftentimes was just somebody to basically give her a hug and move on. And it wasn't like, oftentimes, like, it wasn't about diving into the problem. It was just about venting. And I can do that if there's a communication and people tell me, it's like, hey, are we trying to fix the problem right now, or are we just venting? Because if you tell me that you're venting, then I know what to do. But otherwise, I'm the type of person who will get a little bit in my head, perhaps, and just be like, okay, so like, what are we doing about the problem? That was a fundamental. We had different love languages. And I actually just don't think, I think that looking back on it in hindsight, to be honest with you, we should not have gotten married. But it was never malicious. And yeah, I will say, Charbs, I would not have married her if she was like a terrible human being. She is not. Something that I dislike, for what it's worth. Kitty, how would you, if you're listening to this and you're not busy, Kitty? So she blocked me on everything afterwards. Like, she literally wanted nothing to do with me. She never asked me how I was doing. I was given X amounts of time to move out of the house, and that was it. Basically, she approached me with the divorce, and then I could tell she was scared. I knew that she was scared. And I know that's why this happened, but I didn't like the way that she handled it, and it really made me feel that lack of support. That's kind of what I think is really... It's possible for two people to have a difference of opinion, but not actually hate each other. You don't have to act like you hate the other person. And after the divorce, she made like a bunch of TikToks that I did not know about until Kitty randomly found them one day because it was suggested. And she was like, I don't know if you want to know this, but your ex-wife is making like a whole bunch of TikToks. And I was like, oh, like about what? And she was like, it's like the trend that she goes, my face when I was in a toxic relationship. My face when I'm outside now that I finally got divorced from my abusive husband. And I was like, what? What? What abuse? What did I do? And I was like, wait, that's me. And I was like, that's not me. So we handled it two very different ways. We handled it. In 5 years of marriage, I raised my voice at her once. And I know exactly what day it was. And I remember that, and that was my bad. Yes. So it's actually so important. So the workaround to this, Cookies, is actually just communication. So what I want is to be there for my partner. It's important to me that I am a good partner. That's something that I will take pride in, and it's something because I care about the person I'm in a relationship with. I want to be a good partner. If you tell me what you need, I will do my absolute best to give you that. If you expect me to figure out what you need, then I might struggle, because that is not my special skill. If we have different ways of doing things, and you're like, all right, read my mind. I'm going to have a really hard time with that. But if you can tell me just a little bit about what you need, then all of a sudden it's like, well, I got this. Like I can be there for you. What's up, Haribo? Oh, we're talking, I don't know. I actually don't even remember exactly how we got here. This is going to sound awkward. I guess we're talking about my ex-wife and relationships. Have you ever been in a relationship, Harbio? You play World of Warcraft, so it's like a 50-50 chance. Casters are not getting special. Casters can only be registered on Plater. If hi today. Casters can only be registered if they have a mana bar. It was one of the changes they've made with the add-on stuff. And so you have to be a little bit aware of the fact that not every caster will be marked properly with Plater or Platinator because you cannot manually put mobs in anymore, right? Congratulations, Harbiel. That's awesome. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear it. Hey, Exide. Exide, are you pushing keys this season? I feel like I saw you in queue last night, potentially. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I really think so too, Brendan. I agree with you, by the way. Are you? Rank 1 on what? Wait, you are? Oh, I missed that. I don't know. Are you playing Devourer? I mean, I'm not going to lie, today. If you turn around and you're like, I'm rank 1 Havoc, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. If you're rank 1 Devour, like, that's impressive. Rank 1 Havoc, I'd be like, so what are you, like, Resil 18 or... Like, no, okay, congratulations, Exodus. That's really cool. I didn't mean to throw flame at Havoc like that, but I don't think I've seen any Havocs whatsoever this season. Congratulations. That's cool. 16s would be more. He is. Oh no, I know. Exide is actually a big player. That's a gamer right there. Yeah. Real Tony 1 is pretty wild. I'm excited. My bear build gets buffed. I was kind of actually gonna let go of IO this season, and then I recently got that buff recently, like starting next week for bear, is something I'm very excited about. And now all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, maybe I kind of want to push. You know, Exide. Walks had messaged me and asked me if I wanted to maybe do some keys. And I was like, oh, like, I can try. I think that I can tank higher keys. It'll take me a few reps, though. Tanking is difficult. You know, tanking is like, I might have to actually learn. And they're Resil 21. So he asked me today, he's like, do you want to do 21 Magister, or sorry, 21 Mysara Caverns? And I was like, I mean, I live the 19 like pretty easy, but 21 is kind of a different beast. And it's like, could I do it? Probably, but like I'm gonna need to learn. And it's like, maybe next week. I think it'd be super cool to like be able to prog that level of key, but it's definitely challenging as a tank. Yeah, I think 19 was fine. Like the route that I do on 19 is no problem. I would say 20 is going to require a bit of prog. I don't think I die on 20. But the thing with tanking is that you do have to have the reps. Like if I think, okay, normally bark skin plus lunar beam is enough for me to live this pull as a guardian druid or whatever defensive rotation. Prot warrior, I think, okay, like my prot pally, I made a mistake in that 10 earlier today, which was funny, is that I walked in and I was like, Kings is enough, I don't die. And then I found out that Kings was in fact not enough, and I did die. And that's on me, because you have to actually be able to prog things as a tank. It's one of the more interesting things about tanking, and also one of the disconnects between tanks and DPS players, is that DPS players don't realize, oh, we're super dead right now, by the way. DPS players don't realize that tanks actually need time to prog. Like sometimes you walk in and the first time you do a 20, you just die. And the DPS players will be like, well, what happened? Why'd you die? And I was like, oh, so in the 19 that we did, my defensive rotation was enough. I live with 10% health and then I heal myself back up. But as we get into plus 20 or plus 21, that mob just hits super hard, very hard pull. I thought it would be enough, but actually it wasn't. So I have to have that rep built up. And it's actually a big disconnect between DPS players because DPS players don't have to do that. You basically learn at a pretty reasonable key level, by the way. Hey, hold up. We're going to die. 1 second. I didn't realize there was a bomb behind me that did not get killed. So hold up. Quick reset. Reset fast. This will be a quick reset. Oh, wait. We're not resetting. Never mind. Big defensives. Huge defensives. Huge defensives. Okay, wait a second. I thought we were going to reset, and then I realized that this is a 10, and that my healer is actually alive, so maybe not. What? Am I going to pug Mythic Chimeras? I should starting next week. I don't really care about this week. Starting next week, I should. It would be the biggest power my druid could get would be pugging Mythic Chimera. So I should do it. I'm going to have to find a group to do. Oh, shit, I'm dead. I got stunned. I'm a warrior. I'm so sorry. My healer is power healing me right now. My healer just saved my life twice on this pull. Yeah. It's not even rotation. It's just that you actually do have to prog. So I would be super curious to know what it would be like to prog right now in Guardian Druid, these 21s. You know, it's a Brewmaster season. I'd be so curious. Brewmaster doesn't really have to prog that much, by the way. That's a tank right now. It's like a cheat code to playing the game. Yeah, Brewmaster in a weird way, because they don't really need to dedicate cooldowns. They just kind of like, oh, this killed me before. Let me just be a little more careful here. But like, other tanks do actually need to plan. And it's interesting. Hey, well, if you tanked in Shadowlands as Bear, yeah. Yes. I do remember this. I am Exide, but it's also because I happen to have my build that I have always enjoyed, and it is my favorite way to play Guardian. You know that my build gets buffed. Traditional builds, like Squish's build, or like what most people are playing with full Apex, that's going to receive a small single target nerf and a small AoE buff. So overall, we're talking about, yeah, we're talking about like a 1 or 2% change, but it will make you feel a little better outside of cooldowns, and I think that Guardians will be largely happy with it. My build gets buffed by like 45%. So I am very happy because I didn't play Apex anyways. I mean, I did if I had to, but for the most part, I wasn't actually an enjoyer of the Apex, so I like the no Apex build. And my build gets buffed by like 45 to 50%. So, yeah, I am ecstatic for next week. I am extremely excited for next week. Thank you for asking. Yup, I am very hyped. Oh, yeah. Yep. So does no Apex do more damage? That depends on who you ask, Damnay. Damnay, I will tell you this. I'm going to use your name, and this is not an attack on you, but I'm going to use your name to illustrate a point. If you ask the Guardian Druid Discord, or just in general, other bears, about the no Apex build, you will be damned you. And I don't know why you are immediately damned anyone for simply asking about a build. The answer is yes. But I will show that next week, because for whatever reason, people really don't like the no Apex build, and it has received a ton of drama and criticism in the community for still, I don't really understand why. I kind of do, but I still disagree with it, I suppose. I guess I do understand why now. But yeah, I will show you next week. I tell you what, not next week, tomorrow. Tune in to stream tomorrow, and I will do no Apex keys, and we'll see. How about that? Proof is in the pudding, yeah? Let's just find out there. If you tune into stream tomorrow, I will have logs of any key that I do, and I will show you if my math is correct. It is a extremely large buff, and I wouldn't be surprised if eventually some people were to try it. Keep in mind that it's not that I can't play the other build. Yes, it is, Harbio. 2 days ago, I did an offline key. I did a 19 Windrunner Spire. I parsed top 4 world Guardian Druid damage. So I out DPS'd everyone except for 3 people in the world. On US, I think it's like the second parse for that entire key. I can play Apex. My Mysara Caverns also that I did on 19 with Apex is like world rank 9th or something like that. So I know how to play it. I just don't like playing it. And a lot of times people conflate, like, well, if you're playing the suboptimal thing, it must be because you're bad. It also could just be because I like it. And that's the thing for me is I just like it. Like, I don't know, it fits my playstyle much more than the other one. I don't know how else to explain it. What do you not like about it? So when I tank, I just want to be consistent, tanky, and I want to know that I'm going to live. I never want to have to wonder if I get a proc, like a VDH, or if I want a this or whatever. Oh, you're welcome, Clovers. Thank you for stopping by. I'm actually so excited to do more of those guides soon. I don't ever want to have to wonder about my rotation. The way that my brain works for keys is that I plan everything in advance. So I know as a Guardian Druid, if I do this, I will live. This is the pull. This is my rotation. And I can tell you what that rotation is before I even get into the dungeon, right? The Apex build adds a little bit of variability to that, which I'm not a huge fan of. Basically, it opens up where if I make a rotational mistake and I decide on hitting a global for damage instead of a global for survivability, I'm going to die. As key levels get higher, you just die. And you could be playing the entire key perfect. 25 minutes, exactly correct. Then you get to one of the last pulls, and you simply hit raise instead of frenzied regen, and you die. And that has happened. It happens in a 19 Algothar Academy. It happened like my first 19 Algothar Academy. I was in the Battle Axe pull. My Incarn expired. I had Bark and Lunar down. I thought I was going to live, and I didn't keep Frenzied Regen ticking on myself, and I died. And that was a choice I made. I decided to hit a DPS global instead of a survivability global, and I died. And key was over. Tank dies, key's over. So I don't like that sort of variability. I want to know that I'm going to be consistent, that everything is going to work out. Does that make sense? So the Apex does not give me that form of confidence. Oh, I missed the corner. That's okay. Don't worry about it too much. Ooh. Damn, this Resto Druid is actually kind of amazing. He is so on top of it. It's very incredible right now. This Resto Druid is amazingly good. Yeah, I think Frenzy should be off regen. That'd be cool. The Apex basically is big boom damage, but you have to set it up. Like, a lot of your damage comes from Apex. And next week, Harbio, the difference of what they're doing is basically saying, hey, the Apex is going to get nerfed by a fair bit. Your raise damage is going to get nerfed by a fair bit, but we're putting that damage back into Thrash, which will help you with Snap Threat, which will make you feel a little better outside of things, etc. though. Yeah, to be fair, though, Crozy, yeah, the 4-piece does not benefit no Apex whatsoever. Yeah, and anytime you give tanks the big high of having the highest AoE DPS burst in the game, it's pretty much impossible to balance. Like, it's a near impossible balancing act for Blizzard, you know? The fixes for threat are very welcome. I agree with you. That was actually a good solution to threat. Most of the time when Blizzard tries to buff threat, they mess up terribly. But actually, I think they did a great job here. Mm-hmm. It is sad. Your 4-set does not benefit whatsoever. What resolution do I play the game in? Bro, I have no idea. Deathblitz, I'm gonna be real with you. I am old now. I am technologically illiterate. I don't know. I don't know, actually. I thought about it for a second. I thought about it for more than a second, and I realized I don't have an answer. The max resolution, sure. Whatever the thing is set to. What's up, Ash? It looks like about 6 times 7. Hi, Ash. I saw you got your I saw your Twitter post. Congratulations on your Brazil. Was it 17 or 18? 17. Oh, shut up, old. I feel old. Incoming raid? From who? 17. Congratulations. Oh, I forgot percentage. If you're old, I am retired. Yeah, it's not looking good. Oh, I feel youthful, but at the same time, I'm kind of youthful. I did 18 pit with your H-Priest. Congratulations. Nice, nice, nice. I actually think H-Priest and Bear would be a good combination next week. You would like healing my Bear, to be honest. Oh, let me just tell this healer. You get a healer, by the way. Great job. Great job. That healer was very good. I'm just sitting here eating my milkshake. We can do it. Can we do a key together? Absolutely. Oh, it's Blur Nom Nom. Blur Nom Nom. What's up, Blur Nom Nom? How's it going? How's it going, Mr. Blur? Wait, did you get your Brazil 19 already, Blur? I feel like you have. Hello. I have only but one question for you. Do you like chocolate milkshakes? Got your 19 results doing keys? Congratulations. Nice, nice, nice. I'm going to get mine next week, probably. Missing a few. Blur loves McFlurries. I haven't gotten a McFlurry in a long time, to be honest with you. I just get Burger King milkshakes. It's one of those things where I'm not allowed to eat fiber, and McFlurries have fiber. They are always mixed with things. So I'm not allowed to really get McFlurries. Oh, I think that's the last vault key I need. Let me just hop over and make sure everything is done on the vaults, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. I'm excited, though, Ash. My Guardian Druid build that I like, the one that basically needs no healing, or close to no healing, is getting buffed by like 45% next week, so that is extremely exciting. Very exciting indeed. No Apex alongside your Heart of the Wind Feather. I think Solar Flare is better for no Apex, believe it or not. I believe that Feather is better for no Apex, and the reason for that is because your no Apex has a lot more of a flat damage rotation, where instead of going peak valley, where you want the on use during your peak, you have more consistent damage, you know? But Ash, I will say, no one can ever doubt your dedication to screens. And it's because you are, and I mean this as a compliment, degenerately online. Like, I don't know if there's a name for this, but whatever it is, it's you. Like, you are online for just an extreme amount of hours. So that doesn't surprise me like crazy. Like, I feel like if I play WoW for like 5 hours, I'm just like, wow, interesting. What trinkets you think? All Seer plus Heart of the Wind, probably. Or Solar Flare Prism is actually not a bad option. I think for a Druid, that's what you're looking at. All right, let me just check mine. I also have a Resto Shaman. I kind of want to play it. You did Nexus for 12 hours? Why? Was it like somebody's Brazil key that you really wanted? All right, my Evoker, I think, did a bunch of keys. So we got one key, all keys. This is 8 8s, and then here. Happy you said that. I think you want more stat sticks for no Apex. Also, hi, Blur. Blur, I hope you're enjoying this season. No pug, all your tanks just die. You got to play with me for some days. Dude, I was it yesterday? Might have been yesterday, actually. I logged in. No, it wasn't yesterday. I didn't play at all yesterday. 2 days ago, I logged in and I did a key with Christus. She was in a 19 Resilient Pit of Sauron. And I was like, oh, I'll join this. So I joined a Christus key. And I DC'd on the first poll. And she was like, no problem, we'll go again. I was like, okay. So then we went into the second poll. And I was like, okay, this is fine. I missed the kick. And then I died. And I was like, all right. So then the third time we did it, I was like, no problem. Top damage on the first pull. Went into the second pull. DC'd again. My character just walked forward to the wall. And I was like, God damn it. So I wouldn't say the ping problems occasionally get me. Sometimes my internet literally just says, no. Yeah. On second thought, you might not want to play with me. Let's not do a key. But just make sure it's Brazil, basically. Just make sure it's Brazil. That's the key right there. All right, let me check my Evoker out of curiosity. I just want to check something. Oh, yeah, that's true. I should get to them. Yeah. That is not a bad idea. TH, the bits are bitsin'. Would love to do a key with you. Need to get the last 19s. Resto Shaman? Sure, Clover. Are you on NA or EU? 6-piece tier set should come back. Ooh, Poison. That is an unpopular opinion. I cannot get behind you on this, mostly because I'm already in a relationship. But I think that actually tier sets need to be rethought, because it feels really bad when you don't get it. Like, it feels so bad. I think it should be the opposite, and either you hand everyone tier sets within the first week or two, or you just remove them. Because if you, like, I just think, I don't actually like that for what it's worth. Take 4-set Guardian Druid instead of Threat. I mean, I would like that too, Matt, but I think they clearly want Guardian Druids to play it. We'll find out what it looks like next week. Oh, I'm not finishing this vault. On one hand, I could do 3 more on the Evoker, but I don't think I care that much. Each season, that's a tier set. Some Apex talents just need to be reworked, to be honest with you. What is the error icon next to your character name is about? Which one? Which character? Oh, this is like some add-ons are out of date. That's just like I think it's something about my graphics card, actually. Yeah, the Enter World thing there, that error icon, I'm not sure. Bring back Vengeance for stupid tank damage. You guys know there's a solution how to solve tanking. Which tank do I enjoy the most besides Bear? Prot Pally, actually. Although Brewmaster has been a fun thing for me this season, because I've never main Brew before, so I like learning new things, and I think that Brew is actually like a potential. I think it's fun right now. Brewmaster actually feels fun to play at the moment, I will say. Guys, wait a second though. You guys know, it's not hard to fix how to tank in World of Warcraft. Would you, for example, say, would you agree that there's a small tank shortage right now? There's a reason there's a tank shortage. Part of it is the design of the dungeons, 100%. The other part of it, though, is this is very simple. If all tanks did top damage, or at the very least equivalent damage to a DPS, you would have a lot of people wanting to play tank. Because the truth of the matter is, what people do is in a dungeon, you look at the numbers on your combat logs and your details, and you say, that. I want to be that. And if tanks actually did very competitive damage, tank shortages solved like that. Regardless of how hard it is to tank, regardless of anything, Blizzard will never do this. They will never ever do this. But I guarantee you the tank shortage would be solved in exactly 0.5 seconds. I guarantee it would work. Like, no, because all you have to do, literally all you have to do is limit it so that you cannot start a Mythic plus Keystone with more than one tank. They actually wouldn't even be that hard. You just limit it. You literally just say a Keystone cannot start with more than one tank, and then people wouldn't do it. Which bear form? This one? I have the glyph where every time I go into bear form, it's a different bear form. I don't actually know. No Apex does the most damage. Don't want to play Gurchank anyways. I have every time I go into bear, it does different here for what it's worth, though. Yeah, I have the glyph that does this. Tanks do a lot of DPS, though. Just have to hit 0.1% after 0.1%. Yeah. That's from the Guardian Weapon. Is it the artifact one? That makes sense. The one you had was Legion from Raid. Gotcha. I don't remember where all the bear forms come from, to be honest. I remember where this one comes from because I had to work very hard on it. What's up, Dehydrated? I have a special relationship with you. Dehydrated, I just want you to know that you are in my body, like, most of the day. I try really hard to not have you in my body, but it does happen. Speaking of which, I literally have my electrolytes right here, and I'm not actually drinking it. And that's on me. You've reminded me. Thank you. I'm drinking a chocolate milkshake instead of my electrolytes. If your Tally tank got a bit more agency for defensive, I'd be fine with his low damage, but he feels like a glass cannon without the cannon. That's true. Yeah. I need to take my salt and electrolytes. It's true. What's up, Steamroller? We're almost there for the big buffs. I know. It's exciting. Space Wappy. Yeah, the no Apex build. So when I was doing keys earlier today, this is the Apex build. This is an option. I don't know. I was messing around with both Dream Guide and Dream of Cenarius. This is the Apex build. It's my version of the EC Apex build. All my builds, by the way, if you're ever curious, are always linked in Discord. So if you want to find any of the builds, you can find them there. Always accessible in there. You aren't pushed to have all the tanks. Yeah, I think that it would help, actually, for what it's worth. I think that people just like popping off. It's a good feeling to pop off. It doesn't actually solve the tank problem, but it's kind of a joke. I do think it would help, though. People like doing big numbers. All right, let me look at my crest situation here. I don't need any more heroic crests, but if I wanted to really get an edge on next week, I could try to get some to just convert back up. Like, it's fun to do big numbers. The thing that I actually need eventually, I don't really want to do this, but to be honest with you, the only thing I'll be missing this season is heroic or mythic Onseer. At some point, I'm going to have to figure out a way to pug this boss. I think this will be required. Probably at some point. Ash, what's your goal this season? No, it's just for when the week starts because I'm super excited for tomorrow. Now, all of a sudden, I want to push keys tomorrow. So we have our bonus rolls. I'll be using mine still in Nexus. And then what I'll do from there is I can just immediately upgrade whatever item I want to Nexus. And so, does that make sense? So if you start the week with max heroic crest, then you can do this. Okay, good question, Mother Goose. You asked me a question earlier too, and I believe I was talking either about my ex-wife or why I moved to Thailand. I don't remember which story time I was on, but it was one of them. Two things. Number one, every time you hit Frenzied Regen, you benefit from Forest Walk. Because if you hit this, you can see that I benefit from Forest Walk because of this talent called Reinvigoration. Now, there are some niche builds that do not play Reinvigoration, but if you have this talent spec, every time you hit Frenzied Regen, you also cast Regrowth on yourself. The thing to understand about this is that it will also consume Dream of Cenarius. So you will get a greater heal on yourself. Dream of Cenarius makes you tankier. Dream Guide might be slightly more healing for your team. But the thing about this, and I don't actually know what the uptime is on this. I need to look at logs. I'm not sure what the difference is because they recently did just buff Dream Guide. But the idea is that if I hit this, watch, so I'll benefit because when I cast my Apex, I'm going to get 2 Dream of Cenarius procs. Watch this. One of them gets consumed when I do this. If I cast Frenzied Regen again, I will lose my Dream of Cenarius proc because it will do a bigger regrowth on myself. And so that auto-consumes it. You don't actually manually cast regrowth on yourself. The reason you play that talent is because it will auto-consume. I would only ever cast regrowth on my team. I basically never press it for myself. Is the easiest way for me to answer that question. Use macros for Iron Fur. If I am playing no Apex, then you can macro your Iron Fur to Thrash. If you are playing the Apex variety, you cannot. And the reason is because you really need to make sure that you have enough rage for your raise. So you need to be waving. No problem. If you're playing Apex, and this is actually a problem because a big conversation is that the no Apex build does far less damage than the Apex build. But this is a weird argument because a lot of druids that I have played with actually don't use the Apex correctly anyways. So their overall damage is like 60k in a dungeon. They'd probably do more if they played no Apex. So if you are in a pool and you are playing the Apex build, no, you do not. If you are playing this for what it is worth, and you're in a pack, and you're fighting this pack, and you're like, rah, 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 like claw, bear, right? Or if you're playing the lunar bear, you're like, I am a loon, moonfire, full moon, laser bear. Okay, so this is you. You're in a pack. If you actually just spam Iron Fur, and I mean you're not hitting raise at all, you are actively less tanky playing Apex. You do have to weave in raises. Because if you spend all your rage on Iron Fur to play defensive, then you are not really benefiting from playing this. Part of your tankiness is actually weaving in raise when you're able to. Because that will give you a shield, and that shield matters. So you have to make decisions when you're playing Apex about, can I live with 1 Iron Fur, 2 Iron Fur? Do I need 3 right now? If I press raise right now, am I going to drop my 2 stacks of Iron Fur for a second? You have to be willing to weave back and forth like this, if that makes sense. So that's an important consideration to make. It's not so much just for damage, it's also for your survivability. Because the difference of Iron Fur, if you don't know this, every stack of Iron Fur you get does not actually give you, by the way, more physical armor reduction. Let's go over it. This is something that isn't very well understood. Milfs and Cookies just subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you for the sub. Trash, you have a good name on Twitch, but I'm not going to lie, Ash. you could be named Milf and Cookies, which is an even better name, to be honest with you. All right, here we go. So if you take a look at my armor reduction, if you hover, you could do this with any of your characters, but if you open your Guardian Druid in-game, I'll wait for the ad to be done. I see there's an ad playing. This actually is pretty useful information, so I want to help this. A lot of bears don't understand this, and this is going to be really good information. Mother Goose, for anyone listening, this is going to be helpful. Because a lot of bears, most tanks, to be honest with you, it's fun to do damage. Most tanks just want to live. Like, the crux of being a good tank is being consistent, not dying, and leading your team. If you want to optimize your damage, that's great, but nobody really cares. Genuinely speaking, even in higher keys, very few people actually care whether you're parsing 100 or not as a tank. You just need to live. That's like first and foremost. But for Guardian Druids, if you didn't know this, this is actually pretty impactful. This is something to know as a Guardian Druid player, that you should know this. Each stack of Iron Fur does not give you the same value. If you go into your character sheet right now on your Guardian Druid and you just take a look at your armor, you will see as you hover over it that you have 40% physical damage reduction. This is depending on your gear and your character. I have 40% physical armor reduction. If I press one Iron Fur, then this will give me 15% less physical damage taken. But if I press 2 Iron Fur, I will only get approximately 10% from the second Iron Fur. Because it has diminishing returns, not every Iron Fur stack is actually created equal. The first Iron Fur is the most valuable because it will give you approximately 15%. The second Iron Fur gives you 10%. The third Iron Fur is now only starting to give you about 6% physical armor reduction. So there are times in higher keys where having 3 stacks of Iron Fur is pretty impactful because you want as much physical armor reduction as possible, big pulls, Mysara Caverns, etc., etc. But what you should know is that if you just spam Iron Fur like nonstop, there's actually a point of diminishing returns where you will not benefit from it. And this is what I want to show you here. So if I get to, for example, like 5 to 7 Iron Fur stacks, it doesn't actually matter because 70% goes to 75%. And now each Iron Fur is giving me like 3%, 2%, pretty lackluster. So what's important to realize is that the first stack of Iron Fur is the most important. The second stack is pretty valuable. The third stack can be valuable, but going to like 6 stacks just doesn't help you that much. Because you can't go any higher than that anyways. You will cap at approximately 80% damage reduction. Does that make sense? So it's actually a trap that a lot of Guardian Druids find themselves in if they just think, I'm just going to spend all my rage on Iron Fur because I want to be as tanky as possible, and I'm just going to blast Iron Fur, and I need to spend every single amount of rage on Iron Fur. And you think that it's going to make you much tankier, but it in fact doesn't really make you that much tankier. Still helps, but less ideal. You want to even out your Iron Fur and make sure that you have 2 to 3 stacks during heavy melee pulls, or even 1 or 2 stacks. I would say that common knowledge from before, for a long time, Guardian Druids were actually recommended for what it is worth, okay? So a lot of Guardian Druids would recommend you have just 1 stack of Iron Fur. I would say that in these keys right now, 2 is pretty valuable. Yeah, so I would just be aware of the fact that 2 is very valuable in a lot of these keys. Seed of the Triumvirate, things just melee really hard. You have certain keys where you just have a lot of melee damage. First pull Algathar Academy while you're ticking with the bleed. There's a lot of melee hits on you. If you have like 1 stack, you'll probably die. So like 2 to 3 is my go-to right now. Mysara Caverns is another big one where oftentimes you'll see me actually add like 3 stacks of Iron Fur because it is very valuable to get quite a bit of physical DR. It's not exact numbers. It's just to give you a general. I'm using an easy to understand like 15, 10, 5, etc. because it's just an easy number to understand, right? In front of my dog. Actually, the cat. To be honest with you, Zealous, the answer to that question is my cat. Yeah, the cat. He is very cute. And I do that anyways, even though I'm allergic. One of my favorite activities is I do kind of like to eat the cat. He's very cute, and he's very smotherable. But I am allergic to him, so every time I accidentally put his head in my mouth, I do get itchy. He's very cute, though. Yeah, like, I'll go get him. Here, I'll show you. I'll probably just let Kitty decide. Hey, Calidore. Is the build coming out tomorrow the same one you seem super excited about? Yeah, no, it's the same one. Why the move to Thailand? Ah, great question, Clover. Happy to answer that. Actually, Calidore, I do have some things to tell you, but give me a second. And Fox here for a minute? Okay, 1 second. Let me just be right back. I'm gonna go get the cat. I'm gonna go get him right now. 1 second. Cookie, come here. The people want to see you, buddy. Here. Here, Marina. Yeah. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. His breath smells so bad. His breath smells unbelievably bad. He's not a good kisser. Honestly, to be fair, neither am I with him. Hi, buddy. He was napping very peacefully, so he's kind of upset with me right now because I interrupted his nap time. Sorry for interrupting your nap. Here's some treats. Not a lot left in there. Okay. Eat them out here because you know she's coming. There you go. Oh, she was already here. That was so fast. Come out of the room, honey. You gotta go out of the room. Come on. Come on, Juju. Juju, out. There's no more treats in the room. Come on, Juju. There you go. There's some on the floor there, honey. Yeah. You guys go in. There you go. Okay. So, anyways, I was thinking at some point I should probably just actually I was thinking that Kitty and I should make a podcast and we should do effectively like sex education for people. Not like, I mean this, we're not actually going to do it, but it was an idea hypothetically because I feel like a lot of people just lack some basic knowledge because they have no one to ask. And I feel like there's a lot. So when I was younger, right, not a lot of things came naturally to me. And one of the problems was sometimes like when I first got like my first relationship and I tried to kiss them, you see in the movies that you're like, you know, in order to show la passion, you must open your mouth really wide and then just kind of like this. Now, of course, I learned over time that that's not how you do it. That's what I do to dogs and cats. But it's not what you do to other human beings. And so, but the thing is that nobody teaches you this. Like, there's no source of information to learn about this. And so, yeah, you're not supposed to. And I would say that it's like there should be somewhere, to learn this. The thing is, there should be somewhere to learn this information. Because I'm actually allergic to him, Zealous, so I do that. There's this called school. It depends on what school you go to, Treason. Like most schools in Utah, you might learn this, but otherwise, not so much. Like, I didn't learn this in school. There's no form of education. The thing is, like, there has to be a place to learn this. And I feel like, you know what I mean? I feel like there should be somewhere. Also, so the thing is, Zealous, I'm actually allergic to him, right? So when I do that, my tongue gets very itchy. And right now I'm like... Because I'm kind of allergic to him. And I immediately regret the decision. Yep. Couple of great sessions. And so those are private parties. I kind of figured that we would get along, Cookies, to be honest with you. I have to be careful about engaging with said topic on stream. And Cookies, for what it's worth, I'm sure you can appreciate and understand why. I cannot actually dive into the topic here, unfortunately. It is something I very much wish I could, because I actually do wish sincerely that there was more of a straight-up conversation that people could have about this subject. It's unfortunately something that I have to be very cautious about, and so I have to say no comment. For what it's worth, though. Yeah, I must be slightly aware. Guyverse, what did you join? So it's all about flowers, Everest. And the reason it's all about flowers is because the bees need the flowers. And then, for example, because the bees need the flowers, it's also about seeds. And you're like, well, what about seeds? And it's like, no, not in a weird way. It's just that the birds need the seeds. And so when you combine all this, you basically get the conversation about the flowers and the seeds and the birds and the bees. And that's kind of what we're talking about right now. All right, speaking of which, let me just find another key to do for fun. Let's see if any friends are doing something. Ash, are you playing right now? I'll take a key for you right now if you want. Ash is not playing. All right, I see a few friends online, but not much else. I could technically look for Mythic Chimeras, although I figured I would just do it next week, to be honest with you. Mythic Chimeras. There is a Mythic Chimeras pug right here, but I bet you this would be suspicious, to say the least. Yes, Cookies. I think so as well. There's so much basic information. How Fluid Form talent should be played. Fluid Form is a weird pug. It's like a weird sim-bait talent, Danzer. I don't play it. I don't think you need to play it. I really don't. It's a single global every now and again. It's not a big deal. There are actually a lot of impactful talents you can take. I do not play Fluid Form. If you do play Fluid Form, then technically speaking, what it's meant to do is that as you Feral Frenzy, you basically can use this in combination with this talent to occasionally just get a DR. That's another thing you can do with Druid of the Claw. But as a Loon's Chosen, you would literally only press this so that you can just get an extra rake off in cat form, and then you mangle back into bear form. It's really lackluster because there's actually a lot of talents I want out here. The no Apex gets one more talent down here because you don't have to play Instincts of the Claw. But I think that Fluid Form is like when we were shifting a lot more to actually apply, then yes. Yeah, like I said, I am actually kind of allergic to him. But Cookies, it is astonishing to me as well that it's not astonishing, actually. You know what, Cookies? I take that back. It's not surprising. How do you learn? There is no place, not a proper place at least, to actually learn about your body. There is a shit ton of misinformation. And if you try to Google my body, or other people's bodies, you will not find very informative things. You see? It's actually not surprising because there is no good, reliable information out there. You have to dig to find it, and it's not easy to find. But seriously, in a 1-hour workshop, you can literally gain so much knowledge. You can actually learn so much in like a single hour because you're like, oh my God, that's how it works? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, what? Like, you can learn so much. Playing Arcane Breath now. What do you mean by Arcane Breath? Yeah, Vati, we have to be very careful. I'm going to have to basically ixnay this conversation. We can't really get into it here. I'm going to be simply too filtered. Most people are going to be too filtered. Like, we can't really get into it, unfortunately. It's something I've thought about for what it's worth. I really would love to dive into it because it doesn't bother me. It's not like a conversation that I go, oh my God. Like, it's just a part of life, so I would love to talk about it. Maybe at some point I'll do some sort of special live stream there. I don't know. Where Kitty and I will just sit here and answer your questions. I really think we should. I've actually was dead serious about it, but I also understand that you would have to make a lot of money for that to be worth it. Best weapon enchant? I think just the stat enchant's probably the best. Just acuity. There might be some sim that says it's slightly better to play one of the other ones, but I've just been playing primary stat. Primary stat's always valuable. Primary stat's the way to go, basically. So, anyways, I've got 4 bonus rolls starting next week. I didn't actually send them this week, and I'm kind of wondering if I should send them right now, though. Well, After Dark, I kind of used to do them. I actually did used to do... When I originally became a partner somewhere else, I did that, though. Got 3 million weapons to swap before in dungeons. I would say that Alnseer is the other option if I'm going to be doing this. You missed the After Dark streams? Yeah. They were fun for what it's worth. But honestly, with how unfiltered I am on my actual stream, there's not that much difference between the After Darks and the regular stream, to be honest with you. Caledoria, are you still there? We have a lot of great stories. We do have a lot of great stories, Kitty. We do. I mean, what Cookies was saying earlier is literally how we met, but no comment on that. You know what we should do, actually, Kitty? We should do another in real life Thailand stream. That's actually what we should do. We should do an in real life Thailand stream. ADHD King in Thailand. Oh, why Thailand? Oh, good question. So, if Arcane players played now, I think that you can still play Druid of the Claw next week. If you like Druid of the Claw, you can still play Druid of the Claw. If you like, what's it called? And if you really, you can't play 2 bonus rolls on one boss, right? I thought you can't bonus roll the same boss twice, can you? I think that Mythic Alnseer would probably be the best upgrade I can get. And technically, if I spent both bonus rolls on it, there's a pretty good chance I get it. No, so you'd have to kill it, but that means that you can only bonus roll Chimeras once if I don't get it right now, as an example. So, oh, there is a Mythic Pug, like, right there. Fine. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it's not that hard to kill, right? Once per dungeon run. It can't be that hard to kill. Can it? Like, is it actually hard to do this? Is Mythic Chimeras hard? I liked Arcane Bear better. I liked Arcane Bear, though. No, it's not. It's not that hard, right? All right. We'll see. We'll try for it. Caladora, are you still there? You asked me a good question earlier. I would love to actually answer it. DPS check is low. Mechanics ruin pugs. I mean, what are the mechanics in Mythic? I know what the mechanics are in Heroic. What are the mechanics in Mythic? Just spread the groups and kill off ads. That's basically it. That doesn't seem that bad. I mean, you never know. We'll see. Let's see if they'll take me, first of all. I mean, I could heal this one. Is it hard to heal? I could play Resto Druid. Mythic mechanics are quite for a pug. Interesting. Madness for DPS and heals. Groups in real life versus dream can't touch. You need to spell spots and to handle fear. Okay, that actually sounds like real mechanics. Uh-oh. It's brain dead to tank. That's why I know this fight is a tank. I don't know this fight is anything else. Yeah, I would just go and do big damage. Interesting. I got your first kill in a pug. I haven't really bothered with it. I mean, the thing is, if I'm going to push on bear, like 13 item levels on this trinket, it's not the most insane difference, you know. It's not actually that crazy to get it, but fear kicks is just critical during intermissions. That makes sense. But, like, I feel like even if I don't end up getting Mythic Chimera's trinket, it's not actually the end of the world. The heroic version versus mythic version can't actually be a key level. Are links allowed? If you try to send a link and you're not subbed, it will block the link, but I can still see it. Just because it prevents bots and stuff. You have to be subbed to send links, but if you want to send a link point zone, go for it. I'll still see it. Starting normal gaze, I think that it's fine. Indeed, class times are quite fast. Okay. So probably not worth trying to bug. Understood. Clover. Have you ever been to Thailand before? That Ravage gives? So the type of damage reduction you get, I've done a lot of log digging here, Space Whuppy. It ultimately is the same thing. Okay, let me see. I think it still Scuff is a nice tool to overread what you could see. Void Core Planner. Let me see. Yes. I would concur. Lovely place. We went scuba diving. Okay, gotcha. So you have been here. Really, really great place. Yeah, sincerely, I love it. Void Core Planner. Nebulous Void Cores. What? What is this? You can... Oh, it's like a sim for Void Core? Oh, I'm just going to wing it. I never sim my character, to be honest with you. I never do. Which is wild because, I don't know, I think that a lot of people at the highest level of WoW, there's definitely a culture where, like, you have to do what everyone else is doing. But then, I don't know, I seem to get pretty good results just playing however which way I want to play. I guess I learned the game a little differently than others just because, like, I don't know if it's the ping diff. I don't know if it's that I always play with 250 ping or what, but maybe I'm just a rebel. Like, I don't know. But I don't like to sim my character because I like to basically I like to understand what it is that I need without having to sim. So it's a personal preference, but I don't sim my character. Yeah. I just play whatever and it serves me decently well. To clarify here, this is... I think I have this up from yesterday. I was looking at it. I did a 19 Windrunner Spire. Okay, listen. This is US Bears. Are you ready? Here, watch this. 3, 2, 1. Let me show you this window capture. Okay. This was a Windrunner Spire. That is this is US rank for Bears. All Windrunner Spires sorted for damage. I think I do pretty well. I think I do good. That's my damage on this. And I just kind of play however I'm going to play. It's pretty good. And then I can check, like, I do other things, though. My camera's blocking the view. Oh, really? Here, can you see now? This is, here. This is, if you go search right now on Warcraft logs, you will see that I am sorted for damage. If you sort for DPS, I am right here. Second for US Bear. Right behind Dorky, right above Squish. Now, granted, different key levels, so obviously it would be slightly different. This accounts just for overall damage, so most of this will be, I think, minimum is 17, but it's like slightly different key levels. But I don't know, it works. If I go to Mysara Caverns instead, you will see that my 19 Mysara Caverns is right here. 11. Did it once. Probably could do better. So there's that 11 right there. Here's another one right here, 24. Like, I don't know. Every time I actually play the Apex build and stuff, I think I do pretty well with it. And in general, I think that's a pretty good metric. So I feel like I do good. It's not the highest Windrunner that's been done because that's just I need a group for that and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Windrunner I had so far down because I did it so many times without timing it that when I finally actually timed it the other day, I just checked after. I did it like I did global for global was near perfect in this dungeon, and then like last boss. Damn, look at this. I did 55k last boss. You play Druid of the Claw? No, I'll still play Alloons. I'm actually gonna play my build tomorrow for sure. Like, okay, so when I talk about the no Apex, I think that people really misunderstand it. A lot of people think that the reason I play no Apex is because I don't care about tank damage. That isn't true. I actually really like doing tank damage, but I also like being a successful tank. So you can see that I parse 100 in this dungeon when I actually played Apex. Now, we would have timed it if I played no Apex. So we had like 2 minutes left on this timer. Oh, slightly less than 2 minutes. Still would have timed it just fine without Apex. But next week, to clarify, so this is a 100 parse, just to clarify. This is playing Apex, 19 Windrunner, and this is how much damage I did. I will do this much damage with no Apex next week. I'm pretty certain, actually, that I could hit that number right there, maybe higher with no Apex next week. The damage breakdown will be slightly different. If you take a look at the difference of like all overall, like first pull, I will do significantly less damage. I won't have this first pull because this is with Apex. Apex first pull of a dungeon looks something like this, where you are a DPS on this pull, right? I'm not going to have that big high anymore with no Apex, but my single target will probably be a little bit lower, but my consistent damage will be much higher. So if I take a look at like the last boss, doing 55k last boss is actually really impactful. So the last boss, if I didn't do 55k, I might do 45 here, maybe 47 with the buffs next week. I think it'd be like 45 probably. And then overall, though, would be similar. Does that make sense? Just to show you some logs. Like, I don't want to just, you don't have to just take my word for it. You can actually look at the data that I have available or just tune in tomorrow. Just like come say hi tomorrow and see how we go. I think that that's actually pretty cool. So this is, I think the no Apex build will be kind of blasting next week. Give me a second. I want to come back and we're going to do some stuff. There is min-max for it. Gelsey, there is min-max for no Apex. People think it's sleeper, but I'm not playing it. It's not a turtle build. It was never meant to be a turtle build. 1 second. Yo, good morning, Robbie. Let me go to the bathroom quick. I want a dog real bad. I want a dog. Okay. For some reason, I want to play my monk right now a little bit. I seem to have misread the patch notes. I missed the much-needed blood decay buffs. We double dipping again, right? Blood decay was not featured in the last set of notes, Mr. Enlil. I still think blood decay is actually in an okay spot. Galesi. I'm going to make one tonight, probably. Currently snoring very loudly on your feet under your desk. I want a dog real bad. I want to play my monk for a little bit. There is a topic I really wanted to... I either go back and clip it. I remember talking about this a few streams ago, and I just completely forgot to clip it after. It's something... I really got to work on this, actually. It's something I have to work on. I'm supposed to remember to clip things after stream. Like, if there's a really good conversation, I'm supposed to remember how to clip it. So that I can find it after. That was the idea, right? Oh, shit. That's cool. Yo, I don't know if Kitty's listening to the stream. The TikTok with the orange cat, it has like 1 million views now. We have gone viral. That's cool. Oh yeah, that did go viral. Alrighty then. Let's play Mistweaver or Brewmaster. Don't really mind either one. See if we can find a little IO key. Hi, Love-A-Lot. How's it going? 21 win runner. Nah, I'll do it next week. Let's go try to find like a chill something. Let's see. I don't really need to do like the highest key. Am I crest maxed at least on this guy? I have 30 heroic crest. Don't I still need to use heroic crest for either... Oh, this trinket stuff. You play all tanks except your main? What's your main, Poison? The only tank I'm not playing right now is a VDH. I have played VDH before. I wouldn't say I'm the best at it. 18 Nexus. I need this key. Could try it. Can either play Brewmaster or, honestly, I really also enjoy Mistweaver. I like Mistweaver more than I like Brewmaster, to be honest with you. I also play healers. I'm not a big DPSer, I will say. I tend to get bored while DPSing, so I can't say that I'm like a giga DPSer. Mostly just a tank and healer. I still wanted to talk about my thoughts on the IO system. I really wanted to know if people would agree or disagree. I wondered if I was missing something with it. That rant was so good. I talked about it before, and I was like, I'm ready? About what? Talk to me about IO? Last time I streamed was a few days ago. I took 2 days off. And I have my own issues with it. Flex Mackenzie's in a 17. What's 17? Skyreach? Wait, I need this. I'll play. Oh, they already have a tank and a healer. Damn, I was about to play with Flex. Okay. One second, let me sneeze. I will go hard in this, right? I will talk about it. Let me drink some water. Hydrate. Probably need to do some jumping jacks. We haven't done any today. The problem with IO. You're easily becoming a favorite. Thank you, Love-A-Lot. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad that people like hanging out with me. Extract the bleeds on Skyreach for you. I have it on base UI. If it's not showing up on base UI, I would be. Are you using a UI secret? Because base UI should show it pretty easily. Like I clearly identify when I'm in Skyreach what the bleed is at. And if you're playing Guardian Druid, you just know you're using LVUI. LVUI has a problem with showing debuff sometimes. I have heard that before. Not just that, there are a few bleeds that LVUI does not show properly. That might be why. Because that thing is not a bleed, actually. It's a weird type of dot. You can just know like this, secret. If you're playing a Guardian Druid and not a Brewmaster, it's very simple. If you walk into the pole, 1, 2, 3, you have too many bleed stacks. That's it. That's literally all you need to know. If you're a Guardian Druid and you walk into a pole with 2 Adepts, you count 1, 2, 3, you have too many bleed stacks. That's it. If you're a Brewmaster, you can dodge it, and so you probably don't even take any of the stacks whatsoever. And then you just leg sweep, and then you ring a piece if you need to. So you're fine as a Brewmaster. But as a Guardian Druid, you just go 1, 2, 3. It's probably too many bleed stacks. That's because Guardian just soaks it all up. Unless your team throws a stun. As a Guardian Druid, you walk in, you go 1, 2, 3, Vortex, backpedal. Go back in. 1, 2, 3, War Stomp if you have it. If you reset, great. If not, you run. 1, 2, 3, Typhoon and run. That's you just use that. You just basically it's straight up like 3 to 5 seconds. You're out. And then time your frenzied regens to make sure you don't die, and your incarnate stuff. Okay. The problem with IO in World of Warcraft is the fact that it's actually a misrepresentation of what players want. Hear me out. World of Warcraft is not inherently a competitive game. It is an MMORPG. It's not supposed to be a MOBA, a battle royale. It isn't supposed to be a game where you log in, get your rank queue, and log out. Over the last 5 years, it has consistently been moving in that direction. And that scares me. But let me explain why it scares me. Because I think on the surface, people will understand. Just by me saying that, they'll go like, yeah, that makes sense. No. You guys don't understand how pernicious this is. You guys don't understand how dangerous this is for World of Warcraft. Because I think that if we're not careful, this concept is going to be the death of World of Warcraft. Like, this game will die. It won't be the same if they don't handle this topic with a little bit of grace and a little bit of clarity. Blizzard has a problem with thinking that they know what the player base wants, and oftentimes they're a little bit off. A great example of this is the fact that they make tanking extremely deadly at times. Most tanks don't want to be fighting for their lives. If you make tanks feel very powerful, more people will enjoy the role, and if less tanks die in keys, everybody has a good time. There is actually no real purpose, and it does not enhance the tanking experience for anyone in your group if your tank is going to die on the first pull of Algothar Academy because they added the bleeds to the lashers. Originally, that mechanic did not exist, and it does not improve the gameplay experience. It actually detracts from the gameplay experience. IO is becoming more and more like that. So the problem with WoW is that the reason this game is magical is because you get to connect with other people. That is the essence of the world of Warcraft. And you think to yourself, connect with other people. I just yell at people and say, lol, noob, get pwned. That is connecting with other people. This is a world, and it's an MMORPG. When you play WoW, you actually do interact with others, and that interaction is inherently valuable. The more the game becomes about IO, the more that those interactions turn toxic. The reason is because your IO becomes your value. Your value in-game no longer is your character. It's no longer who you are. It's no longer the jokes you tell in party chat. It doesn't become about how you make people feel or whether people like spending time with you. It actually becomes about the number that is represented in your IO. If I'm on an alt right now and I flash you my Mythic Plus dungeon score, there are many people who would say, he's only 3,500. We shouldn't even listen to this video. I guarantee you that is a thought if I were to post this on YouTube, that many people would have. They would just think, 3,500? He doesn't know what he's talking about. This is an alt. It has happened to me many times that I have been crest farming on any of my alts, and I have been in a key and they go, bro, you're only in a plus 12. Why the hell are you even speaking right now? There has always been a level of elitism in WoW. There has always been a level of competition in WoW. The competition isn't a problem, but it was actually a byproduct of the game, not the focus of the game. Because raiding and dungeons and loot used to be accessible if you were willing to grind for it. People think that the downfall of World of Warcraft occurred when the Dungeon Finder was introduced in Wrath of the Lich King. Because then all of a sudden you didn't have to go into trade chat and socialize to get into groups. That isn't the thing, because if you force players to socialize against their will, people will actually hate it. People have changed, but the game has also changed. And one of the ways that the game has changed was how much IO has become the nature of your value. But I use the words your value because that is the pernicious thing. You see, that is the scary part. Okay, watch this. We used to play games as an escape from reality. When World of Warcraft was introduced in 2004, the only people who played WoW were outcasts. If you had a successful, productive social life, you probably didn't play World of Warcraft in 2004. There's obviously exceptions to this, but the vast majority of people could agree that if you met somebody in the world of Azeroth, you were a little socially awkward. It was a place for people to go and connect and play the game. But the best part about WoW was that it was accessible. It was challenging, but accessible. A 40-year-old divorced dad could play and still accomplish their goals. Same with a 60-year-old grandpa or a 20-year-old kid or a 10-year-old kid. You could enjoy the game. Over time, they've lost sight of that. Because WoW, the systems in WoW were so good. The combat was so fluid. And it was so fun to try dungeons and raiding and this and that, that what people started to misunderstand was that they thought that that's what sold World of Warcraft. So they started to invest more time and resources into developing Mythic Plus and raids got consistently more challenging, harder and harder and harder, and same with Mythic Plus. But the problem with that is that that was never the reason that people liked doing it. There was a subset of the player base who did enjoy a purely competitive game mode. But that was never why World of Warcraft was so amazing. And it still isn't today. But if we flash forward and we don't go through the entire history lesson of the last 10 years, that doesn't matter anymore. Now what matters is your parse, your score, your IO. This number, that's you. You're not the cool monk. You're not that one ret pally. You are this. Or your guild rank for raid. What people need to understand is that gaming has changed a lot. This is a reflection not just of what Blizzard decided to do with their game. Part of it. But it's actually more a reflection of what people want from the game. 21 years ago, 22 years ago at this point, this game was an escape. Nowadays, this game is a proxy for real life. Real life is stressful. Real life is scary. And so people play games as a proxy for real life. Because instead of having to succeed in real life, you can succeed in game. And that gives you a certain level of accomplishment because games have a lot more meaning than they used to. It used to be kind of a cult thing to be a gamer, niche. Nowadays, everybody is a gamer. And so it's much more culturally accepted and valuable to be good at games. Whereas before, it didn't really mean much. But with the advent of esports and the difference of people, we value being skilled at gaming much more than we used to. So what happens is, if one season you go really hard in World of Warcraft and you get really high IO, then you feel on top of the world because people start asking you for help. They say, wow, I see that you're like a really high IO guardian druid. Like, how can I improve? And you go, ooh, that's kind of nice. You get that same feedback you would get in real life. Now you're in a position of authority. Now, for example, you are in a position of power and you get to help other people, which gives you dopamine and activates all the neurotransmitters in your brain. And you go, I like this. And then the next season resets. And you go, I'd like that again. So then you push for IO. And it's fun. And then the season resets. And then you push for IO. And then the season resets. And then you have to push for IO. Because you felt that feeling. And you want to keep that feeling. Now, we're in a bit of a scary little loop. Because the 4th season or the 5th season that this happens, you go into your first plus 18 and you think to yourself, oh, great, like I'm going to be accomplishing my goal. Like I'm going to get the IO. You don't realize that you're already at the point where you need the IO. You don't want it, you need it. Because in order for you to continue using this game as a proxy, you have to maintain the level that you are at. And so you need the IO. And when you start to identify your IO, your score, with your personal value, it's GG's. Because then what happens is that the person who accidentally stands in a puddle in your key, they are bricking your personal value. It's an attack on you, not an attack on the game. They didn't make a mistake. They are now preventing you from getting what you need. And so the chances that you open party chat and go, hey, by the way, da 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 da, and they find out things about their mother that they never knew before is very high. Because we've created a system where people are now drawn in a very, very FOMO way to gain that score. Now, that was the 5th season. We're in much farther than that now. Now we have an entire, basically, in-game society that is based off of this pure hierarchy of whatever that number is. It's not healthy. It takes away from the magic of World of Warcraft. It takes away from the community, and it encourages toxicity. Because when people make mistakes in your keys, you take it personally because you need the IO. How many times have you found yourself logging in saying, I need to do this today, instead of I want to do this today? How many times have you actually found yourself in a key where you're like, but I have to, not because I want to? And the really insidious thing about this is that people don't realize that that mindset shift happened. And most of the people at the highest levels of IO aren't having a great time, but they don't even realize that they're not having a great time. There's obviously exceptions to this, but you'll see this at the end of every single season with the title push. The end of every season, the last month, for the people who are just around that title and they haven't secured it, they are miserable. You watch this at the end of this season, at the end of every WoW season, you'll see the people who are hovering right around the title and they feel like they need it. Because if they don't get it, remember, that means that they have failed at something important. And they don't play games to fail. It's a proxy for real life. They cannot accept that failure. So if they're in that one of those high title keys and they're like, well, I have to do it, I have to do it, I have to do it. And then guess what? They're a tank player and they accidentally made a mistake and they got hit by something, whatever, and they die. Well, it can't be their fault. It's definitely the healer's fault. Healer, why didn't you watch me there? And if the healer is like trying really, really hard, but they've accidentally messed up their ramp, it can't be their fault because that would mean that they failed. It's definitely the DPS's fault. Why didn't you press a defensive? You see, the problem with this is that it becomes a me versus you. We are not in this together. I am trying to accomplish what I need to do, and you are in my way. And that is how we treat people nowadays in World of Warcraft. That is the end result of creating a game that prioritizes competitive number and rank above all else. We don't want World of League craft. We want World of Warcraft. If they make this game more and more toward that direction, we won't recognize it pretty damn soon. And that is my fear. And that's why I feel like we have to talk about it. Now, keep in mind, I enjoy pushing keys. But I don't like feeling like I have to. And I have to catch myself with that. Because I am even liable. It's very, very sneaky. Like, you really have to check in with yourself. On Monday, you'll be like, I'm having a great time. And then by Friday, you're like, oh, wait a second. I didn't even want to do that. Then I was like, why was I just spent like 5 hours in a resilient key that we weren't even probably going to time, but I had to be there because it was, this person's result. It's my last one. I got to do it. It's like, well, hold up. So we're a bit strange here. Bit strange. And parse culture, IO culture, this community, we're creating systems that are inevitably going to create this level of toxicity and create a blame game. Because again, remember, it can't be your fault because you take it too seriously. It's not a game anymore. It's your life. And it becomes, if it's your life, remember, you gotta point the finger, because when have human beings ever been capable of saying, oh, you know what, that's on me, I'm not a bad person, I'm not a failure of a human being, I just made a mistake. It's pretty difficult to do that. That actually requires a fair amount of therapy and or involved psychological work that you would have had to have done in your own life to be able to say, oh, you know what, I stood in the puddle, sorry, that's on me. Because again, we start to identify that score and the game with who we are. And so we extend our own psychology into our characters, but not in a good way. We also extend all the bad parts and all of the things that we need to work on. But most people can't have been expected to have worked on those things. And so once again, you just open party chat and start to blame other people. And that is the problem. That's why I'm talking about this. It's not because IO is a problem, because pushing keys is actually super fun. It's because what people are starting to realize more and more. If I made a video right now asking you, or if I just straight up right now, when was the last time any of you experienced toxicity in a key? As in somebody, it was a genuine mistake, you bricked something happened, whatever. When was the last time you were yelled at? You were told that maybe you shouldn't even be here? When was the last time you experienced that? Because I guarantee you, if you're playing World of Warcraft, it's within the last 24 hours. And I don't know what Kiva, I haven't even asked for context. Haven't even asked. It doesn't matter. +2, +5, +10, +15, +20. And about an hour ago. That makes sense. So it is unfortunately such a prevalent part of the community now. But I dare say that that is an expectation that we should have if WoW was League of Legends. If I told you right now, I would say, hey guys, I think for the rest of stream today, I'm going to play League of Legends. What would y'all say? Hey, you okay? Y'all all right? Everything okay, woo? Or you're going to be like, haha, good luck. You know why you say that? Because it's an expectation that when I go play League of Legends, somebody's going to yell at someone. Because we all know that that is a part of that game. Because that's how the game is structured. That shouldn't be WoW. That's not supposed to be WoW. And that is my problem with the system. Rant over. Does that make sense? That's the problem. Yeah. They use prestige falling up in lanes. Do they really? I didn't know that. Can we speak Druid now? Yeah, of course, Jonesy. Go for it. Toxicity is definitely part of the game. I do think it's overblown. Equivalent on 100 keys. Honestly, that's great for what it is worth. I think that there are different ways to do it. I think that adding more stepping stones would be a great solution to this problem. Like, the fact that title is still the only high key pushing thing is weird. I like that they added 3.4. I think they should add 3.4 and then another checkpoint at 3.6 and one at 3.8. Because title this season will probably be like 4,100 IO. It's going to be insane. So I think that they should add more stepping stones for what it's worth. I think they make tanks all of them feel powerful again. I agree with that. I actually think you're right on that. I think they should make more tanks more powerful again. What hero talent will be best next week? For max damage. So the theory crafters, Jones, are saying that you're still going to play Apex. I have a feeling that no Apex is going to be really, really good next week. I have a feeling, for what it is worth, that I think no Apex is going to be extremely strong next week. I would have to see, though. I can't say like for certain that will happen. Tune in tomorrow and let's see how my no Apex performs. It's hard for me to do the exact math on this. Let's just try to get into a few keys. Let's find out. Next week. Oh, yeah, sorry. Next week, as in tomorrow. The rotation for no Apex hard. The rotation is easy. Getting the most out of it is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world, I will say. Technically speaking, the rotation is easy, yes. But a lot of people, the build has a weird reputation. I don't know, hey, Saf, like, I don't know if you've been in the Guardian Druid Disc or ask other people, but the thing about the no Apex build is just a lot of words have been put into my mouth. There's a lot of criticisms against it, which, to be honest with you, I don't really know why. Like, I honestly don't really know exactly why there's so much hatred or criticism against it, for what it's worth. Who this? Does that make sense? Like, I'm not completely sold on why that is. I kind of want to play Mistweaver here. Mistweaver is omega fun, to be honest with you. I don't mind playing Brew. Like, Brew is super easy. Mistweaver would be a little bit more fun. I can also Mistweaver if you want. I have no problem Mistweavering. Oh, no, he takes a Shaman. Okay, that's fine. Makes sense. Yeah, next week is in tomorrow. Literally tomorrow. Gotcha. Cost escort people are... I don't know why there's so much hatred for it. Previously, the no Apex build, even if you optimize it, is still going to be approximately 30% behind, give or take. But a lot of people are throwing around numbers that just aren't true. And once again, it's not like I don't like doing damage as a tank. You can look up at least half the... I haven't played... By the way, I don't think I've actually played Apex in every dungeon yet. But for some of the 19s that I've done, I've played Apex. In most of the 19s that I've done with Apex, I have top damage logs. Like, I am within top 10 world Guardian Druid damage parsing. So I know how to play it, and I like playing it. You can look that up. You don't have to take my word for it. You can actually just look at the Warcraft logs. Here, I think I have it open right now. I was talking about this before. This was a 19 workshop, and you can see... Sorry, not workshop. Windrunner Spire. If you go... and you look at the top Windrunner Spire logs for Guardian Druid. Here we go. And you sort it by DPS. I am the second in the entire US for this. And I am telling you that no Apex will do at least this much damage next week. So if I got a rank 2 parse world for that key on 19 a few days ago, my no Apex will do that much damage next week. The rotation for it, though, getting the most out of it, is actually going to be interesting. That isn't as straightforward as people think it is. It is technically simple. There are far less buttons, but you have some decisions to make. This is fun, by the way, if you actually want to look at this. I don't know how to play with Mistweaver. Just a couple of Wrench fans, just people die around me. Mistweaver is fun. I like Mistweaver a lot. My favorite healer right now. Are the Prot Warrior buffs substantial? It's a fair bit of damage. It's not crazy. It's a fair bit of damage. Yo, what's up? Any advice on how to get past Resil 17 on what character, Piltech? Are you playing tank, healer, or like what are you playing? All right, Brewmaster time. Well, no melee comp, so you would have been rank 1, by the way. Oh, that's true. If I had actually... That's true. We didn't have, like, a Mistweaver or anything, right? Yeah, I imagine we had, like, a fully... That would be pretty cool, huh? What about the Prot Pally? I played my Prot Pally in a weekly key earlier, and I died on the first pull. Wait, Gus. I was like, oh, Prot Pally isn't that bad. And then I walked in, and I died through Kings, and I was like, oh, well...
I mean, granted, we still timed it, but I literally walked in and died on the first pull. It's fine. You could play Prop Valley, but it was really funny. I thought it was so funny, to be honest. It's 3% armor buff. Yay. My Brewmaster is not optimized, by the way, whatsoever. Just keep that in mind. I have, like, look, I have champion gloves on, etc. Just to clarify, this is a not. I have 276. Look at my haste. I've got a lot of haste on this guy. I never crafted a neck piece. I basically have no embellishment. And you're going to see me play Brewmaster at an 18. You ready? Do I have food? I think I have food. My talent's right. Am I playing Counter-Strike? That's fine. Yeah. You could play it, but you have to work pretty hard on it, though. I only have full win lost. So it's the only thing in my life that makes me feel like I'm worth anything. Hard on to play it so seriously. I agree with Jonesy. Fair enough. And I think that you being willing to admit that is actually exactly what I was referring to earlier. It is important that we acknowledge that World of Warcraft is a very serious thing for people. It's actually important that we have that sort of appreciation for how valuable and how much this game means to people. Will EC be the play? I think that EC was already good right now, to be honest with you. Like, honestly, EC was already the play. Like, Druid of the Claw and EC are both equal. I think there are a lot of people who still think that Druid of the Claw is better. It's within, like, 1%. They're already, both of them are extremely playable, even right now. So, it's mostly up to you about which one you prefer to play, to be honest with you. If you prefer the playstyle of Druid of the Claw, then play Druid of the Claw. And if you don't like that playstyle, then by all means, just play EC. I prefer EC for what it's worth. No, Whoops. Nice the global. Yeah. I think that you might be surprised how many times, though. There would be a new build. Any build that I try tomorrow or update will be linked in my Discord for what it is worth, if you so desire to check what it is that I am playing. Fast Gatherer. You say Druid of the Claw is easier for Fizz? No. It doesn't quite work like that. Honestly, they're extremely... Kill the caster first. Caster first. You gotta kill caster first. Caster first. You always kill caster first. You don't chain this early. That would be a bad idea. What's the highest keys you can pug with a prop pally? Reasonably speaking, 19, 20, depending on EU or NA. You can totally pug as a prop pally. You need to be aware of how to do it, but like you need to play well and you need to make a plan, and you'll probably have to prog some keys, but you can in fact pug on prop pally. It just you will be playing the game on hard mode, so that's kind of an up to you decision making. Like you have to make that choice to see if it is worth it for you to play, which is not always a guarantee. Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire. Not optimized Brewmaster, by the way. Very unoptimized Brewmaster. As EC not doing more magic damage, so the type of mitigation does change. And I think that there are some pulls where you would rather be Druid of the Claw, and there are some pulls where you would rather just be... We didn't stop that. Between the damaging thing and essentially... Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually insane, though. Do I enjoy Blood DK? I do. I think I struggle a little bit with Blood DK just because of ping. Like, it's a pretty global, demanding tank, right? Like, it's... You really need to play that tank well, and I would say that I do struggle with it a little bit, mostly just because of ping problems. It's hard to play Blood DK with 250 ping. That being said, I think I actually do like it. It makes sense to me. I'd also like to clarify, Brewmaster is the only tank in the history of me playing World of Warcraft that I have never, ever pushed on.
As in, I really mean this. I have never, ever, ever pushed past like weekly keys on Brewmaster. Shadowlands Season 3. I played it for a very brief amount of time, and that's it. That's actually just the whole thing, though. Bad, average, or good? It's hard to say, Palliator. I would say that that's trending toward bad, but it depends on your item level. It depends on your polls. Like a plus 10 is not exactly. It's difficult to say. In terms of just like general averages, I would say that that's not fantastic. Work exactly. So when you cast Thrash, it does a bit of damage, and then it has a bleed effect, right? Most of the damage, the bleed effect is very powerful because that bleed effect stacks. And that's when you see your Thrash stacks on the enemy name frames. That's what you see there. So it is pretty powerful. Everything it hits or just a primary target? It does direct damage to everything it hits, but for some reason, Moonless Night isn't coded to like work like that. So Moonless Night only works off the primary target. I swear it does. I'm pretty sure I tested this before, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Moonless Night only procs, like if you're playing it for direct damage single target ability, only to the primary target that you're hitting, not everything. So if that's what you're asking for in terms of like the Moonless Night interaction, that is something I noticed. Just let that chain in. Why are you still hitting that back there? What's the highest key you did on Blood DK? Shadowlands Season 4. Like, when Blood DK was, like, genuinely overpowered, I played Blood DK. So, honestly, kind of a tough comparison, because it's almost unfair to use that as an example, right, Enlil? Because I don't know if you remember back then, but, like, Blood DK was in an extremely powerful state, right? That was back when it had the broken tier set, plus you had Gavel, like, from Jailer. Like, that was like, a really fun time. Yeah. That was a crazy time. I don't even think I pushed like crazy high keys at that point, but it wasn't. I pushed enough to enjoy the tank, let's say. So I would say this season, my Blood DK is not geared. I just do like one weekly key and then log off pretty much. Oh, try not to lag off. Oof, that was close. And then we put a Transcendence down here, and we go like this. And then we're going to leg sweep that one. Okay. And then para this one. Boom. They're going to go trigger the boss RP, etc. though. The guy to pick up the returns is downstairs. Oh, can he... He can't wait, right? Okay, this is a resilient key, but still. I'm in... You asked them Bapnung. The problem is that this key has like 20 minutes left. It's not a Bapnung kitty. It's a... Okay, where are the items? There's a delivery guy who's come to pick stuff up, and it's kind of my job to give him the stuff. Well, he just died. Okay, no, he is Onk. Unfortunately, we didn't all die there. So, if we what if I accidentally died? They're in front of the downstairs. Okay, what if I was like, oh, whoops, and then I got hit by a tornado, and then we had to just reset and go again? Oh shit, I actually did get hit by a tornado. That was actually unintentional, I swear to God. No, I'm fine. I kind of need to go get the door downstairs. The problem is, Kitty, that I'm live in front of like a bunch of people. So if I were to do something like this, the problem is that it's kind of obvious I'm doing it, right? Like I can't, you see the problem? The thing is, I can't like lie about it. I'm not going to be like, oh, like, because like the thing is that people, now they know because I have a big mouth. Which was great for my, my youth. Oh, he died. Great. No, we have a B-res. Fuck. Don't B-res him. Just reset. Maybe just a quick reset. Maybe like a quick reset. Why don't we just like parse 100 in this key? Yeah, what if somebody else dies now? Oh no, the healer died. Yes. No, that's fine. We don't have a beers. Okay, quick reset. Perfect. This actually works out fantastically. Excellent. All right, quick reset. Right? One more time. Let's go. One more time. One more. I'll just bio fast. Fantastic. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Nice. You see? It all worked out. I can heal too, by the way, if you want. I can also heal. Can I heal? Actually, can I heal? Can I Mistweaver? I started tanking on Druid just so I don't have to heal this one. I don't mind this. Well, first of all, I want to show you. Let me play Mistweaver. I'll play Mistweaver and I'll show you guys this. This is like a super fun healer. Wait, who asked me about Mistweaver earlier? I will show you, by the way. I'll show you this. You just do one more? Okay, that's fine. I mean, hopefully people use it defensive, but that's fine. All right, Mistweaver time. What does my gear set look like for Mistweaver? I crafted for Mistweaver. This guy was supposed to be a Mistweaver for what it's worth. What is this? One or more items cannot be found. Oh boy. I need to find a crafter for this trinket, and that is an impossible task, I swear. It's so hard to find. It's so much more to chill to tank. That's true. I would say depends. Like, Mistweaver is a very fun healer. I'm not exactly the most geared. I feel like something is wrong here. I swear I had something upgraded. No? Let me see. Is this really my item level? Wait, didn't I get... No. Okay. Oh yeah, it's the legs. By the way, Foggy and people love a lot if you're still here. I'm glad that you guys like hanging out on my stream. I am extremely excited. It's really cool that stream has become something that people enjoy hanging out with me. Genuinely. I think it means a lot to me, first of all, but it's not just that it means a lot to me. And what I mean by that is it's actually something that now, like, some sponsors are starting to approach me, and I might actually be able to make this like more of an income for myself, and that is a really cool thought. I mean, you guys know, you know how when you were younger, you were like, Mom, I'm gonna play video games when I grow up, and they were like, okay, Timmy, and they were like, no, Mom, like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna play video games when I grow up, and your mom was like, okay, Timmy, like, whatever you say, and it's like, no, Mom, like, I'm gonna do it. And it's like, I'm doing it. Like, it's that's like a dream, you know. I have a job that I actually like, but I think it is because I'm glad that my personality is something that works for stream, because I couldn't really be anywhere else. I feel like so too. Like, Ace, honestly, when I started streaming, I was like, oh shit, this is what I was meant to do. Like, I really had that feeling in my heart of hearts. I was like, oh shit, this is like literally this is like my thing. Like, this is unbelievably my thing. Like, this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing with my life. That's what I really felt like. And it's cool that I actually get the chance to do that. It is, in fact, something I get to do, which is really fun and interesting. Okay, how many catalysts? I got a bunch. Okay, let's convert this over here. And then I can use these gloves. And I still don't know what I'm doing. So my Mistweaver is 279. But I need to craft this trinket still. And I cannot find a crafter to save my life. I would literally join somebody's guild just so... If anybody can craft this, I would join this for what it's worth. An easy way, if, for example... And I never want people to feel like they have to... So, oh my god, I have to heal a prop heli. Fuck. Do you start out on Twitch or you start somewhere else? I started here. I eventually made a YouTube channel. And thank you, Ace. I mean, eventually I'll do more like... I did an in real life Thai stream before, just like showing people Thailand. That was pretty fun. So I'll do more of that stuff over time. I also, today, I'll be doing at least 200 jumping jacks. We got to start... You see that counter in the right above my camera? That's a good one. But an easy way, if you want to support stream completely free, that link right there for the Opera GX browser, if you want to and you want to download that, it makes me a little bit of money. And if this sponsor, like the more sponsors that go well, the more chance that I can get other sponsors. Good for YouTube lore video. I don't think I'll ever openly talk about that drama, TH, because it's just weird. I learned some WoW things, and to improve your English. Happy to talk anytime. Kixler, let's see. Hablo español un poquito, but not much. I kind of forgot everything. I actually used to speak some Spanish, but not anymore. But only because I grew up in LA. No, that was so bad. Because now the problem is I speak Spanish like a Thai person, and Thai people don't speak Spanish. The problem is that whenever I speak any foreign language, I do it with a Thai accent, and it's really weird. I found TikTok seems pretty... I have no idea. Can I speak Thai? Not well. Not fantastic. I try to speak Thai, let's put it that way. The problem with Thai is that it's a tonal language, Siberia, so you go ma, 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 ma. Those are 5 different words. And I talked about this interesting. It's very tough. Because I'm tone deaf. Like sometimes I'll hear like a song and I'll be like, man, that's a great song. Like that singer is so good. And then I'll look at the person next to me and they'll be like, oh, my ears. And I'll be like, what? Really? I can't tell. I'm very tone deaf. I'm not musically gifted. Let's put it that way. I would say I am anti-musically gifted. All right, let's play Mistweaver for fun. I'm pretty sure I've got a full vault on here. Like, I think I did everything, right? Please tell me. Okay, yeah. I did. What will we have tomorrow if not have Apex? Well, we can show the tomorrow's Mythic Plus talent tree. I'm on my monk right now, so I cannot show you in-game, but if you want to find it, it's just in Discord. Always. But I try to update everything, so if anybody wants to test it for themselves, you can find Discord right here. But also just tune in tomorrow. Like, I'll be playing it tomorrow, so you can see how it works or not works. All right. Win or lose, after this, we do some jumping jacks. Yeah, you're welcome. I would say when people initially swap to the no Apex build, if they want to try it, you're probably not going to get as much damage out of it. In the same way that when you originally swapped to the Apex build, you also didn't get as much out of it. You have to practice it. But it is fun. That Demon Hunter appears to be offline. That must be tiring. Oh, play. I see what happened there. How big do you think the buffs are going to be? So it's a relative net neutral, few percent, J Hendrix, for tomorrow. Your AoE burst, like first pull of the dungeon, you won't have as much damage. Your AoE is going to be a few percent buffed overall, but your Apex windows are going to be slightly nerfed, and your single target will be slightly nerfed. Many people will probably still choose to play Apex. I will be playing no Apex for sure tomorrow, and I will see. I think that no Apex gets Omega buffed, and I think that regular Apex gets a fair buff. It'll make you feel better outside of your big windows. How can you read chat while playing on an 18? Practice. My goal when I play World of Warcraft is not just to get as much IO as I can, although it's fun. My goal in general is to think about how I can still have fun streaming and enjoy the game while being able to do what I want to do. All right, you want to see Mistweaver healing? Okay, this is not an easy pull, right? I mean, everybody knows this pull is hard. This pull is hard. So look at my HPS right now. Look at my HPS. You guys see this, right? I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who sees this, right? Right? Look at my rotation. Look at my HPS. Look at the rotation. Look at the HPS. I love this healer, man. I fucking love this healer. This is so much fun. This is the most fun healer of all time. This is the best healer of every time. This is the best healer of all time. How can I do this? Yeah, how am I supposed to manage this complicated rotation while streaming? It's impossible. Oh, please don't actually do. I hate when tanks do this, though. Just kill the caster, dude. We don't have cooldowns. What is he? Oh, he's not pulling the Woebringer. He's just pulling this. All right, never mind. The tank's fine. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I love it. This is why I like Mistweaver. It's the most chill thing. Look at this. You just look at it. Ready, wait. Well, hold up. Wait. Oh, look at that. Oh, fuck. My bad. That was on me. I actually, that's on me. I didn't see the puddle. I was too distracted. I was too hype. That was karma. I got instantly karma. I'm almost there. Pally tank live. Kite. Pally tank. No. Live. I'm almost there. Revival. Fuck me, dude. Okay. That was my bad. Sorry. I stood in a puddle. I didn't see I was staying in a puddle. That's my bad. Don't play Mistweaver. It's not hard to heal in single target. Boss fights, you have to make a plan, yes. But it's not impossible. Okay, that was my bad. Sorry. I didn't see puddle there. One more real fast. My bad. Oh, no. Fuck, he's leaving. Oh, I feel bad now. Now I feel bad because I actually did just throw that. No, the first pull is fine. I literally stood in a puddle. Oh, damn it. I actually was. Okay, now I feel bad because that was on me. I was being stupid. My bad. I apologize. I stood in a puddle and the whole group died. My bad. Leveling Mistweaver at this level, you just have to manually. I didn't even apply Renewing Mist, though. You'd be like that. I love Mistweaver. It's so much fun. Exit A, it's so much fun. I did stand in a puddle there, and that was my bad. But yeah, no, on first pull, I did like massive HPS. You don't have to really think that hard on Mistweaver. Okay, what else can we do? I don't really want to do like keys. I just kind of want to do something fun. What do I have? I have a 17 in my bags. Okay, let's just do that. Skyreach 17. I think I need this, actually. Mistweaver. I don't know why people don't like Mistweaver, to be honest. I actually think that if you want the highest success rate below at plus 20, just take Mistweaver. It's the easiest healer to play. It's the hardest thing to mess up. That's why it's actually such a friendly healer, because it is, in fact, just that simple to play. It's not, is the cat behind you, please? What? Mythic Chimeras was stream? What cat? The cat's downstairs at the moment. I had a great time. It's super fun. You actually just spin harder, but I shouldn't have moved my mouse because I do feel bad that I actually died there. Yeah, the first pull, just to clarify, that is a lot of HPS. Like, that's 207k HPS, and also, I still did 106k DPS as well, which, by the way, helps. And if I feel like I'm not... Oh, that's fine. You're chill. I'm just trying to play. I'm just trying to play for fun. All good. I'm just chilling. What did I get invited to? Oh, the Skyreach. Okay. No problem. Good luck. Good luck on your 18. YouTube, I saw you holding your cat in a short titled when you leave your... Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah. That's funny that is... It's so weird that he goes viral like that. I mean, how you doing, King of Delts? I have not done nearly enough Delt workout, to be honest, though. You're being unfaithful to your Prez Evoker. Oof. Eventually, I'll play Prez this season. But Mistweaver, there's no healer I have a better time with than Mistweaver. Also, Pally did no damage. He was tanky, but he did no damage. So actually, it's hard to tell how tanky Pallies are because when you're a Mistweaver, you just heal everybody. Okay, if I do a Skyreach, I will say Skyreach first boss is like my damn nemesis. I am so bad at doing the first boss of Skyreach more than anything else. I can do everything else here. First boss of Skyreach, man. Your bear is so on in reset. JJ, I'm excited. Thank you, JJ. Do you know about the build changes? Have you heard about the no Apex iteration? Give me anxiety. It's so, I know. That's the thing, right? You can't line of sight it anymore. You could for a little bit. I'm new to watching Twitch. I would only watch it to get your in-game goodies for WoW. You're the first person I subscribe to, and now I'm always seeing your content here on YouTube. Thank you, Little Tattoo. Little Tattoo, I was saying earlier how much those types of comments mean to me. Thank you, Little Tattoo, for that. I remember your name, by the way, from Twitch before. Do you have any idea what towns are going to be played instead of Apex? For what it is worth, I think that many bears will still just play Apex, and then they're going to realize that they might be wrong and not play Apex. But I still think there's going to be an argument for playing Apex because at the highest of highest levels, the burst damage and the fact that you can still store your Apex, etc., if they're equal amounts of damage, you'll probably still play Apex because it's a more valuable damage type. For me, I like my no Apex version, so I will play it because I like it. I don't like Cavern and Skyreach for healing. Seed of the Triumvirate, worst dungeon this season. That or Skyreach. What's up, Cud? I think Bear will actually be more than viable. It's viable right now, JJ. If you look at the numbers that Bears can put up right now, JJ, it's already much higher than Brewmaster. You have more off healing than Brewmaster. You have a better group buff than Brewmaster if you don't play Resto Druid. It's not that. Though this season is weird. Do you know what actually defines this season? The fact that Brewmaster is payphone. And every other tank, even if it can be played, is not payphone. You miss a single global, you're dead. So if you play to pitch perfection, it's great. The thing about Monk is that you're literally like, dun, 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 dun. I hit the wrong button, it's okay. Dun, 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 dun. You're fine. You're just chilling. But on my bear, I'm like, okay, I'm going to play this 99% perfect, but the 1% that I miss, done. GG's. I'm just dead. I started to realize this basically as I got into 19s, that I was just like, the battle axe pull. On 18 Algathar Academy, I walk in, you bark on the gather, you hit frenzy, you're done, you set up the gather, you're fine, you incarn, 30 seconds after incarn, you hit bark skin 1 second before incarn expires, you hit the last frenzied regen, and then you're fine, and then lunar beam comes back up, and you press lunar beam, and then I'm fine on that pull. On 19, I gamed it perfectly. Exact timings, exact everything, and then, you want to know what happened? I got one tapped, because instead of hitting frenzied regen, I hit raise for one global. And I died. And that was the first 19 Algathar Academy that was just GG's. I just died. That was it. Key over. So I planned everything. I had the exact timing planned. I just missed one global because I was trying to do damage. And I should have run. I should have just kited, but I didn't. So I died. Key over. So that pull was just 2 packs on Veximus platform. Would you like to know what Monk does in that pull? So it's basically exactly, I walk in, I know exactly what I'm doing. Tag the first 2 Ravagers with Thrash, little Foragers here. I'm going to go right. While I'm here, I'm going to shift, go here, Starfall, bam, and then here. So I go back into Bear, rotate to the Bark Skin, Frenzied Regen. In this rotation, every 6 seconds, I'm going to keep this up. I have the whole thing in my head. I've got it all planned out. Okay? Yeah, like I've got this. I've got the entire sequence of events. But in execution, I miss one button. On my Brewmaster, I literally roll in and I go keg, fire, keg, fire, keg, fire. And if I take damage, I have an off the GCD lay on hands. So then I use that button. And then I go back to keg, fire, keg, fire, keg, fire, blackout kick, keg, fire, blackout cake, keg, fire, blackout cake, keg. I'm just vibing. It's literally the entire key. I'm just vibing, and I'm doing pulls that my bear would die on without perfect play, and I'm doing it at 3 key levels higher, and I'm just like, da da ba da 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 da. And that's how I like to tank. I like playing tanks that are vibes, and Brewmaster is such a vibe, even though I'm bad at it. So that, I think, is the big difference. It's not even that it puts up the most impressive numbers. It's got some good utility this season, but it's not like Brewmaster does the most damage. And that's not even why you play it. You just actually just vibe. And that's why I like it. That's why it's super fun. Shadowpan brew. Oh, I've been playing Shadowpan because it's the only one I've learned. I've actually learned from Shaw what we're gonna do. If you want any of the talents, Ispes, by the way, and what I might be playing next week, you can find it in Discord under Guardian Druid talent build. It'll be there. Okay, after this key, regardless, 100 jumping jacks. We got to start working on that total. You see the thing above my camera? Here we go. You look like deep. Many people have said that before. You're not the first person. Good morning, buddies. Good morning, buddies. How's it going? So, personally, JJ, there's a way to play Guardian Druid that has the same amount of vibe, where you're not really stressing, and that is my favorite way to enjoy this tank. It is by far, I think, just the most fun way to play Guardian right now. However, currently, with the tuning today, it does 30% less damage, which is a fair bit. Single target, not that far behind, actually. But in general, 30% less damage is a very noticeable amount as key levels get higher. And it's not trolling to play it, but I think that it matters that the accessibility of that build is so high. Like, it's really straightforward. It's much more forgiving. You don't have nearly as much demand on your globals, among other things. And so I really enjoy that version of Guardian. Now, next week, that build gets buffed by a lot. So it will finally be competitive. And that's what I'm looking forward to. You have a severe disability. Okay, you play with one arm and an eye tracker. I can't play high keys at time 11 on your Mistweaver. That's super amazing to hear, Poppy. Genuinely, I love hearing stuff like that. Really, part of what I was talking about earlier, and I think I'm going to post this video tonight. I actually think that this is going to be a huge video I'm going to post tonight. It's a topic that needs to be discussed. But the fact is, WoW should be accessible. I love the fact that you can play this game. I don't want you to ever feel like you can't tank or can't heal or can't play because you have a disability. And it actually makes me happy to hear that you have found a way to play. And by the way, still not even like a +2. Like, you're actually doing content with your disability. That is exciting. And I like hearing that. Good for you. Good job. I want WoW to have more of that. That's something I want WoW to I want it to focus even more on that part of the game. Does he need external? No, he's fine. I'm going to go to your first ever. You're scared? Don't be scared. You got this, Holy Touch. Who are you playing with? Do you have friends to play with? I'm playing no Apex. It just feels so much more tanky. I'm unsure why. I can explain why, for what it is worth. On randoms, okay, good luck. Good luck, Holy Touch. I hope that they are kind to you. My nemesis is this boss. When I'm not tanking, I don't have tank privilege on this boss. So this boss is like actually my nemesis, by the way. Scary fight for me. Rep Pally doesn't get anything next week. No, there was no change to Rep Pally. Bro, Mistweaver blast damage too. This healer is so fun. You heal well, but you also just do crazy damage. So on single target boss fights, you do actually have to game as a Mistweaver. You have to make a plan. It's not payphone when it comes to like this boss, second boss, last boss. You do actually have to have like a proper plan and stuff like this though. But I actually think that Mistweaver is omega fun right now. And it's because I think it's Mistweaver gets what I wish that other things got right, which is the fact that what people actually want is to succeed in WoW. People, although it's fun to challenge yourself, because of how Mythic Plus works, please don't get it. God damn it, I hate this boss. I'm actually so bad at this. Okay, I positioned that one correctly. Let's just external that there. This boss, because I'm normally a tank here, so I don't have to worry about the Gale Surge, but I'm pretty bad about getting knocked into things. Okay. Is it really a buff to Guardian next week? Yes, overall, though. What do you like to eat as a health-interested person? The way that I eat should not be copied by other people, my lord, because I have to eat according to just like a medical reason. It's not because I believe it's necessarily like the best human diet. I don't eat fiber, which is a little bit weird. But one of the things about me is that I don't eat fiber because I have a stomach problem that most people don't have. So like no fruits, no vegetables, no legumes, no grains, and I'm pretty strict with it. I can have sugar, I don't mind. Like I just had a chocolate milkshake because that doesn't have fiber in it. Chocolate technically has a tiny bit of soluble fiber, but I'm okay with like a very tiny bit. But I basically never, ever, ever chance it. Just not something I will ever think. I just don't eat outside. I don't need to. I am very happy with how I feel right now. My health is the best that it has ever been. So good, in fact, that I just never have to think about, like, I don't regret having to eat this way because it's unbelievably worth it, if that makes sense. Like, it makes me feel so much better, but it's not something I would recommend. It's not because I think it's the best human diet. Yeah, it's just, I stopped eating fiber, like, years ago, and have never looked back. Healing the boss on Monk would be terrifying. This boss is okay, healing-wise. It's the mechanic of this boss that I'm bad at. Healing-wise, it's not that bad, because you can actually just punch the boss. Like, the bleed doesn't do that much damage. It's just that I'm bad at dodging. This boss is a brain global issue for me. You have to, like, watch where he's knocking you back. But otherwise, he's fine to heal. What carbs supposed to use with higher protein diets? So, carbs for me come from just liquid sources or sugar. Milk in particular, but almost all of my carbs come from dairy. I really enjoy milk. Milk is how I keep up most of my calories. Like I will have a lot of milk every day. I can drink like 1 to 2 liters of whole milk a day. Oh, they did change the icon. Oh my God, they're right. Somebody in my Discord mentioned that they changed the bleed icon, and I was like, I think you might just not be seeing it. No, they did. The new, wait a second. It does have a new icon. This is my first time doing Skyreach today. They did randomly change the bleed icon for the tank. Why is it just, what is this change? Why did they, wait, what? That's so random. Why? Wait, why? What? Milk equals carbs? Yeah. Milk per cup per 200 milliliters has approximately 11 grams of carbs. Because it's fiery talon, so fiery logo. Fair enough, I guess. What's up, Spotlight? What's up? Just gaming at the end. 2 here. 3 is okay. 3. I can do 3. I can do 3. I totally could. I could heal 3. I actually wouldn't even be that worried about it. I think Mistweaver is probably the only healer that could actually just do 3 without any issue. Because you save external for the one person outside of your cooldowns who might get triple tapped. Because it's not a bleed. I know it's not a bleed, but I guess that makes sense that they would do something with it. Yeah, you could do 3. Like 3 is actually no problem for Mistweaver. Any other healer, 3 is like infinitely scary, but Mistweaver, I press 1 button and I'm chilling. And it will keep everybody up. He's alive. I'm new here and a little new to WoW. Okay. You made every tank class. You made every tank class, but you're new to WoW? Awesome. Hey, Spotlight, can I ask you a question? Whenever people tell me that they're new to WoW, I always get interested in asking them, what brought you to World of Warcraft? Like, what was the reason that you decided now of all times to actually play WoW? I'm not going to die. Holy, close. What was the reason? Because I'm actually always curious about that. Did you like? Do your friends play? Did you see an advertisement and you were like, "Oh man, this game looks cool"? My friend, he's played the game since out, begged me to play. I think that's how it normally goes. World of Warcraft is an amazing game. I hope that you enjoy it. If you ever have any questions, you can feel free to ask here. There's a lot of just like any game online, Spotlight, there's a lot of toxicity in World of Warcraft, as you know, right? This is not going to surprise you. There's a lot of toxicity in this game. But there's also a lot of amazing people. People have made real friendships and real stuff in this game. First pull up and hook to keys. The flying bear one. That was a good one. I still do that tech, actually. Wait, didn't I post that short today? This is called Mini CC. This one here is called Mini CC. Okay, let's see where the beams are. Okay, you should let me take this one. All right, Hunter will take that one. He's got a defensive. Excellent. And then I just get through the first one with no cooldowns. Did I repost it today? I posted an aggro tip today, which includes using your movement speed abilities on Bear. So I posted like a wild... I did actually post the flying bear basically today. So this one's Chi-Ji. I feel like this boss, as long as you rotate and maybe have that pre-ramp if you actually need it, I think you're okay, because you can have, like, double TFT on each one. Chi-Ji's enough here, right? I have Chi-Ji up. Holy. Is not enough? Is not enough? Wait, is Chi-Ji not enough? I was pretty positive that Chi-Ji would be more than enough there. Okay. Take it back. If Chi-Ji isn't enough to cover one of the overlaps, then I would need to pre-ramp each one, and that could be a little bit problematic. So we'll go here. This one here. A little bit of a pre-ramp then. You are healing? Yeah, I actually enjoy playing all the different roles in WoW, to be honest with you. I'm a big enjoyer of trying everything in World of Warcraft. So sometimes I heal, sometimes I tank. I just don't tend to DPS that much. DPS tends to be a little bit boring for me. In general, I'm not a huge fan of DPSing. Oh, I'm not playing short cocoon. Okay, no problem. TFT should be enough. People are using defensives too. So I Shaylin's at the last second if need be. No, okay, Chi-Ji's enough there. It's because there's only a few DPS I really enjoy. To be fair, next beta cycle, I actually really do. I like playing Warlock. I just can't gear the characters that I want to gear for DPSing. So there are actually many DPS specs that I really enjoy. I would say Warlock, Augmentation Evoker. Believe it or not, I am a big fan. I like Demonology, yes. I think it's one of the most fun DPS specs. I, for what it is worth, am a big fan. I like Aug Evoker. I think Aug is like Omega fun. Okay, so then you just external the rep pally here, and then you should go like this, and then revival if need be at the last seconds. Probably. Revival, perfect. Shaylin's last rising sun kick, and then you're good to go. Perfect. I would need to learn, like, this fight is actually a learning experience for Mistweaver. I would need to figure out how to do even more healing here. Because I was a little bit behind on this boss, actually, though. Boomy is a vibe, you think so? Feel like Hunting Horn from Monster Hunter. I like Aug Evoker. I think Aug Evoker is a lot of fun. I don't really love Boomy. Boomy does not feel like a vibe for me for whatever reason, though. You can get a brand new tune. That's true, actually. But you just have to do it, though. To top DPS is Aug? True, but I like it. I actually, so at once upon a time in my life, I mained Augmentation Evoker, which is why I know how to play it extremely well. Like, I'm very aware of how to min-max Aug Evoker, so I enjoy playing it. It is definitely one of those specs where most augmentations out of pugs are going to be extremely bad because it is actually not an easy spec to play. It's quite difficult to get the most out of it, and if you're not getting the most out of it, you actually don't do that much damage. Feral has been your jammy jam since you came back to WoW. What brought you back to WoW, Cookies? Yeah, sack. Just soak bird. First one. I will heal the first one too. Let's see if they know how to do this fight properly. So probably just Chi-Chi the first one. Just go like this. Bam. Then you just double TFT and then you're fine. Probably. And you would stun one more. It's so much better if people don't kite that first bleed. I've been a Demon Hunter enjoyer since Legion. I've never been able to leave your Druid behind, though. Pharaohs are blasting right now. Hi, Sunday. Sunday, thank you for saying a nice thing earlier. I still remember it. I do, actually. Still remember that. That was a nice thing to say. I was playing Final Fantasy with your boyfriend, and he and my husband were wanting to play the new WoW expect, so I came to play with them. It is much better if you can play World of Warcraft with friends. Like, if you have people to play World of Warcraft with, it is unbelievably a better experience. It is actually seriously so much better. It's just hard to find those people. That's one of the hardest things to understand, is it's very difficult to find those people to play with. But if you can, and you can make those connections, it's definitely something interesting. And I want to take my own advice on that, by the way. Like, I don't think I've always done a good job of actually prioritizing that, and it's something I want to get better at. Like, this season, I told myself that I wanted to go for IO for sure, like a little bit more maybe than normal, but I also wanted to make sure that I spent a little bit more time just talking and just like trying to make social connections. I don't think I've done a very good job in my like history of playing WoW of doing that. I really think actually that I maybe not spent my time as wisely as I could have. You know? Now I'm back to playing the game solo. It's harder. It's far less enjoyable if you have to play it solo. What's up, the Raider guy, 3000? I'm 12 hours grinding at work, and your stream helps me pass the time a lot and feed your WoW hunger. Hi, CMD Reigns. Good luck at work. What do you do for work? Wait, 12-hour shifts is a long shift. What do you do for work, CMD Reigns? I'm glad that my stream can serve as some background noise, hopefully some entertainment, and occasionally say what now? I'm on hold with this dealership. You're trying to buy a car. Are you really, Foggy? How much do cars cost nowadays? I don't know. We just broke up to have so much more fun. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. I hate to say it, but it's true. There is a real world this season where I think the Guardian Druid buffs next, like coming up, will be quite helpful. But there is absolutely a world where you just reroll to brew. Like, I think that world is very prevalent, and I'm glad that you guys are having a good time, CMD. By the way, for what it is worth. I hate to say it, like, I want to tell you, like, oh, don't worry about it, you know? Everything's viable. But the truth is, just re-roll brew. Like, if you're trying to vibe and you're not crazy attached to Guardian, just re-roll brew. You're going to have a better time, even with the nerfs next week. You're selling your VW Caddy. All right, Foggy. I want you to know. I need you to look at something for me, okay? I need you to just... I'm going to play with one hand for a second. I've got this. You see these muscles? You see this on the screen right now, Foggy? Oh, there's an ad that just... Are you... Okay, you're looking. Okay, great. You see these muscles? These might give you the illusion that I know something about cars. But these are market muscles. I weak as shit. They're market muscles. You have to understand. I don't know anything about cars. So I have no idea what you just said. I have a weird relation, because I have the outward appearance of somebody who is quite masculine. And I do like American football. But outside of liking American football, there's nothing else. It's just, you know what I mean? Yeah, like I know a lot about World of Warcraft. I know a shit ton about physiology and cool obscure health problems that most people don't know about. And then that's it. That's it. And also I know a ton about really good food combinations that people will never think about. And what I mean by that is, in particular, creme brulee steak is still something that if you ever get the chance to try like some premium steak with creme brulee, you will thank me for what it is worth. You will be like, "Ooh, I cannot believe that I have never tried this before." And most people, it's quite a fancy thing. You know, it's very bourgeoisie. So, no, you just, it's very simple. I explain this to you, okay? A lot of people are misunderstanding. They think it's some like crazy tech. It's not crazy tech. It's just, you got to be willing to think outside the box, okay? You don't get 17 Michelin stars like I have without being able to be a little bit creative about culinary things, right? Here's the thing. You understand, like you have to be willing to think outside the box, and that's my specialty. So, in particular, here's what you do. You get like a premium cut of like Wagyu steak. So you got to go to like some nice place for this, okay? There's like a 5-star buffet that they have like Wagyu and stuff, and also creme brulee. It's like $40 in Thailand. So it's amazing. Anyways, so you lightly season it. It can be cooked in like olive oil, ghee, butter. That doesn't matter. That's fine for what it is worth, okay? So you take this steak, and then what you do, it's very simple. I'll explain. So you take the steak, and then you want to make sure it's not seasoned with like garlic. Just like salt and pepper. Pepper's fine, a little bit of pepper, but like salty is good. Salt is fine. So you season the steak with just like salt and pepper. Make sure it's like a nice cut. Then you take this, you have it on your plate, yeah? Get it about bite size, however much you want. Some people like bigger bites, smaller bites. This is up to you, right? Personal preference. So you get it bite size, and now here's the key. Here's where a lot of people, this is the step that people miss. Then you take creme brulee, and then you just put the creme brulee, like half of a creme brulee, like this. You put it on the steak, and you eat it. Got to be one of the most divine things. It is unbelievably good. Cannot express to you enough just how amazing that combination is. And the creme brulee, what it does is it coats the steak. And effectively what you're getting is like an enhancement of the umami flavor. You see? This is what you're really getting from this experience. It's like you get like the 6 taste bud thingies, and then you enhance them. I am being super sarcastic right now. I eat the same thing every day of my life, and I'm very happy with it. But for what it is worth, I am serious about the creme brulee steak. That one is not a joke. Whether people will like it, that's a good question mark. No, honestly, I would recommend trying it because it is actually really good. But in terms of like me having 17 Michelin stars, I'm not going to lie to you, that's cap. I only have one, you know. What did Kitty say earlier? Kitty was in stream and I was talking about food choices, and she goes, and somebody was like, "Wait, are you a professional chef by trade?" And Kitty just goes, "Thank God he's not." I was like, damn. Oh, it's on me. I can't Transcendence without the talent, right? And I totally forgot to take the talent. Is this correct? Oh, yeah. My bad. Okay, Chi-Ji here. My bad. 0 is a number? That's true. You're not wrong. If you were to divide the amount of Michelin stars that I have by 1, it would be 0. Okay, hold up. This boss as a Mistweaver does require a bit of focus. I can do it. Not that worried. Hunter, super squishy. Holy Hunter. That was like with a defensive too. Okay, so here I probably channel Conduit. But then after this Conduit, this is where I need to be kind of locked in. Because I'm a little dry now until my next Chi-Chi. What's up, Clint? What do you think about Blood DK? I actually think Blood DK is... Honestly, it's really fun to play right now. Genuinely, I enjoy it when I do it for my weekly keys, but I cannot say how it feels in very high key levels, okay? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great story. Yeah. One time, like a long time ago, this hasn't happened in a long time, but the first time I ever tried to cook, here's what happened, okay? I was trying to get zucchini because I liked zucchini back in the day. This is before when I still ate like fiber and stuff. So I tried to get a zucchini, but the problem was it was a cucumber. And I didn't know the difference. Nobody ever told me the difference, man. They look the same, but they're not the same. And so, anyways, I tried to grill the zucchini, which was a cucumber. And the problem with trying to grill a cucumber is that it creates a lot of smoke, and I set the fire alarm off in the building. Yeah. One of them is a smoother experience for certain downstairs activities, Kixler, and one of them is a little bit rougher. Basically, it's just a textural difference. All right, cool. I healed this boss. That was actually... I saved Revival, and now I'm back to full cooldown, so maybe in the future I have to work on the exact rotation here, ask a Mistweaver friends. Because I think that if this was an 18 or above, I might have actually struggled here. It could be a comp diff, but I think that I definitely could have played this fight better. So you would just go Conduit here, and then double TFT. And here. Okay, perfect. GG's. That was fun. I like Mistweaver. Dude, how much damage did I deal overall? Oh, no, I was about to say that's not quite right. I need to gear up a little bit more. Nice. Okay. I'll take my 32 points. I'll take my 32 points. How long? Sounds like culinary blasphemy, but go on. It's actually really good. How about spaghetti on steak? You gotta understand. It sounds blasphemous. I get it. I get it. Every person who was ever, you know, a genius, an innovator, was called blasphemous for their innovations. I'm just willing to put myself out there and say, for example, I'm just willing to put myself out there and be blasphemous. What's the best way to handle the lens flare in that fight? Also, the shish every time, take it on the outside. Every single time it's supposed to go on the outside. It's not supposed to go in the middle whatsoever. Like, fire should never be in the middle in that fight, Walsh. It should always be fire outside. And then you're not actually in higher keys. You're supposed to, like, Mistweaver can play a talent here like this. And then you don't have to kill the birds. Most of the time, you don't actually kill the birds. You keep the boss planted firm in the middle, and you just do it like that. If you're playing in very high keys and coordinated groups where everybody can get back on the platform, you tank the boss kind of closer to the edge so that you don't get line of sight. But, yeah, it's actually kind of a tight HPS fight. You have to do a lot of healing on that fight. And I think that I just need to plan my timings a little better. I did 100K there, but I think it should be a little bit more. Could also just be a comp diff. How do you keep your posture good this long? Oh, my posture is terrible. Yeah, no, I'm sitting like this. I mean, I've got a penguin in the back. He helps. I guess the penguin helps. That's why he's so squished. You see the penguin back here? That's why he looks like this. He's kind of pancakey. Good morning again. Hi, Zeralian. Spaghetti on steak is no good. Can't do spaghetti on steak. Spaghetti by itself, you need a penguin. True. That would help a lot. Spaghetti has problems as a food group because it's a mix of textures, and you don't want that, right? Do you have a vid for that Mistweaver build? Yes, I did it with Megaset. I actually have a literal... I did it with Megaset. Do you know who Megaset is, Sunday? Are you familiar with the good Megaset? She streams at exactly the opposite times as me, so I never get to play with her. By possibilities, I have no comments on that. I've never had penguin pasta. That sounds like potentially a delicacy, I suppose. You know, I'm asleep. You have a broken back. You have a broken back? Wait, you have a broken back? She's awesome. I am. Is it on your YouTube? Yeah, if you just type in Mistweaver Guide, we made a basic one. It effectively... I could just teach it to you real fast. Honestly, up until most key levels, even on bosses... Really? In AoE, just press TFT, press your Thunder Focus T, and then hit Rising Sun Kick, and then Spinning Crane Kick. I literally have Spinning Crane Kick like this on my mouse button, so I can just do this. This is actually good tech. Do you think Guardian can compete with Brew? I actually think that Guardian is better than Brew, but it's much harder to play. Brewmaster is such a vibe right now that Brewmaster is just better by practical reasons. Yes, I contacted Mr. Dabinol Keitaro to do a Windwalker one with me. But I forgot to follow up with him. I've been meaning to get back to collabs. Life's been really busy. I want to make more of the collab guides. I think those are cool. It's because Brewmaster is more straightforward and very forgiving, definitely. Guardian at that level, at the highest level, if you miss one global, you're dead. Guardian feels like a blood DK. And a lot of people do not enjoy that. So that's one of the big reasons why people are playing Brew. But actually, numbers-wise, Guardian is better. Guardian straight up just does more damage. Has a better group buff. But it's difficult to play at that level. And take me for 1 till 10. Good luck. Yeah, I would just say that Brewmaster, I cannot express to you, is such a vibe. Guardian requires a level of planning and effort that most people don't really want to, I think, put into the game. All right, there's her Hero of the Dawn on the Brewmaster. Just like that. Or the Mistweaver. So next week, I still have to craft this trinket. I literally can't find it at all. I would join somebody's guild on NA just to find this trinket. It is impossible. Funny how they changed that from... I know, it's so weird. It's very, very strange. Okay, tonight, I will post a video. I'm excited. I want to post a video tonight about IO and the problems with IO for what it is worth. I think that's either the rant from today, which I enjoyed that conversation, or I'll go and clip the other one. I'll try my best. Wait, Kitty's just subscribed. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for the sub, Kitty. I appreciate this. Oh, shit. Wait a second. We can't end stream yet. Every day, I got to get a little closer to my goal. Look at the... Wait, no. Wait. Look above my camera. We didn't do any today. That's what I was about to say, Holy. We got to get closer and closer. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let me just shift the camera angle up so you don't hear the clapping. Here we go. Let me clear the space a little bit so I don't accidentally hit one of these dumbbells or water bottles. You guys can't see the tissue pile here, so it's fine. And then tonight I told myself I would go to the gym. Yeah. I had 2 rants and make a new rant off stream. I seriously wonder if I posted a video with just basically like the problem with IO. I wonder how that would go. What's that? I don't know what the clear ready pull is. Method raid tools. Method raid tools. Bevo. Everything should be listed in Discord. Tomorrow I am very excited to play Guardian. I am like extremely excited. Here we go. You ready? You ready? The problem with IO is that mine is too low. Napboy, don't you know if your IO isn't high enough, your mother will just never love you? You have to have IO. If you don't have IO, like how are you gonna find love from? How have you been on any dates recently? That's probably why. You know, if you're like trying to find people on Tinder and you don't list your Raider IO as having title in the first page of Tinder, like that's why you can't find anyone. You got to work on that. That's how you do it, by the way. That's like the hack. That's how I ended up with such a hot girlfriend. Is just what you do is you basically on Tinder you just put like your Raider IO, right? And if you, I'm gonna just give you a little bit of. I just want to listen. Let me just be honest with you. If you don't have the title IO, you just Photoshop it. Yeah. You just got to fake it till you make it, you know? But you got to do what you got to do. Yeah. All right, jumping jacks, shall we? Let me just tuck in my shirt. We got to do at least 100. At least 100 today. We're just going to get closer and closer to that goal. That's the goal. Here we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh, that was a good crack. That was good. That was good. Nobody watches content on their computer anymore, Zerellian. You should just do it on your phone so you can lay down. It's much more comfortable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like when I'm watching Netflix or Crunchyroll. Just do it on your phone. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. If you make it HD, it'll just disturb you even more. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Sometimes it's better for it to be a little blurry. 8, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 6. That was 60. Good. I've got some more in me. I can do it. I can do it. You know what, Swamp? You do what you need to do. I would never judge you for this decision. I would never judge you for that. Yo, what's up, Alexander? Thanks for the YouTube sub. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hi, Peppy Bear. Hey, Gorak. What's up? I'm keeping up my fitness because I've been playing so much World of Warcraft recently that I had to keep up on stream. 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, almost there, 91, 92, 3, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Whew. Damn. Damn. You gotta find the energy. The human body doesn't work like a battery. We don't like store energy and then spend it. We create it. Basically, my motivation is one day I want to get a dog and I want to be able to make sure I can run with that dog, you know? So it's like really important to me that I keep up my fitness. So when I get a dog, I can run with the dog. It's good motivation, actually. Whew, okay, 100 closer to the goal. I think I can do even more. Are you in Bangkok or Chiang Mai? I'm in Bangkok. Yeah, I live in Bangkok. Big city. I've been to Chiang Mai once. A lot more there. Maybe with the Thrash buff, we could swap full Thrash Talons plus the Roar to keep the damage up. I'll miss to be first damage on solo target bosses first half of the fight. Yeah, you'll lose if you play no Apex, Jake the Sniper. You will lose some of that burst from Guardian for sure. But, I mean, I'm so excited. This build, I'm really excited for tomorrow. I'm really curious to see just how it feels and how it goes. Is there a reason you're in the Mooka form talent? Yes, I'll show you right now, Bevo. So, on both Apex and not Apex, it doesn't do it's not necessarily for the damage. It's a little bit of damage. But it's for aggro. It helps a lot on big spread out pulls, Bevo, to have Starfall. So Boomkin form gives you, the Guardian Druid, access to something called Starfall. Because you can use Heart of the Wild every 2 minutes while you're gathering. And when you initially go into Moonkin form, you actually have more armor than Bear form. So it's a fun little interaction. You will not get one tapped. Even in the middle of a pull, you can swap. So for example, if I go Moon Conform, watch this, by the way. So you see my armor here? It's at 40%. If I actually hit Moon Conform, for the first few seconds, my armor actually goes up to 60% because of the Moon Conform auto modifier. So Bear Form, look, this is like equivalent to almost having 2 stacks of Iron Fur. So if I go Moon Conform in the middle of a pull, I'm not going to die. So that's like a really fun interaction about Guardian. Thought Bear was getting nerfed. It's actually like a small, it'll feel better to play. So their burst and their apex gets nerfed, cool, but they get a big thrash buff. The thrash buff will also make a few other builds viable. So it'll open up a few more talent options, which will be nice. And it will also help a lot with aggro and just general damage outside of cooldowns. But the reason is that while I'm walking into stuff, though, yes, exactly, even as I'm gathering. So mostly like we're going to roar, and then we're going to go here. And as I'm running, I'm just going to go Moon Conform, click this, and back into Bear. And now I have 8 seconds of Starfall. See this? 8 seconds of Starfall there. And that Starfall, it's not crazy, but it helps with aggro in particular, because it'll hit everything. First pull, Algothar Academy. First pull, Windrunner Sire, Mysara Caverns, etc. Big help. It does a lot. It goes very hard for aggro because it'll hit everything. Yep. And also, it's not like there's a lot of other talents to take here, especially because a lot of dungeons, you don't actually need this. So you have to path through here anyways. And you don't really, like this, you don't Starfire. It's just for Moon Conform. But this also, by the way, you don't really, there's no other talents that you like super want here, you know? Extra range on Moonfire, that's fine. Astral Influence would be a thing for Moonfire, but keep in mind it doesn't affect any other ability. Aggro help sounds nice. It will help a lot. Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to make a big difference. Thrash gets a 200% buff. That's crazy. That's a lot, by the way. Yeah, that's good. Here we go. We in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I will, Cud. I gotta keep my fitness up. How many left? 2,000. Let's see. 2,150, give or take. So we're getting there. There's 130 to add to this counter. So I've done 130 today. We can add 130 to this counter, and then we'll make our way. We'll make our way, unless people keep donating bits, and then it will keep getting higher, and I'll do my best. It'll be fun. It's a good challenge. I was gonna do 200 a day, give or take. Something like that, you know? Win. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So this is 141, 142, 143, 6, 47, 48, 49. After. Whoa. Okay. I'm getting declined for every plus 10. Seriously, Zeralian, on your pally? Isn't your pally at least? I thought it was like 3,100 IO. Oh. Yeah. That might have something to do with the Zeralian. You gotta... item level's fine. It's the... Well, I mean, I know you could do it. If I was doing another key, I would totally take you, because you helped me. This is, ask me next week, and I'll get your Brewmaster some keys. You know how to play? Imagine what's happening in the Wild West of the... Dude, I know! I died through Kings. I got hit in the back, but I thought I would be fine. That was a 10, too. That was crazy. Yeah. I died through Kings. I actually just had Kings up and I just died. That was crazy. Okay, so we're at 155. Cherry Cloud Cake. Ooh, that sounds amazing. What's your favorite bear form? I like the variety of bear forms. Tomato. I actually really like. I have the glyph where every single time I go in here, I get a different bear form. So it just chooses one from random. So I think it's hard for me to determine. Maybe the glowing, maybe balance of power bear form is good. Bevo just subscribed with Prime. Yo, thank you, Bevo. All right, we're getting this. We got 155 done. I told myself I'll do 200 today. That was the goal. Here we go. 56, 57, 58, 59. Let's see. Where do I... Wait. You just subscribe at tier 3? Cherry Cloud Cake. Is that a tier 3 subscription? Yo. Thank you for the tier 3 subscription. Hi, Cherry. Wait, that's the big subscription. That's the big one. That's the 3. There's this many numbers? You chose the big one? Right, hi, Cherry. Cherry, do I know you? Thank you. I think you are one of like 4 people on the channel who is now a tier 3 sub. I don't think many people actually do that. Well, that's very nice. Thank you, Cherry. I don't even know if I have a sub badge for tier 3. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if I have that enabled. I'm like watching you a lot on YouTube, first time being on your stream. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just getting the ends of my workout in. But thank you for the tier 3 sub. That's a nice way to support streamers. Thank you very much. I am here. Are you a Guardian Druid player, Cherry? Here we go. That was 60. So we gotta go here. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. A feral Druid. Nice. I honestly think feral is underrated right now. 74. 75. Ooh. I really think that people underestimate feral. Feral is in a pretty good spot. It does really good damage, but I think it's skill capped. Like, I think that the representation for feral is really low. Can I get more max rage? No, but depending on what build you're playing, Jones, you'll never cap on rage anyways. So it's kind of okay. Depends on what build you're playing. Yeah. But Feral Druid, I want to learn Feral a little bit. I did the video with Cybear, and that was super fun, but I haven't actually played it at all this season. I've played, in almost all my keys, you can see I played Guardian and Resto, but I have not played Balance, nor have I played Feral at this point. So maybe at some point I'll try it. Are we playing double Mangle? No. EC prioritizes Mangle a lot less. With Feral makes it much easier to pick up. True. A group accepted me. Good luck, Zeralian. Pull small. You got this. Brewmaster can't die, right? All right, 75. Here we go. Honestly, I feel like the best part of Feral is just the class fantasy. The class fantasy of Feral is so on point. All right, here we go. 75. Okay, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99, 100. Ooh. Ah. Prepare the thrash metal playlist for tuning. What? Need to try Balance easy spec. You think so? I don't know. I haven't played Balance since they changed the Eclipse. I played it on beta a slight bit, but that's it. Okay, so we add 200 to this. We are now in the thousands. So every day on stream, I will choose a workout. Could be squats, could be jumping jacks, could be anything. And we will add to this counter. So we are now at 1,045 out of 3,130. So that number will just keep going up until we eventually reach it. I will choose what we're doing that day. Sometimes jumping jacks, sometimes this, sometimes another thing. Whew, that was good. It's not too bad. It's also just in general healthy, I think. You can play World of Warcraft, but still move around a little bit in the day. Ooh. Get it. I don't tank, but I love your content. Thank you, Mike. Well, tonight, and I really want to know people's opinion on this, I have a spicy rant to post tonight. I've been away for a little bit. Here's the thing. I have a spicy WoW rant. If you are a Mythic Plus player, I want to know what you have to think and what you're going to have to say about tonight's YouTube video. I got to make a thumbnail for it, but is a doozy. Is a doozy. I don't even know what to title it. What do you think is a good clickbait title? This one is like worth it because I want people to watch this one. It's basically about... It's about the problem with IO. That's the rant I want to post tonight. It's a conversation about why IO may not be good for the game. Not timer in Mythic Plus, just IO. I really think that when they decided to make IO such a huge part of World of Warcraft, I think the game went downhill. I think it was actually detrimental for the game. Even though I like it, like even though I like pushing for score and it's fun, I swear it creates this weird system where people, it's like people don't play for fun anymore. Like I just feel like that a lot. I feel like people don't play for fun. I feel like people play because they have to. And I don't know if that's healthy for the game, you know? Thank you, Cherry, for the tier 3 sub. Same as Idlemo's good. I wonder, see. I wonder. At first, I thought so too. The recent issue, though, I don't think so anymore. I have a weird feeling about it. Similar to Shaw's. I need to find a new thumbnail, I guess. They have to find a way to categorize. I don't mind that, but there's something weird about it. It just creates a lot of something. It creates a lot of problems, but I can't really identify. It's hard for me to identify exactly why. Okay, so we got a full vault. Next week, if I wanted to change one thing in my gearing, I might change my stats around a little bit. I could always recraft this, but otherwise, there's not too much. I'm still going to play this ring set. Yeah, there's 3 talents. Definitely Tomato. Find them in Discord because there's a bunch of talents you can use. There's the full Apex. Next week, I'm really going to be excited to play my no Apex build. So it'll look like this. This is the no Apex version, and I'll be excited to play this. So this is what I'll probably be playing tomorrow. Next week. I say next week. After reset, basically tomorrow. And I don't think we can go back. I don't think we can go back either, but I do think they can design it better. I think that there might be additions that they can make. It got better as a feral. Can you link the build? It just finds it in Discord. All the builds are linked there. Just go to like tank information and find it there. There are pros and cons. But I think that the problem is that people view it without actually understanding the context of the fact that it's a psychology game. The problem with IO is the fact that people start to identify them and their worth with the score that they see on game. For example, I am not Owu, the Guardian Druid. I am this number right there. I am 3,700, and that's it. This is me. And I feel like that is problematic because WoW at its core is an MMORPG. It is not the MyStar one. So, dude, really? That was faster, Elliot. Holy. WoW at its core is not League of Legends. It isn't a login, queue for a ranked game, log out. It's not supposed to be. It is, in fact, supposed to be here. Unless someone knows you. That's the thing, though, Cheeky. How can we get back to a game where people know each other and interact with each other? And I think that's actually going to be a critical factor. In the success in the future of this game. But I'm going to go look at the rant. I talked about it earlier. I'll post it tonight, and then we'll see about it, though. I'm new. How do I get... Oh, if you want, how do you track the Apex buff? You just kind of use it. There's no way to put it in cooldown manager properly, I think. Yeah. Anyways, any odd keys? Not right now, Siberius. Next week, maybe a little bit, but we'll see. I'm excited for balance next week. I actually think that that would be helpful for the game. I would be excited for that. Is this your max IO character? Did you do hierarchies on your monk? Nope, my monk is behind me on my druid right now. I'm only 3,700. I took a few days off. I took a little bit off, but I definitely fell behind a little bit. We should be Brazil 19 with some 20s at this point, but it's okay. I'll get it next week or whenever. And if I honestly ignore, if I end up falling behind a little bit and I don't get title, that's okay. That's all right with me. I'm enjoying the season. I'm sure I'll get up there, but I might not actually end up being 4,000 IO, and that's okay. There's still a lot of time left in the season, you know. The battery most must got reduced. So look at the thrash buff, Satan Nick. It's a massive, massive, massive thrash buff, and that will make Guardian feel much better. I think that will make actually Guardian will feel really good with that. Back in retail, because there wasn't an expectation. I agree with that. I think the expectation is the problem. And I don't know if expectation can be solved while we have the systems we have. I wanted to know are Apex Towns worth it or not. Glasside, at the moment, yes, they do a lot of damage. There is a build that you can play without them that's way more straightforward and might fit your playstyle, but it's an option. Both are completely viable. If you want to find the difference of builds, you can find them here. Would be a Brewmaster nerf. I think I would rather have all tanks buffed up to Brewmaster level. I don't know if I want Brewmaster to get nerfed. I like how Brewmaster feels right now, to be honest with you. Brewmaster is a good example of what makes tanks fun. By the abundance of DPS players. Hard not to discriminate 10 identical clones with someone? Maybe. You're welcome, of course. So there are 3 different ways to play. There's Druid of the Claw, there's the Loon's Chosen with Apex, and then there's this version right here. This is the no Apex version, where you only have a few buttons and you don't really need to worry too much. Cherry Cloud, though, I'm glad that you're having success on Feral. A friend of mine also is having a lot of success on Feral. They just started playing it and they were like, wow, this is so fun. And I think they also just hit like most 19s or something. So it's good to see Feral represented. I swear Feral is the better Druid DPS spec. It's better than Boomy, aside from not having Solar Beam. But everything else about it, like it's tankier, it has a better damage profile. I actually think Feral is underrated still. But it just, you don't see it very often. I think it's probably one of the least played specs in hierarchies. Other 5 tanks don't. I agree with you. Oh, I'm right there with you, Satanic. I'm right there with it. So since you played Mistweaver, I tried it and enjoyed it. Nice. Congratulations, Alex. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It's super fun right now. Mistweaver is also an example of how that type of healer is just amazingly fun when it plays the way it does at the moment. Yeah, it's super, super, super fun. There are a lot of great things about Midnight Season 1. A Feral timed to 20? Wait, which one? With 1 button rotation? Is 1 button rotation good for Feral? Is it? I did not know that. I can't do Mistweaver. Spin to win gets me bored. There are so many different ways to play a game. And to be honest with you, they're all valid. One of the interesting things is that some people really enjoy a more chill playstyle, and some people really enjoy a competitive playstyle, you know? Got it, okay. Kona has tweeted it. I see. All right, I'm going to send you over to the Bog Man. I see him on right now. A little Aussie ret pally. I am going to go to the gym tonight, take care of myself, and I'll be back for some really big Guardian Druid gaming tomorrow. That is my plan. And it is an exciting plan. Thank you guys for hanging out. And I appreciate all the kind words as always. I'll see if I can get that video uploaded, and I'll be back tomorrow. All right, I'm very excited for tomorrow. It's actually, I'm so excited to play No Apex. Ooh, let's see how it goes. Nice to meet you, Cookies. All right, bye.